Hey now.
Hey guys, Manfred here. I'm just back again with another video. I wanted to talk about the new progression system that's coming in. If you want to drop any of your thoughts down below, feel free. I'd love to chat about it. I know you got some guys still PM me. I still get tells all the time. So, feel free. It might take me a minute to respond, but I do try to do that over a couple of days. I just, if I have something else in real life, like I said, I don't make money on this. So it's just completely pro bono kind of thing. So, yeah, let's jump in. So I used this slide originally, this one, sorry. It We're still in the same kind of place. The only thing is Scout was seemed to be delayed. So after MJ stream, they were trying to work out I guess some of the bugs and kinks that have been going on. So because of that, Scout got pushed back. I think we're probably only going to see Scout this year as an addition. We had Devout earlier in the year, but Scout seems like the only one. I have a hard time believing we're going to see Shapeshifter or Spirit Mage with all the other stuff that they got going on, and then they need to add and tighten up. So yeah, I just, we don't know for sure, but I think it's completely unrealistic to expect more than that. Going forward. So we have, as of right now, Heavy Fighter, Healer, Warlock, Archer, Assassin, Performer, and Devout. And then we'll probably see Scout this year. I think that's probably safe to say. And then I had covered this image. Nothing here really changes. It just kind of covers the basic idea. But I wanted to drop it quickly so that everybody can see. I cut out the Shapeshifter, Spirit Mage, and Crafter at the bottom with my face because they're not going to be available right now. So you don't have to worry about those. So I'm going to cut this one up a couple of times. I'm going to go ahead and jump in game, and we'll just run through the new specs. All right, so the first one we got here is Mjolnir. I'm going to go through heavy fighters, I think, first, and then I'll just iterate through each one. So it looks like the skill line on the left, while it does say Mjolnir, this actually is just archetype abilities. So all the archetypes seem to share the same 5 abilities. Now, depending on which ones, they might have different numbers or buffs or whatever. But yeah, so basically this section on the left is going to be shared between the 3 classes. And it's going to be the same no matter which realm you're on. So heavy fighters in general are going to get Bash, which is a 2-second/4 second stun if you got enough panic. It's a solid ability, like, okay, pretty good. Hammer the Gap, charges the target and deals weapon damage. Mjolnir's had this before, but most heavy fighters had some kind of version. I actually think this might be a small nerf in some ways to other classes that have a longer root or something like that. Now they might still have access to it, but in general, this is not a negative thing. I think this is going to be positive. So yeah, Hammer the Gap, good ability. Shield Wall, prevents all physical damage for 10 seconds. This is a great ability. I mean, it lasts 10 seconds and it has I want to say like a 90-second cooldown or something like that. But this ability is really good if you're being melee trained, if you have a bunch of archers that are attacking you, assuming they're using piercing damage or something like that. Really great ability. Juggernaut, removes all crowd control effects from you, grants you immunity to control effects and increased movement speed, and reduces the damage taken by 30% for 3 seconds. This is awesome. This one's great. So I'm not 100% sure if it's intended, but right now you can use this ability on... Mjolnir has this ability. It's under a slightly different name, but it can remove disarm, silences, things like that. So it's really great. If a Veilwalker jumps on you, you can hit that really quickly and then hit your passive to mitigate damage and then go for a burst chain or something like that. So this ability in general is great. That 3 seconds is more than enough in like a smaller scale situation. Going to be less impactful, I'd say, in a PvP like 8v8 kind of situation, RVR situation, but yeah, not a bad ability. And then Martial Prowess increases parry chance by 55% for 6 seconds and deals shadow damage to attackers when you parry. I think this is going to be an overall, beneficial ability, but the only time I can really see this being useful, because it is 6 seconds, is if at some point, if you're in an 8v8 fight and you get a couple of people focusing in on you, you're going to be able to mitigate a big portion of their damage. I mean, basically 55%, right? Because as their attacks come in, you're going to be able to parry them. So it'll give you some sustain and effective HP while also dealing some damage back. I haven't tested how much damage it actually does, so it's going to be, the effectiveness is going to be contingent on that damage that it's returning. It is a short duration, so this one's kind of probably the most mid, I would say. I don't think you're going to get as much value out of this ability in general. Now, there might be clutch situations where you can use it, but yeah, probably the one I'm least excited for, but we'll have to see. Maybe if it hits for 10,000 damage, like, it's awesome, right? So anyway, it won't, but you get what I'm saying. So next, I want to just kind of talk about the specs and then what I'm kind of thinking, and then we'll kind of also go with a spec based on each of these capstone abilities. So, and I'm going to do this for every class. So buckle in. I'll try to include stamps below if you're just really not interested. And you've probably noticed that by now that I think about it. But yeah, so just go check those out if you haven't thought about it or you haven't seen it. You can find your class, or you can watch the whole thing and kind of get some of my perspective as somebody that has played probably more than anybody else outside of maybe some of the developers. So yeah. First, we have the Valhalla spec. So we're going to start out with Round Strike. Deals weapon damage and a cleave and snares. This ability is a lot better than it used to be. They had a balance patch where the cleave had a snare added to it. So like melee in general were just given snare abilities on their auto attacks just as a way to kind of lock people down a little bit more. So I think in general, this one is pretty good. One other thing I'll mention, because we were kind of talking about the base abilities, if you look at Mjolnir here, you'll notice that they don't have the baseline lightning attack ability. So it looks like that one's been culled. I don't know if that was done on purpose. I don't want to call anyone out specifically, Derek. But, that one was really nice. It was really good utility because you could do lightning damage. I know in the Discord they mentioned that, Needle Shot had its poison damage removed, and then I think it was just cold because it, when the poison damage was gone, it was basically the same as the other one. So it seems like there's a little bit of homogenization going on there, but I also understand from a balancing perspective why it has to be done. So I'm not going to rage about it or anything like that. I'm a little sad to see it go, though, because you could output a consistent amount of damage that was not weapon damage. It was lightning, and you could switch between doing melee damage or lightning damage. You can't even really spec for it in this new system. So I'm a little sad to see that go, but it's not the end of the world. So Round Strike, this is a solid ability. This is going to be your builder. The only other builder that you have as Mjolnir is Upswing, and it only grants 50 courage. So I'm not asking for buffs here, but I am a little bit, because I really think Upswing needs to give 75 courage. If you look at the damage, it does do slightly more damage if you add in the dot that it does. I think I can do like 900 or 1,000 damage with an Upswing versus, I want to say I can do like 600 or 700 with a Round Strike. Just when you're factoring in armor, you can't really pay attention to the base value. It's a good starting point, but you just never want it because, depending on which abilities you're using, like if you're using Crush or Warrior Salute, or even some of these other spenders like Rebuke, you are doing like 16 or 17 damage per courage that you spend. So if you're missing out on 25 courage, you just do the math, multiply that 25 delta by that 16 damage, and it's like it doesn't really make sense to ever use this. I think it also puts a dot on you, so you're in combat a little bit longer if like you're trying to run away and regen or whatever. I guess that's the only time that I would maybe use Upswing is if you were trying to put a dot on someone, but it's so short too. Like I don't know if I'd feel like that courage was worth doing, because like you might be really close to needing the courage and then you can Rebuke instead. So anyway, just generally those are the two builders that you have, but yeah, we'll go ahead and just keep going down Valhalla real quick. So Crush, this is your bread and butter spender for the most part, if you can. So this one is a really good ability. I think it's your most cost-effective courage per DPS ability. It only costs 100 courage to use, but you're able to really pump out the DPS on a single target in melee range. So, there's a lot of prerequisites to using it, but I think this is the one that you spend. Crush is a solid ability. It's good. Puny is good. For 2 hits, over 10 seconds, you can mitigate 50% of the damage. So you stack that on top of your Mjolnir passive, and you're able to mitigate a good bit of damage. Off the top of my head, I haven't tested it actually. This is really sad, but I'm not sure if it's additive or multiplicative. I'm gonna guess it's not additive. It's almost assuredly multiplicative. So, you're not getting. I don't think you're probably getting 90%, but I don't know. Maybe you are. I doubt it, but this either way, it doesn't matter. This ability is great. Even if you're getting 50% of 40, right? That's still 60% damage mitigation. So this is a solid ability. You're getting that extra 20% out of it. I think it's fine. It doesn't cost any courage to use it. It's good. I like this ability a lot for sustain. Wotan's heals and removes snare and root effects from you and grants you immunity to snare and root effects. This ability is solid. It does like 4,000 or 5,000 heal. When you look at max HP with food right now, I think it's around 24, 25k for a Mjolnir, assuming they have max vitality. And other people are probably going to be, depending on how much strength you have, maybe you're somewhere around like 20 to 23. I don't know. That would be the low end, but so you're getting somewhere between a 20 and a 25% heal for Wotan's, as well as that snare and root removal and immunity. So this is really great. Like if somebody pops a spike field or something like that on the ground, you can pop this and then you can move through most of the duration of it unimpeded, at least to the snare effect. So this is a solid ability. I think this is a really strong swing. Definitely worth picking up. Warrior's Cry, deals spirit damage to nearby enemies. So this is really similar to Thunder God's Rage, which deals lightning damage to nearby enemies, and Warrior's Salute, which deals weapon damage to nearby enemies, and then also stacks with your Wotan passive. There's really I think 3 kind of ideas going on here. I haven't talked to anyone in the development team about it, but to me it seems a little obvious. Warrior's Cry is like your more general AoE ability. Thunder God's Rage is a more specialized lightning damage AoE, so you're getting stacks of shock on top of it, and it can start to really build up. And then Warrior Salute has more prerequisites, so it costs the 200 courage, but then you also have to have your stacks of Wotan's passive up. So you got a couple of prerequisites to maintain the damage, but if you're able to maintain those prerequisites, it does have a higher damage per courage spent, so your DPS is just going to naturally follow and be higher. So yeah, but Warrior's Cry is fine. It's a strong AoE. Wotan Warrior's Salute is just better in general, but if you have no stacks, then Warrior's Cry is better to spend if for whatever reason you're CC'd in a way that you can't maintain your stacks. Electrocute, 3 second stun, 6 second stun. So I really love this ability. This, you might look at Electrocute and then Bash and think, oh, well, it's just 1 second longer. It's like, well, that is a 50% increase. So yeah, that's pretty good. But it's also ranged. It's so nice if someone's running away, you can get up to them. You can catch up to them. If someone's casting a spell and you wouldn't be able to get within range in time, you can cast that, and it gives you a little bit of time to get up and get into melee range. It's pretty solid. All right, and then finally, Valhalla Awaits, prevents your health from dropping below 1 or 8 seconds. This ability I am not a huge fan of, actually. As far as the capstones go, I would say this is the weakest one or the second weakest. I don't know. I think it's probably the weakest one, though. It's just too niche, right? You have to be almost dead to use it or get any value out of it at all. If you pop this at any point other than right before you're 1 HP, or going to die, it has no value. It's also kind of buggy right now. There are definitely situations where dots or other things will just kill you through it. So I would highly suggest not taking this, at least in its current implementation. You can compare this to say Black Knights, who have that AoE ability that mitigates damage and control effects on their group for 6 seconds. It's not even remotely comparable. You have 2 extra seconds on Valhalla Awaits, but the other one is group, and it's anytime value, right? It's not just if you time it at 1%. I think this ability either needs to be removed completely or it needs to be reworked in a major way and significantly buffed, because you have to invest this many points. just don't think there's any value there, unless they just don't want people taking this line, which, okay, but yeah, not a great one. I would not suggest doing this one. If I had to, though, we said we'd start Valhalla, so like for whatever reason, let's say it gets buffed and you do this, you get 1.5 lines, so you get 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then that means you're going to get 3 other points. If I'm looking at these other 6 abilities that I get to choose from, in my mind, now you might decide a little bit differently, but I would probably go for Let's Begin, which is going to give you that movement speed buff and the max stacks of your passive. And then for the last point, I would probably go Rebuke. So you're going to miss out on Protection of Odin here, which is another one of your gap closers. It can be really helpful in 8v8 situations, 1v1 situations. The damage doesn't always work. It's kind of bugged or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's if you move your character a little bit, the radius of your attack hitbox moves out of their hurt box, and so it doesn't quite always connect damage. But regardless, you're a melee character, you want those gap closers. It's really strong to be able to get back into the area, even if you're not able to successfully apply the damage of the root. It would be nice if it worked, though. So you're going to miss out on that, though. So I would say if you're going to go this line, I'd get all of these. I'd go for Let's Begin, and then I'd grab Rebuke as well for your last point, because Rebuke is really nice. It lets you spend courage in an AoE, or I'm sorry, not an AoE, but at a distance. So you might think, okay, that's pretty nice. I like to be able to attack, but it's only single target. Like I don't think there's a lot of value. Well, it's really nice because you can keep your Mjolnir passive stacks up. So if you're able to get a couple of hits on someone and then they get away, and then you're not going to be able to close quite in time, or like let's say you have 3 or 4 seconds left on one of your gap closers, and by the time the gap closer is up, your passive is going to run out. Well, you could wait until about 4 seconds on your passive and then Rebuke from range, and that will refresh your passives. Then you can hit your gap closer, and it's really great. I think Rebuke is good. But as I said, overall, I wouldn't pick this line. I don't think this is a very good capstone ability. Electrocute is pretty good, but I don't think it's build defining with the way the game goes. Like, you're not going to get a whole lot of damage. You're going to be going down to 1 HP a lot in this situation, whether it's in a group or whatever. Yeah, just wouldn't suggest this one. Now, Thor, we already kind of talked about Thunder God's Rage. We talked about Rebuke. We talked about Protection of Odin. Thunder God's Challenge. This one is bad. Like, I think you're only getting, depending on from the testing I've done, like 200 to 300 damage a hit here. So you're doing about 1500 damage for 100 courage. It's less than your crush spender. It is electric type, so like electric damage, so depending on what your resistances are, you might get a little bit more value. But in general, like, the only value I see in Thunder Gods is that you can cast it in between fights, so you're able to kind of carry over a little bit of extra DPS. The problem, though, is you can't really concentrate that damage in any way. You could be getting hit by their tank, you could be getting hit by their healer, you could, be getting hit by a whole number of people. The damage just kind of ends up evaporating and being overhealed. I don't think the ability has really much value at all. So, would not suggest this one. And actually, Thor's Hammer as well. I would say this ability is not great. I think you end up getting about 63 damage per hit out of this. Now, it's nice because when you're using your builders, you're getting almost a 10% increase in damage. But yeah, you do get it on your spenders as well as your builders. But I don't think there's a whole lot for like a 4-point investment, and you had a really bad ability before it. I think this one is not super worth. Like, it's not great. Now, Channel Power, maybe this is why they got 2 garbage abilities before it, because Channel Power is awesome. Unless you're fighting someone that can cleanse, so a Devout or a healer, Channel Power will do like 10 to 15,000 damage. Like, you'll hit them initially for something like 2,000 damage, maybe 1,600, and then they will tick for almost 2,000 damage 4 or 5 times. So you can end up doing a lot. Yeah, I've gotten 10 to 15,000 damage depending on who I'm hitting and their resistances and how long it stays on, because you don't always, like let's say you put it on to like an Abbot uses their cleanse ability and you're like, oh, you can't cleanse now. So you throw channel power on, you get that initial hit and you get a few ticks. You're probably only going to get 2 ticks out of it because they're going to cleanse at the end of the duration, right? So that's why I'm kind of talking about a variable rate. And then Thunderhead. So this is the other one that I was saying is really not that good. For a 6-point investment, which both of these are, you really can just stack shock in an AoE. Now, if you're in a group fight or a big RVR situation and you are, you're getting a ton of heals, like you have a dedicated healer or 2, you're being cleansed by an Abbot or not an Abbot, I'm sorry, a Helbound or just like a Devout class in general. Yeah, it might have some value in that situation, but stack is really only good, or stacks of shock are really only good when you're able to cleave, right? That's what they're for. If you don't know what shock does, it enables you to hit a target and then the damage splashes in an AoE. That's pretty good for situations where, say, you're attacking a healer and then there are 1 or 2 melee characters that are standing near you trying to peel you off. Or, sometimes you get clumped up, like someone's chasing a DPS class and then you get another DPS trying to strip and another melee, and you end up getting a situation where the healer and a bunch of people are on top of each other. You can get some value there. But in general, you're not really going to see a whole lot of value from this ability. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It really just stacks shock. You get, I think, 6 stacks, right? You get 1.5 seconds out of 9, so that's 6. And then times 2 is 12. So you're getting like 12 stacks. Now, it does do a fair amount of damage based on, I think it's 3% of your damage. At least that's what the tooltip says. God knows what the actual back end is. I haven't tested it recently. But yeah, so if you're getting all 12 stacks, right, you might get 3 times 12 is what? 33 and 36 damage in a splash. So I think it can be good, especially if you combine it with something like Thunder God's Rage. And then like, I think this could be good for a very brief bombing strategy. I have some other thoughts on that I'll share in a second when we go through Skald. But yeah, Thunderheads, I think it's probably the second best. It's like it comes in second place, in my opinion. Definitely better than Valhalla Awaits because you're getting almost no one is getting value out of this ability, unless like you get beat up a lot. But as a heavy fighter and you're in plate armor, especially Mjolnir has that passive ability to mitigate damage. You have abilities like Puny and Wotan's to heal yourself. It's kind of counterintuitive that you would really want this. I almost feel like this needs like an amp or something, but sorry, I'm getting off on how terrible that is again. So yeah, Thunderheads, kind of whatever. But if I had to pick this one, right, if I had to go Thor, I'd go all the way down because you have to for Thunderhead, and then I had 3 left. I would get Let's Begin again. You get the speed boost and you get the max stacks. It has a 45-second cooldown and the stacks only last 5 seconds, so you got to be smart when you do it. But 40% damage mitigation is nothing to sneeze at. And then I would probably grab Crush for my last and final point. What that is going to let you do is just output consistent DPS on single targets. You're not going to have any problems. So yeah, that's what I would do. We already talked about Upswing. Not a huge fan of there just because that courage is only 50. Begone. So this is a time cooldown based ability. It does not have, doesn't cost any courage, but it just lets you knock people back. So this is nice if you're trying to like peel off a healer or something like that. You just want to, get away kind of thing. You don't usually have to do it when people are hitting you because, if you're trying to knock somebody away as a melee character because they're hitting you, then you're probably dead, right? But you could, like if someone switches, like if you're training somebody and then you kind of find yourself out of position and 2 or 3 people jump on you, you could use this as an ability to knock people back. So there's definitely some utility here. You'll get more use out of it than other things. Let's Begin. This is just like bread and butter for Mjolnir. Like you want this ability. The passive is the defining feature of the class, and this lets you build all of your stacks instantly. So it enables your damage through Warrior Salute. It enables you to live longer. It increases your effective HP pool. Like, I mean, this is basically the whole class right here. It lets you, or I say it lets you accelerate the class, is the way I see it. So super strong ability, in my opinion, on top of the speed boost, which, you know, it's just like, dang, so good. Retribution Aura. Grants you a buff for 4 seconds at the end of the duration, deal shadow damage to nearby enemies, and additional damage equal to 75% damage taken during the effect. So this ability is, although niche, similar to Martial Prowess. I have seen situations where this kills multiple people. You can, you know, I'm not saying I've killed 10 or 15 people before with this ability at the same time, but it's pretty strong. And you the prerequisite though is that it's a very small window, and you're only getting 75% of the damage. So you're gonna have to take a lot of damage to get any value out of it. So pretty niche, but it's okay. It's passable. I think it's a lot more usable than something like Thunder God's Challenge or Thor's Hammer. Like, these are, you know, I don't know, kind of mid abilities, if you ask me. I kind of would not want them. And then Warrior Salute. This is a great ability. It is really similar to Warrior's Cry and Thunder God's Rage. It does have like a higher skill cap on it, right? Like, if you do not have, I would really not like to see it nerfed, because if you don't meet all the prerequisites, if you don't have the 200 courage to spend, if you don't have your stacks up, you're not doing any damage. If you're not in melee range, you're not doing it. You have to have those 3 things to be able to use it. And then, you know, the situation has to be good where someone's not just out healing you. But it does a lot of damage. Like, I mean, you can do 3,000 or 4,000 damage pretty easily, and you can crit. I want to say I've crit for like 6,000 or something like that in an AoE. So very strong ability. When you meet all of those prerequisites to be usable. With me, grants nearby allies your current stacks of Strength of Wotan. This is good if you're trying to peel somebody. So like if a melee train or a bunch of ranged characters are focusing down, like using their damage amplification abilities, like for example, the Blackguard has that root that increases damage against someone. Like, let's say that's used on your healer, and then they don't have any of their CC immunity. The Skald doesn't have anything. They're just stuck there taking all that amplified damage. You can give them 5 seconds of reduced damage with your passive, and you're able to give them a ton of value. They might be able to heal through that depending on, you know, how good the person is fighting, what the class design is, and all. I wouldn't really want to speculate because it's impossible to say, you know, with all the different classes you could have. But I think that I've definitely seen value out of this ability. And then finally, Drums of War. I think this is the best capstone ability. I think Mjolnirs in general, their capstones are kind of meh. Like, when I compare them to the other ones that I've seen, I'm like, they're kind of boring, honestly. Not super great, but I would say Drums is absolutely the best one. You have 2 defining features here. One is that it has a big damage reduction component to it, and the other is that it doesn't cost any courage to use. So you are getting like that damage, you know, consistent damage. You're getting the damage reduction, and then you can cast it at any time in an AoE. So it has a lot of positives. I would say damage reduction, and AoE damage. But the downside is it's channeling. So if you're fighting anybody that has any idea what they're doing, there's a number of things that they can do, including just stun you, and it's going to cancel that channel. I think this ability is highly overrated. It is probably the definition of what I would call a scrub killer. Like, if you got people that aren't great, they're going to be like, this ability is so ridiculous. It does a ton of damage, and people can't do damage while they're doing it. It's like, just stun them. Like, if you could be an assassin and stun them out of this. Like, there's no value, I think. I think it's definitely on the lower end of ability. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, it's if you wanted to build around it, though, because I think it does have a place. Like, if you're being melee trained, or your healer, I guess more specifically, is being melee trained, and you're in the vicinity of that, it can be really nice to pop that if, you know, if they switch on you really quickly, because you are tanky. But if 4 or 5 people that know what they're doing jump on you, like, you're going to take a lot of damage. The game is just balanced like that. And if your healer is not able to pick up on it, or you get you get heal debuffed, and that whole like cleanse situation is out of whack. Like the Devout's not ready, the healer's casting his cleanse. You could take some damage, and drums is a nice little way to, potentially peel people off. So yeah, if you were gonna go drums, you'd go 6 into Skull, and then from here, I think what I would probably do is go Rebuke and Crush. I think personally, I would go Protection of Odin here. If you really wanted more survivability, you could go Puny, but I think you're going to get a little bit less value out of that than Protection of Odin. It depends on the situation. If it was WoW Arena, I might actually go for Puny, because I think you're probably going to have a lot more melee uptime, but it just depends on what classes you're fighting. Like, if you need that stick ability, then I would go Protection. If you want a little bit more survivability, like you're going to be sitting near the healer a little bit more, you're not going to be quite as aggressive, then you might want to go Puny. But I think overall I'd probably suggest Protection of Odin, Rebuke, and Crush for those. Now, for me, I think really quickly, this is probably going to go on super long, so I just want to go over what I will probably do. So I think there's 2 builds that you can do. One, you could grab Channel Power and then also Warrior Salute. So what that's going to let you do is really strong burst and bomb damage. I'm not 100% which one of these I want to do, honestly. They're both pretty different, and they have different downsides. So the one that I'm thinking about first is, if you go Channel Power, you're going to have access to Rebuke, Protection of Odin. You got these 2 garbage abilities, and then you got Channel Power. You're gonna have really high burst, especially in single target. This is probably, or not single target, but like 1v1 situations. Most classes are just gonna die. Like, most classes don't have an ability to cleanse, so unless it's a healer or a Devout, they pretty much are just gonna lose. It's not guaranteed, but they're gonna struggle. So I would get Channel Power, and then I would get Let's Begin, and because you're getting Let's Begin, I'd probably end up just going down for Warrior Salute. So what this lets you do is a ton of burst damage in AoE. The Channel Power is AoE, Warrior Salute is AoE. It does have a little bit of a skill cap, because you need to stack your stuff, you need to be in vicinity, you need to have the courage to use it, but then you can really dump some damage. So I think that's probably the best bomb build. Like, if I was running around and I had a Skald with the Charm, and I had 2 or 3 Mjolnirs with this, and then maybe a Chaos Weaver for the buffs and the speed, I would run in maybe another Skald if I really could, or another Mjolnir. I haven't done the math, but probably another Mjolnir, actually. And you run in, the Skald charms everybody. Maybe another Skald throws down the AoE, or you just have the other Mjolnir, and then everybody pops Channel Power and then starts Warrior Saluting. You have to have courage to do that. So, but Channel Power grants you courage. So that's, I don't think I mentioned that earlier. That's one of the really nice things about it, is I think you get 150 courage or something like that. So like, you can pop Channel Power and Let's Begin, and that's going to give you a nice little boost. So if you do this situation, you're going to have, 3 Mjolnir dots. You're going to have Warrior Salutes going off because you have instant courage. I think you could bomb whole groups like this super easily. I mean, it kind of depends on who you're hitting and all that kind of stuff. But if you hit 3 or 4 DPS, they will 100% die. I don't think there's, unless like now there's counterplay for this, because a number of the classes can do severe mitigation. So for example, the Druid the Empath can reduce damage the whole group takes by 50%. Or the Black Knight can group damage immune. So it would take one person hitting one button to completely shut this down. So I don't think it would work on people that really had a good idea of what was going on. But you could still play the game after that. You would just be at a disadvantage, I think. So I'm not a huge fan of this one, but I know in 1v1 situations, this build is probably the strongest, I would say. And then the one I'm going to go with. So I had originally kind of wanted to do this Channel Power and Warrior Salute one, because I just love Channel Power. It's such a good ability. but I think I just want more overall utility. So I'm actually not going to go for any of these capstones. I really don't like that people that have any idea what they're doing can just totally shut this ability down. And then the other two just don't really have any value compared to most of the other skills. So what I will end up doing probably is I will go 2 into Skald, get Let's Begin, and then I will also go for Warrior Salute. So I just, this ability does a lot of AoE damage. The crit potential is really high. So even though your courage per damage ratio is lower with the Warrior Salute, your burst damage is really high because you can do those crits. You can kind of beat through people that you might not be able to. Now, you're not going to be able to kill most people with this, and crits are pretty low, especially on something like a Mjolnir, but you can potentially kill people that you wouldn't otherwise be able to just based on RNG. So I think this one is good. And then here I'm going to take 2 into Thor. So I'm going to get Rebuke and Protection of Odin. I think these are both really strong, and they are, your ranged ability. You can keep up your stacks. You can keep people from going back into stealth, really like Rebuke, kind of similar to like an expensive Thane from Dark Age. And then Protection of Odin, which lets you sit on people. And then I will end up going 2 into Valhalla. So you get the Crush and the Puny. So you're getting all the value from the damage mitigation and then the high damage per courage spent. So your DPS is just higher in general. And then here you have 1 point left. I'm not 100% sure where I want to go. I definitely know that I don't want Thunder God's Challenge, but I think it'll kind of depend on Wotan's. And with me, I think I'm probably leaning more towards Wotan's right now. With me, might have some specific use cases depending on how metas and ability, because this is the thing too, guys, like a lot of these abilities are probably going to change at some point, so I wouldn't get too super attached to everything, but I think right now this is what I would probably do. Wotan's gives you the heal and then the snare and root immunity, so you're not having to just use Juggernaut every time somebody snares you. You can, or one of your charges, you can use this and get an off heal and get value there. So yeah, I think this is what I'm going to do with Mjolnir. So we'll go ahead and jump over to one of the other heavy fighters. We'll talk about Fianna. So just for anybody that is skipping through the sections, we'll run through them quickly. Bash is a 2-second stun most of the time. It's a pretty good ability. Hammer the Gap, charges the target and deals weapon damage. So this is just like a standard gap closer. Strong, good ability. Shield Wall, super strong ability, 10 seconds. All physical damage is prevented and negated completely. So yeah, super great. Juggernaut, this ability is really strong. Removes the control effects, gives you movement speed, reduces damage that's taken by 30%. Strong ability, like archetype defining kind of thing. Very good ability. And then Martial Prowess increases parry chance by 55% for 6 seconds and deals shadow damage to attackers when you parry. It's okay, like, nothing super great, but it has a place and a value depending on what your parry chance is, and then what other abilities you have synergizing with it, like maybe the Retribution or something like that on Mjolnir. So, not bad overall, and just gives you a little bit of survivability in general. Force Strike deals weapon damage and snares. This ability is pretty good. You can just attack and then also snare the enemy while building your courage up. So as long as you're in melee range, that's the only prerequisite here, and you have somebody targeted. Worth using, pretty good. Not bad at all. You have Oaken Shield. This is just going to increase your block value. Kind of like whatever. You're not really getting a whole lot of value out of this one, but it's all right. Deals Strike of Wolves, deals weapon damage, usable again within 6 seconds. Second use deals weapon damage and increased physical and magic armor rating by 20% for 10 seconds. This one's okay. Like, you're able to do damage, and then you also have that follow-up. So 20% physical and magic armor rating is not bad. It's that doesn't equate out to 20% damage mitigation, and it's gonna, the number is not linear, right? So like as your rating increases by some percentage, it's gonna go up or down depending on how much you already have. So if you have more, it's like win more or win less depending on how much you have. So that's gonna depend on what your gear is. kind of a variable rating. Cry of the Forest heals you, removes root and snare effects, and grants you immunity to root and snare for 6 seconds. So this one's pretty good. This is really similar to Wotan's, right? I mean, it's actually just the same kind of thing. High value ability right here. I think Cry of the Forest is strong, like better than some capstone abilities on Mjolnir. Trust in the Forest grants courage based on missing health. Also grants 10% guts threshold and 10% guts value for 15 seconds. So this one's all right. The fact that it grants you bonus courage can be really nice if you're trying to increase your overall DPS, but I wouldn't just pick it. I wouldn't pick a line just for this ability. It's okay. But the guts value and guts threshold is kind of extra, and you're not getting a whole lot of value there unless you're dying. And by that time, if you're the heavy fighter and you're dying, it's like you got other problems, right? So I take less stock in abilities like this one. Nature's Cry deals weapon damage. This one's pretty good nuke. It's not the best thing in the world, but not bad. And then Roots of the Earth charges target and deals weapon damage to nearby enemies and roots them for 4 to 8 seconds. This one is great. I mean, an AoE root, 4 seconds is a lot too. I think there's a ton of value in this ability. This is a capstone ability. This is really strong. It's I like this one a lot. And if I was gonna build around this one, I'd probably take this, and then from there you're gonna get 3 points. So you could either do Stony Reprisal, which is your next block within 5 seconds reflects 50% of the block attacks damage as Earth. This seems really strong until you realize that blocks aren't really that much. So it can be, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter that the block is not that much though. So you're only getting a little bit of block, but then the reflected damage can be nice depending on how you're using it. So there's some value here. I mean, for sure, I shouldn't downplay it. I'm not a huge fan of the way it works, but yeah, it's okay. Crushing Earth deals earth damage plus 25% aftershock amount. This is okay. Not a huge fan though. Aftershock in general right now. So Aftershock was much stronger when the time to kill was a lot higher. You could, fights would go on so long that you would end up stacking a ton of earth damage, and then you could just explode people from full HP. So not as good anymore, and you can still kind of cleanse it. So if you got Devout or two that are operating in the group and they're just cleansing everybody, it's not really a big thing. So I don't know, not super great. And then Forest of Thorns increases guts by 30%, empowers your passive, causing it to reflect 50% of damage for 10 seconds. This one is great, right? Like if you're able to reflect damage, you can combine that with something like Stony Reprisal, and you end up getting a really significant amount of damage reflection. Now, the problem though is I just don't think you're getting a lot of value outside of 1v1 situations with this. So, it can be nice, but if you're the last person alive in an 8v8, like there's a really small chance you're going to be able to do anything. Like they're just going to kill you, right? Like 8 people or let's say 6 people are attacking you, not getting a lot of value there. So yeah, I don't know. It's okay. And then Restore Vitae. This is just like a heal. You get 100 health a second. It's not super impactful, but I think if you basically think of it as 100 HP per second, and then let's say a fight lasts a minute, right? You just add 2 zeros. So you're healing 6,000 HP over a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 18,000, almost 20,000 HP. I think this ability is really great for sustain. So if you're able to keep shields up, but someone's having a little bit of a problem healing you, you can kind of keep yourself topped up. It's actually pretty solid, especially when you think about it as a percentage of total HP. So it takes 10 seconds to heal for 1,000 HP. Normal Fianna probably has somewhere between 18 and 24,000 HP. So let's just make the math easy and say 20,000. You can heal for 5% of your HP every 10 seconds. It adds up. It really does. So just depends. Not going to write home about it. It's a first level ability, but I have seen this be extremely annoying in comparison with some of the other shielding. Rebuke Foe, deals weapon damage and knocks back the target. This is really similar to the one we talked about on Mjolnir, where it just knocks back. So a lot of utility here if you want to heal people off of you or off of your healers. It does have a cooldown. It doesn't cost courage, so pretty strong. And then Unstoppable River removes all control effects from you and charges the target. Deals weapon damage. Weapon damage. So it's okay. Like you charge, you cleanse like a stun or something like that. So it's a really great reversal ability. Like if somebody stuns you off, they're trying, like you're chasing down a healer, somebody stuns you to pull you off of them. You can use that to mitigate their stun. So, kind of get a 1-for-1 there, but then you're charging and you're right back on top of the other person. So a lot of value there. I think if I was going for something like this, where you're charging someone in an AoE, I would personally probably go for 3 points into prowess. So I would get the Vitae, I get the weapon knockback, and I'd get the Unstoppable River. This way, because you're kind of focusing a little bit. Your niches, I am CCing them. You're playing a little bit less as a heavy fighter, I would say, in general, but you're super annoying in fights. I know Fiannas are probably sad because they have so much utility right now between a lot of these skills that only getting to choose some of it, I think Fiannas are going to be feeling even more nerfed than they were before. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I do think that they're going to have a bit of a resurgence, though. And, this is just complete speculation. I don't know. But with all these classes losing and having to specialize themselves, I think Fianna might get a lot of value out of the fact that I think DPS in general is going way down. So we'll see. I'm not 100% sure. And then, okay, so that's for resilience. Then we'll go Form of Danu. Kind of go through this. So we talked about Stony Reprisal. We talked about Crushing Earth. We talked about Forest of Thorns. Let me go back to the top here. Earthen Strike. So this just deals earth damage. So this is really similar to Force Strike. The main difference is it doesn't snare. It has less damage, but it's earth damage. And we talked about Fracture and Aftershock earlier. As you're doing that earth damage, you're building up a debuff stack so that you can spend that later on for just burst damage. So some percentage of your damage is potentially invested for future damage, assuming that it's not cleansed or anything, or it just expires. So we talked about those three, and then Nature Sundering fractures the target. So this is what we just talked about. Removes Aftershock and deals that much damage. So this is a pretty standard ability. I guess the nice thing is if you were in a group situation, you really only need one person with this fracture ability. So but at the same time, it does synergize. So you probably end up wanting Earth. But yeah, this is just your spender so that you can fracture. Not bad. Earth's Gift grants 5% physical damage reduction and 10% magic damage reduction, and causes your passive to also reflect range damage for 10 seconds. This is pretty solid. I don't think there's anything kind of super great about this, like 5% damage reduction and 10% magic damage reduction. It's okay. I don't think it's super great. You're not getting a whole lot of value out of this, just like in the game in general. But if you can get those stats on top of like a decent build, it's okay. And then Living Stone deals earth damage to nearby enemies, grants a health shield equal to 50% of missing health, and increases physical and magic armor rating by 20% for 12 seconds. So this is pretty solid. We talked about some of the other ones. I don't off the top of my head. I think Strike of Wolves here, right? So you can get this, you can start stacking physical and magic armor rating by 20%. This one gives you 20%. So on top of the physical armor that you already have, you're using something like Living Stone and then also Strike of Wolves. You can start stacking that, and talk about being tanky. Like, good luck hitting you. Living Stone is a really interesting ability. Like, this ability used to be insanely strong. It had no cooldown. It had it was like 150 courage cost or something like that. Ridiculous ability, super broken. You could just spam it, and then you could use your Restore Vitae, and you would just live indefinitely. And they couldn't do anything. And if they were really feeling frisky, they'd Stony Reprisal. Stony Reprisal was actually broken too, so you could one-shot like elite trolls and things like that with it because of the way it was set up. So yeah, it's okay now. Like, it's definitely in its weakest form. I had originally thought because you got to remember the shield is only based on your HP, so you're really only getting value out of it if you're low HP. It kind of suffers from that same problem that called the Valhalla ability does for Mjolnir. Like, you have to be lower. I think it's still okay because you can use it at like 50% HP and you're going to get a 25% shield for your HP, which is still good. But you can also use it for the physical and magic armor rating. So I don't know. I think it's okay. It also does the AoE and damage. So there's a lot of utility, a lot of different use cases for this. Definitely not as good as it used to be. And when I compare it to like the overall utility of something like charge the enemies and then root them in a group, like, holy cow, like this is it's like a game defining ability right here. Living Stone is like, meh. You're gonna get a ton of value out of this if you're 1v1ing though. Like if you're 1v1ing someone and then they get you down to 10% and then you throw that shield on, I mean, they can't attack you until that shield is gone, because not only are they having to hit you through the shield, but you have like guts and other things like that to mitigate damage. You have Restore Vitae probably ticking in the background. So, and the cooldown of Living Stone going up. So you might, you can do that. So I think for like a solo build, this might be viable, but, in a group setting, I think it's not as good for sure. Maybe second, I don't know, maybe tied for second. And then we'll talk about, if I had to do a build on this one, I'd go Living Stone, and then I would probably go Restore Vitae, and then you could kind of decide from there what you want to spend the last 2 points on. You might go down to Strike for Wolves so that you can get a little bit more tanky, you get the extra block value, or you could go and get the knockback and then the remove control effects. If you really wanted to, you could get rid of Restore Vitae and then go down and get Grants Immunity, but you're already kind of getting the control effects immunity here from Unstoppable River. So I would probably value the charge more. So personally, I'd probably go Vitae, Rebuke Foe, and Unstoppable River. This is going to pick you pretty gross in a 1v1 situation, and it's also going to give you a fair amount of synergy with like an Earth group. So if you have like an Empath or a Druid or whoever, not an Empath, sorry, I was thinking Druid, a Druid or a Forest Stalker dealing Earth damage, or like a Redcap or anybody, and then you have the opportunity to fracture if they've died or whatever. You can still kind of clutch that out, and then you have the reflection damage on top of it. I would probably end up going Living Stone and then these three personally. And then finally, we got Prowess here. So Nature's Vengeance deals weapon damage. Damage is increased equal to the target's percentage of missing health. It's 125 courage, so it's a little pricier, but you can do ever increasing damage based on how much. So there's a little bit of a skill window here. Like, are you using this ability while people are lower HP? You're getting, it's a win more kind of ability. So I'm not a huge fan of win mores unless they are really oppressive, and this, I don't think this is oppressive. So it's okay. We already talked about Restore Vitae. We talked about Rebuke Foe, the knockback. Unstoppable Force is a charge that removes effects. We already talked about that one. Whirlwind deals weapon damage to nearby enemies. All enemies are knocked back except your target, and that's Whirlwind. So this one is pretty solid. All nearby enemies, right? They're knocked back except for your target. So this is great if you were, just think about this in your mind a little bit. Let's say you got a melee train that's just moved in on your healer from one side and you're on the other side. And then you whirlwind, you knock back 2 or 3 people, and then you combine that with something else. Now, I wish you could combine that with Roots of the Earth, which that would be sick, right? I mean, I'm just thinking in my mind that you don't have enough points to do it. So, don't get too excited. But that's the kind of idea. Like, let's say you have another Fianna in your group that is spec'd for Roots of Earth, and then you have Whirlwind. So you throw out Whirlwind, you knock this melee train of 3 people back off your healer, and then they hit it with a Roots of Earth, and then they AoE root everybody for 4 seconds. That's pretty gross. That's the kind of synergy we're talking about. So love that one. Oh, we got a little CSE in the background. And then Whirlwind, and then Escapable Vines pulls the target to you, then roots them for 3 to 5 seconds. This one is super common. I think people are used to being pulled back and then rooted by this. This ability is gross and good. I really like this Prowess line for utility. It's pretty solid. And then Natural Strength deals weapon damage in a cleave, knocks back targets, and stuns them for 2 to 4 seconds. So another just high utility ability. Like you're getting the stun for another 2 seconds. So at this point, you kind of have a 3-second root, you have a knockback, you have a charge here, you have another knockback, and then on top of all that, you have another 2-second stun and another knockback. So I mean, you can really, I mean, this whole line is really about control. You're kind of like I want to say like a blue deck for Magic the Gathering or something like that. You're really ruining people's day here. Less damage focused than something like Nature's Cry and just in general, this ability to attack. Fianna is less damage centric in general, but man, this line right here, so CC heavy, very strong, a little bit more sustain and general utility with just like reflecting damage back to people all the time. But if I had to choose based on this line and I really wanted Nature Strength, I would obviously go down here. And then if I had to choose between these, because this ability is so heavy into CC, and I already have this remove control effects, and we already have Juggernaut, which is removing control effects, I don't think I'd be as... And I already have Restore Vitae. I don't think I would want this remove root and snares as much. Like, I just don't think I'm getting as much value out of it as I might if I was one of these other specs. But I go all here, and then, like I said, this line is just gross. So I'd probably end up going for the extra damage reflect. You can build extra aftershock if that's what your group is doing. If someone's focusing you, you're getting extra block value, and you're reflecting a bunch of that damage back. And actually, this Stone Your Prize does earth damage, right? So the reflect is double dipping, because not only are you dipping to take the damage, but then you're also applying earth damage, which applies aftershock, which you can then fracture. So that's the kind of damage multiplication where the numbers get really gross. So I think this will be overall really solid. So if I had to choose, though, so I know we talked about speccing individually, I'm not sure. I might actually just go with a line here. I think I would probably go prowess all the way, and then I would probably go for this as well. I'd probably go down to Forest of Thorns if I had to choose right now. There might be some use cases with something like Nature's Cry where you're doing a lot of weapon damage and you really want to pump stuff out. And then you also want Roots of Earth, because like there's a lot of utility in this one. I feel like you're getting so much utility out of prowess that it overshadows this AoE root a little bit. But if somebody wants to go Nature's Cry and they want that ability to kind of pump out damage, there's really a lot of options here. If you're more solo oriented, you're probably going to want to go with Form of Danu, because while I'm saying that there's a lot of utility, you don't really want to use these in solo situations for the most part. Like, you want the heal and you want like the CC immunity, but in general, like you don't want to knock people back in a 1v1. The root is nice if you want to pull them, but it's so deep down, you're not getting value at 5 points. You got to take all this other stuff that you, for the most part, don't really want, or doesn't have as much value in my mind as like a shield with this much value, or all that reflect damage, or the ability to fracture if you can out-sustain them, and so on and so forth. And as damage goes down, you're able to use Nature's Vengeance as a spender if you don't want to spend on something like Nature's Fury. So yeah, I don't know. It's I think that's probably what I would go for. You could maybe go with something trust in the forest. It's a similar situation, right? Because as the enemy goes down, instead of dealing damage based on the percent of missing HP, you're getting courage, which you can then transform into either damage or utility. So it just kind of depends on the situation. But I think if I had to spec, I'd probably be in a group situation and I'd want to go Natural Strength into Forest, or I'd want to get the AoE root, and then I'd probably pick up the Invulnerability here. So really up to you. Some people are just going to get Living Stone, but it's just not as good as it used to be. So I think that's kind of a trap. So yeah, we'll jump over to Black Knight next. All right, Black Knight. So let's talk about this one. We already kind of talked about these really quickly, but I'll run through them. And if you just skipped here, We got Bash, stuns for 2 and 4 seconds. Hammer the Gap, it charges a target and deals weapon damage based on that charge. You have Shield Wall, prevents all physical damage for 10 seconds. Very good ability. Juggernaut is like a class-defining ability. It kind of mitigates your control effects. It gives you movement speed. It reduces the damage that you take. Like, a solid, very strong ability. And then Martial Prowess. This gives you 55% chance to parry, and then deals shadow damage to attackers when you parry. This is pretty good. I think there's more value on it for something like Black Knight, where they already get some other parry abilities, but we'll have to run through the abilities just to double check, and then I'll talk about that if I see through it. So let's start with the first line. I'll run through each one and then give it a build for that, and then maybe what I would build depending on the situation. So we got the Justice line. First, we have Righteous Strike. It deals weapon damage, so this is just your average builder ability. This one doesn't have a snare built into it, so it looks like that's over on Shadow Cleave, but that costs courage, so I'd have to double check here. Yeah, so interesting on Black Knight when you look at it compared to the other ones. Fianna and Mjolnir are building courage based on their base ability, but it looks like the snare base ability for Black Knight is a little bit lower. They're only getting 50 courage compared to the other ones. But the difference here is it looks like this one lasts a little bit longer. You can get a 5 or a 10-second snare. So you're kind of giving up some of that potential DPS to snare people. I don't know, pretty strong. And then if you want to switch over, I don't know. I think maybe a little bit just on the base level, if you're just comparing the two abilities, I'm not a huge fan of this. But, you know, I think it's okay. It seems fine. And if you can hit somebody panicked, like 10 seconds is a long time in a group fight. So yeah, not terrible at all. So let's start with Justice though. So Righteous Strike, we have Blade of the Duelist, deals weapon damage and decreases the target's weapon damage dealt by 25% for 10 seconds. Usable again within 6 seconds. The second use deals weapon damage and deals 100% damage to the debuff target. This is great. You know, you take the first part and decreases the target's weapon damage dealt by 25% for 10 seconds. That's huge. I mean, that's such a good ability in general. Like, and it's so early on in your track. I mean, this is just solid ability. You know, I don't know. The damage numbers get changed so much. Like, it's hard for me to really say, but I think this ability is very strong. Just on its face, like you're doing just flat, you're getting flat value out of it. So we're going to see stats change. We're going to see weapons change, but I think this ability is in a really good place, not just because you're decreasing a 10-second, you're putting a 10-second debuff on somebody. Now, it can be cleansed, right? So there's a point to be made there that you might not get all the value out of it, but certainly in a 1v1 situation, you're getting a ton of value out of it. And then in a group situation, you're probably getting a little bit. Like, it's going to help you peel if someone is on your healer and the train is on them. You can throw this on to, you know, either their Mjolnir or one of their or a Fianna if they're in melee range, right? If there's an assassin on somebody, this is a really strong tool in general. And you could, if you're picking off some of the archers that are attacking or the range damage dealers, you could throw this one on. Maybe they're out of range of the cleanses, and the only thing they're getting is kind of like this residual healing. I think this is a strong, solid ability. Faith is my shield, increases your block value until the next time you block within 5 seconds by 200. So you're kind of noticing this trend with Fianna and Black Knight, that they both have shield synergies. Like Mjolnir, they can use a shield now, but they have no abilities that synergize with it. I'm not even asking that they can, but you know, that you get a little bit of damage mitigation passively from that Mjolnir doesn't get, that they're kind of required to keep their passive up and things like that. But yeah, I mean, this is okay. I mean, nothing to really write home about here. Anytime you have a tank class like this and you get kind of this bread and butter little blocking, I'm never really impressed, but you know, maybe somebody will find a good use for that. Behold, deals weapon damage. This is solid. You know, we talked about Nature's Fury earlier and Crush. These are your standard like spender abilities to really pump out damage. They can be useful in groups if your goal is to deal damage and it's low enough on the rung, like Crush was a tier 1 ability. That's solid. You can use that. I picked that up as a little bit of an offshoot. I think it was Nature's Fury from Fianna. It's a little bit deeper in the line. Like, I'm less impressed because of the point investment. I don't have much to say about it because, yeah, sure, it deals damage, but you have to invest so much to get it. I don't know. It doesn't seem super great to me. Take Me If You Can grants courage for each nearby enemy. This is great, especially if you're in a group fight. This ability multiplies based on the coefficient of people attacking or in the area. So really good for situations where people are attacking your healer and they're all clumped up. You probably want to use this kind of thing on cooldown in general. Like, you don't want to be waiting 10 or 20 seconds to get the value. Now you could, right? Like, I mean, it depends on how many people you're getting. So, like, you'd have to do the math between the cooldown and the courage you're getting ratio. If you're getting 300 courage per minute, if you wait on people, but you're only getting 200 if you use it on cooldown, you'd have to do the math yourself and like the kind of situations you find yourself in and the way your group is working. So I like this ability. I think this is strong. I think any kind of way you can amplify your damage output like this and spike it, and variably as well, because like there's no limit on this. You could max out your courage in one hit in a group fight with this ability. Like, strong. Heals you, removes root and snare effects from you, and grants you immunity to root and snare. This is pretty good. This is just like Wotan's that we talked about earlier. Fianna also had one. Pretty solid. This one's a little bit later. Now, I will say, I didn't mention it in the video, but I kind of thought it. This is almost like a capstone ability, so I don't mind it being this late. I think you're still getting value if you're spending this much. I mean, this line in general is pretty good. Like, the faith ability is kind of whatever, but and then I'd say the courage is okay, but behold is very solid. Blade of the Duelist is good. Stand Against the Dark, you're getting that heal utility as well as snare removal. I think it's pretty good. But holy cow, guys, Justice, the capstone ability, Unbreakable Faith, grants you and nearby allies immunity to damage and control effects for 6 seconds. Holy cow. I was in the Discord. Somebody said it is the same thing as a paladin bubble in a group. And I was just like, this ability is nuts. You can give you and 7 of your other greatest friends 8 bubbles to give complete damage and control immunity. Thank God there are no Hearthstones, because it would be so funny if you could get your whole group was getting their butts kicked, and then the Black Knight pops this and you all just bubble away, right? You bubble Hearth away. Hilarious. Like, this ability is insanely strong. You can use this to survive on low HP. You can use it to mitigate really deadly burst windows, like a heal debuff when the healer is like stunned and can't heal, or can't cleanse, you don't have abbots or whatever. The damage, the potential of this ability is crazy. This is by itself one of the strongest abilities in the game. Like, bar none. Like, this is an insanely strong ability. There's the Forest Stalker. They can throw that clouds down on the ground. You can use Unbreakable Faith. You can mitigate all of that damage. But they could have a poison cloud and root you on a spike growth field, and you could use this. You don't take any damage. You're not mitigated at all. Your healer gets 100% uptime to heal you. This ability is insane. I think we'll talk about the rest of the stuff here. This ability for solo and groups is crazy. The fact that it's in the same line with things like Behold, so that you're getting like solid damage out and then a little bit of utility from Blade of the Duelist, I think is really good. This ability is crazy. If I had to choose this, I'd probably go with this one, and then we'll run through these other ones really quickly. You have Steel Bargain, grants 10% physical damage reduction and 5% magic damage reduction for 10 seconds. Solid. 10% damage reduction. That's like 10 stacks of... it's like 5 stacks. Oh, I was right the first time. 5 stacks of Mjolnir passive for this for 10 seconds. So double the duration. Not quite as much value, but solid ability. This is nice for when you're taking things. 10% is like a little low, so like I don't think it's like crazy or anything like that. It's not nothing to write home about, but it's solid. Night Terrors gives you, it's night with a K is a little weird. I like that. That was fun. Deal shadow damage to nearby enemies. Solid, good AoE spender. It's in the same line as Shadow Cleave, which is interesting. You're cleaving and snaring people. It is a cost spender, but then you also have it in the same line as Night Terror. So definitely going for that like AoE feel. I see what the capstone is. I think that's Aura of Death, right? Or Aspect of Death. Yeah. So definitely an AoE theme here. And then Blackened Blade adds 300 shadow damage to your next 3 melee attacks within 10 seconds. So this is good. This is just like a basic amp ability. And then Arm of Arthur grants you a debuff for 4 seconds. At the end of that duration, deals shadow damage to nearby enemies and additional damage equal to 75% of damage taken during the effect. This is the same thing as Retribution Aura. It's actually super early. So a lot of value out of this one. Black Knight's Challenge charges your target, deals weapon damage, and roots them for 6 and 8 seconds. Holy cow, guys. And then Submit deals weapon damage, usable again within 6 seconds. Second use deals weapon damage and stuns the target for 2 to 4. Man, I'll be honest with you. I think if I was going for this, I would just pop down here to Submit. I would go all 6 points into Unbreakable Faith. I would pop down and grab the stun, the charge for 6-second root, and then also this ability, like get off me kind of thing. Like if you got Steel Bargain, you're doing a little bit of damage mitigation, but if somebody's hitting you and you're able to reflect that damage back, I think you're getting a ton more value out of that. It's almost like you got Night Terrors and Steel Bargain. Well, it's more like Night Terrors actually, isn't it? But you're kind of getting the same value here out of these, maybe a little bit more consistent out of Night Terrors, but this one is solid. It's a cooldown. It doesn't cost courage, but you're getting this root and you're getting the stun, like solid DPS. You already can kind of spend with Behold. You've got that natural damage. I think these are great. You got snares, like super solid. I think if I had to build it, I'd probably just build it like this too. I don't think we'll talk about the other ones, but this is solid build right here. Justice, 6 Justice, and then 3 into Vengeance. Okay, ways, Dark Ways. We talked about Steel Bargain, Night Terrors, and Blackened Blade. Next is Born in Darkness. Charges your target and greatly increases shadow resistance for a short duration. Shadow resistance is pretty niche. Like, unless you're fighting a Shadow Walker or someone that's dealing other, they create a Mordred server and you're fighting another Black Knight. I don't think there's a ton of value in this one. Charges are always good, but you already have Hammer the Gap and you're going to have this Black Knight's Challenge. You don't need this. This is kind of low value. Not a huge fan of this one. Dreadcry removes all control effects from you and inflicts 400 panic to nearby enemies. 400 panic is whatever. If this said inflicts panicked on everyone in an AoE, I mean, it would be very strong, right? Because you could literally panic yourself, but you already have so many control removals. You have Juggernaut already. You got this charge. You got remove snares. I don't think you really need this. It does remove all control effects, so if your whole job is peeling, there might be a place for this somewhere. Like if you want to go like 5 here, you want 2 for the stun, and then, or for the root, excuse me, and then you got 2 more. You probably go 1 for the stun, and then you could go for a little bit of damage amp or something. I probably just end up going see how I keep going back to this one. I will say the big thing about going, well, no, but actually Unbreakable Faith doesn't have that problem either. I was going to say you don't get Behold because that's like your consistent DPS spender, but when you go Justice, you do get it. So you end up just getting this. But if you're here, you're weaker here, because if you want this utility, you need to spend to get this stuff. So Dreadcry does the 400 in control. It's okay. I mean, it's pretty standard ability. Aspect of Death applies an aura to you and deals shadow damage and inflicts 150 panic to nearby enemies every 1.5 seconds for 9 seconds. So we can just do the math there. You get 300 every 3 seconds. So you get 900 panic that you can apply in an AoE, and then this Dreadcry. So this is pretty solid. It's one of the few ways that you can actually inflict panic on people. If you're applying that 400 panic and then you're also getting that 900, you start getting access to these 8-second snares, to these 4-second stuns, There's a lot of value there. So I think that in niche scenarios, there's actually some real use here, because you're already surrounded by AoE, right? You're using Night Terrors, you're using Shadow Cleave, you're using Aspect of Death. You've got all this shadow AoE pumping out. You have the immunity to control effects, so people aren't really able to lock you down. And then you still have the extra charges, and you can, spec over to, the extra utility for charges and AoE damage. So I think that there's a little bit of a niche here. It's definitely not useless, like less useless than, say, Call of Valhalla or Thunderhead. Like, I think there's a use case here for applying Panic in certain situations. The thing is, though, you always need minstrels, but I just like this one because, like, let's say someone attacks you, the warrior, I'm always thinking like melee train is going in. You can pop this one, and then everyone is like panicked all of a sudden, and then you can start applying those really long stuns and snares. And if someone's not cleansing those debuffs, then you're running into a bad situation. I'd still say I think it's the weakest one, because when you compare it to something like Unbreakable Faith, like, it's not even close, right? This is an insane ability. So yeah, ton of value here. This is okay, but if I had to choose, I'd go all the way 6 into Aspect of Death, and then I'd probably still end up just going Vengeance. Like I said, there might be some use case where you really want this 25-second damage reduction, and then that damage amplification or behold. But I think in general, you're going to want that charge, and all 3 of these abilities are really solid. So yeah, I'd probably go 6 into Dark Ways, and then 3 into Vengeance if I had to. And then Vengeance, we already talked about Arms of Arthur, Black Knight's Challenge, and Submit. We did talk a little bit about Mark of Vengeance. So this is just like a damage amplification, similar to the Veilstalker one. And then Served Cold. This ability, I'm so sad to see this one so low into Vengeance, because this was actually, I'm actually glad to see this, because I think it's more balanced this way. But this was such a disgusting combo. Like, this line right here has some hidden potential. If you combo something like Served Cold with Arm of Arthur, you're taking all that damage in, and you're going to deal 75% of the damage back. But then you get damage amplification on top of it. So grants you 2% damage dealt per 1% missing HP. So if you're taking damage, naturally your HP is probably going to be lower, right? And even if you're getting healed, you're still taking all that damage. But in general, like, let's say you're at 50% HP, you get 2% damage dealt per 1% missing. So if you're missing 50 and you get 2, you get 100% damage boost. So you can deal 150% of the damage back with this. Like, I've seen this kill 3 people at the same time. It does a disgusting amount of damage when you start comboing it with stuff like this. So this, it's more of a meme though. I don't think this is super good overall, but it could be good. Like, if you, it starts to become additive when you are adding some of these debuffs. So if you're nerfing, or it might be multiplicative, but in general, like, in games, when you start adding these different debuffs together, inevitably you end up hitting some kind of additive window, and then your damage just takes off. But yeah, so you do, yeah, I won't get into that right now. So I would say this line is pretty solid. I mean, we already talked about these 3 abilities being pretty solid. Arm Arthur is pretty whatever. You get these, you get the damage amp, but you're getting this damage based on missing HP. So this is really solid in a 1v1 situation. This is solid in group situations where, your HP is constantly kind of fluctuating. You're going to get some kind of value here. And then it's also really good when you want to pop it during an intense situation. And then Iron Fist charges the target and deals weapon damage in an area around them, stuns targets for 2 to 4 seconds. So this is really similar to the root we talked about, but instead of a root, it is a shorter duration stun. So this is pretty gross. I mean, this ability is solid. I think it's probably better than Aspect of Death in general, because a stun is a really great situation, is a really good situational tool. But you can combine it with things like Submit, so you're getting a 2 or 4 second stun. You have Iron's Fist, 2 to 4 second stun. You're getting some value. I still think it's overshadowed by Unbreakable Faith, because this is insane. This is really good. But if you want to kind of style on people a little bit, it might be fun. And I think there's a little bit of burst damage potential here. You throw Mark of Vengeance on somebody. You guys have a fight. They get you down to 50, 90%. You hit that guts threshold and you get a little bit extra effective HP. And then you hit Severed Cold and you just start stunning them and maybe beholding them. So if I had to go Vengeance, right, I would probably grab Iron Fist, and then we can get these first 3. You could go for the damage amp here. It's 800, but I think you want Behold. I think you go all the way Vengeance, and then you go down Behold. You are missing out on this disgusting group buff. You don't get the heal. You don't get this grants courage, but you get Behold, which is a good spender, so you can really pump out damage. And it's a little bit, I think, more effective than something like Shadow Cleave, but mileage may vary. This is going to be better in an AoE situation. And then you also get this damage debuff. So I think these are the best ones. And then you're getting all of this. So in a 1v1, I think this might actually be a little bit better than Unbreakable Faith. Like, sure, Unbreakable Faith is strong in a 1v1, but you also, most classes have some kind of tool that they can at least outlive this kind of thing. In a group setting, it's much harder because, inevitably, if there are 8 people around, you're just going to get, and everybody is immune, like, you're going to get a lot of value out of it. The value is the coefficient is based on the number of people, right? So you get more value the more people there. But this, you're just really pumping damage. You got status effects, like you're flying all over the place. You're charging. You have damage reduction. You're charging. Like, this is a solid line that I think a lot of people will take. And if you're in a melee train right now and your goal is not to is to pump out as much damage as possible, I still think maybe you get enough value out of Behold by itself and you should go Unbreakable Faith. But if you really just want to see the biggest numbers and like maybe you're in like a 3 or a 4 man and your goal is like you're not getting quite as much value out of Unbreakable Faith, you're getting an insane amount. But if you want to like be able to target somebody, debuff them, stun them, and then you guys are having fights, you pop Severed Cold to get that extra damage, and then you start beholding to maybe you open with Iron Fist to like get in there really quickly, charge in, and then stun, and then behold to like dump. I think it's gross. So I think this one is it's not close in my mind. I just I don't think it's really comparable, but I definitely think it's probably got more uses than Aspect of Death. So I'd probably go this one, and then I'd grab Behold as well. The stim here is okay, but not nearly as good as probably a consistent Behold would be. So yeah, that's what I would do. And then, like I said, if I had to choose, I'd probably go Justice, and then I'd grab Submit. You're getting Charge, you're getting this extra utility from the AoE damage. It's like a Monk Karma aura, very good. And then you're getting that stun. So yeah, really good. Pretty solid. I think Black Knight is pretty good. I think Mjolnir is pretty good. I think Fianna are both is also pretty good. So I don't want to rank them. I think you be the judge. It's pretty good. But yeah, all right. We'll jump on to the next ones. So this will start the assassin section. We'll start with Shadow Walker. So first ability is Enter Veil. I'm not going to go into all this, but basically this is the ability to go into like an enhanced stealth where you enter like another dimension. People can't hit you. You can fight other people that are there. You can use some abilities that kind of trigger out. So we'll kind of skim over that. But yeah, this is solid. Like, this is really good. People can use this to great effect. So yeah, pretty solid. Low blow deals weapon damage and stuns the target for 0.75 in 2 seconds. This ability is really kind of whatever. Not terrible, but it's okay. Like, it's a really nice way to maybe stop casts now. It's very similar to like a kick would be. Now you have to always remember like DR and things like that, but yeah, no, not terrible. And I think it actually adds a fair bit of utility overall. This was an ability that Shadow Walkers had before. Now it's like an overall assassin archetype ability. So yeah, I think this is okay. Kind of, like I said, a kick. Cut a path, briefly enters the veil and greatly increases movement speed, then exits the veil again. So this is another one I'm noticing some, I don't want to say homogenization, but some of the better abilities were being moved. So cut the path was something that Redcap's had. It's the ability where you run forward in a dash, and then you like kind of teleport through the veil for a second. You run, and then you pop out the other end into the real world. It's going to be really interesting, and you're going to kind of change the meta up a little bit. I think it's going to add the skill ceiling. It's going to make that higher for assassins in general, but it's going to make for really interesting fights. I think it's going to be really tough for some people to lock them down as well if they don't really know what's going on. And then it's also going to make it really interesting for Veilstalkers when we get to them, because if somebody cuts the path and you cut the path, like there's a potential there maybe that you can maybe you can do something while you're both in the veil. So I'm not 100% sure like how it'll all work, because you know we haven't had Veilstalker and Redcap abilities combined, so I don't know if the recovery frames or like the abilities, you don't really have the option to do that kind of stuff, but maybe we'll see. And then fast exit. This was the Veilstalker one that was taken in. So I noticed that we got one of each and actually two of each, because this this is Veil Redcap and Cut the Path, where Death on the Wind were both abilities that they had. So sorry, fast exit. Basically, when you enter the veil, you can exit quickly and you get stealth for 6 seconds. So Veilwalker has a really great use for this, but it's pretty good because the veil is not a normal area. You can lose determination and health while you're there. So being able to exit is nice, but it's also really a great way to infiltrate. You can enter the veil, sneak in somewhere, and then fast exit will let you pop out with a little animation. They can't see you, but they can see that little black flux. So people that are paying attention will at least have an idea that someone has just exited the veil, but you'll be stealthed for 6 seconds. So pretty strong option. Synergize is really good with Shadow Walker too, because they have an all the time stealth, so they can exit and then make sure they're stealthed. So yeah, not bad. And then Death on the Wind instantly leaps out from the veil to your target and deals weapon damage, only usable while in the veil and only on targets in the normal plane. So this is kind of what I was talking about before. Cut a path, briefly enters the veil, greatly increases movement speed, and then exits the veil again. The idea is cut the path and then Death on the Wind, so you can kind of like combo into yourself a little bit. So it seems like everybody's getting a little bit of that. I don't want to focus on this too much, because the interactions are going to kind of depend on which class you're playing, but we'll run through all these really quickly. So Loki's Punishment, this is like your bread and butter poison. Poison Dagger does 1200 poison damage. This is costs 375 determination. So you can apply poison to people. Subtlety Blade deals weapon damage. This is just a normal spender, no snare on this. Does normal weapon damage. Cut the path, or cut down, I'm sorry. Deals, I got that confused with just in my mind, cut a path and cut down. Sorry, dyslexia. Cut down deals weapon damage, 50% damage if target is below 50% HP. This one looks pretty good on paper. In practice, it doesn't seem to work out as well. I think I ended up doing like 1800 to 2000 damage when I used this ability. I'm not sure if it's totally. We got another UCE person popping in here. Let's see. Cut the path. So like this is okay, but the problem is it's going to cost you to use it, and you're not really getting a huge payoff. So in general, I'd probably rather just use a normal builder and maybe not get that burst damage. If you're going to die anyway, and like you're just at the end of your rope, it's okay. It's all right to use, but you know, it's all right. Endure Suffering heals 2100 damage over 18 seconds. Effect is removed when hit. So the problem with this ability is it's removed when it's hit. So like it's actually a little bit more healing than Restore Vitae on the Fianna, but when you are attacking, you don't get any value, or when you're getting attacked, you don't get any value out of it. So you can't pop this to heal in combat. It is purely an ability that is outside of combat to like regenerate. And when you're out of combat, you're already kind of regenerating, like, and determination takes so long to build up. I don't know. I don't think there's a huge amount of value. I do end up using it, but you know, it's okay. Acidic Venom deals 640 poison damage over 8 seconds. Like, what is that damage? That is nothing. But then also reduces physical armor rating by 60 for the duration. So this is pretty good. I actually don't use this one as much because in general, when you look at the repertoire of assassins, they're actually not doing a whole lot of weapon damage. You're actually doing much more dot damage than anything. So you don't end up usually wanting to use a cooldown to reduce armor. Now, with the way that the spec lines are being split up, I think this, you'll see a lot more value out of this one, or you'll at least get to use it at the end of your rotation, because you're going to start spamming your builders at the end of whatever your kill combination is. So yeah, it's okay. I think it's fine. And 60 physical armor rating is a lot when you compare how much like a cloth user gets or something like that. So I think it's pretty significant damage increase. So yeah, I think this one might be slept on right now because everything else kind of the current combos outshadow it. But as soon as this patch drops, I think there might be a little bit more value. Chains of the Underworld creates an area of shadow ground on the target for 8 seconds. Enemy in the area are snared by 40%. I like this one. It's a ranged snare that operates in an AoE. You just don't end up really using it very much. Like you can use it if like you're chasing somebody down, but it feels a little clunky in the way that it works. I think if you're going this poison spec, it'll be okay and you get some utility out of it. But not my favorite. Not my favorite ability. Most of these, actually, these 4 are not my favorite at all. This whole line before these last 2 is kind of, meh. Now we get to the last 2. So you get Punish Hubris. This is the ability right now that you can use to solo Keep Lords. You can solo doors. You can do a ton of damage to tanks. This ability is awesome. I don't care if somebody purges it because I'll just put it right back on them and they're going to start taking 5% damage. I think this is really strong in... and the problem is stealthers don't live very long usually in group fights. But if you could keep this up in a group fight, you would do a tremendous amount of damage because people would not be able to heal through, and healers are pretty gross right now. So there's a ton of value in this. It is extremely strong against tanky individuals. Like I said, I think the cap is like 4,000 damage per tick or something like that right now. But it's not, I mean, that's a ton, right? Like if you're attacking a player or a door or even a keep lord, like, I mean, most people are not doing 4,000 damage every 1 to 1.5 seconds. So yeah, great ability. Punish Hubris, love this one. Ton of utility on this. You can basically apply this to anyone and you're going to end up getting something like 20% of their HP by just using this ability. So yeah, really like this one a lot. And then Toxic Ash. This one is really great. The target can't be healed for the duration. So I think it's interesting that when I look at some of the capstone abilities here, Toxic Ash being up here is interesting to me. I think there's a place for this, but I'm just a little hesitant with the way the meta is set up right now. There's a lot of value in not being able to heal someone. Like healers are a little tuned high or are tuned well right now. And there's a whole bunch of ways that healers can cleanse abilities, that Devouts can cleanse abilities. I'm really not 100% sure you want to take this. Because like when I look at this line, I see worse bad ability. This does almost no damage. This is, it costs determination usually, so you don't really want to use this ever. Enduring Suffering is like a nice to have, but you don't really use this. Acidic Venom, I think there's going to be some value there, so I think it will probably be at least worth using, but I'd have to do more testing to be sure. The snare is like, okay, I guess they're still not doing any damage. So like at this point, we've gone through our first 6 abilities in this line, and I'm just not impressed by anything I'm seeing. We get down to Punish Hubris, very solid, but that's still only like the top. We're really only able to use this in the top 50% of our HP, because once you get under 50% HP, you're only doing 5% of your current health, right? So 5% of your 50% of HP, you're doing like 2.5 damage or something. Like, I don't know. It does not scale very well. It's not the best thing. It is good for like tank breaking for sure, because 2.5% even on a tank can end up being a lot of damage. But yeah, I don't know. And it's a dot that can be cleansed. And then Toxic Ash, it has use, but like I'm not doing any damage in this line. I can heal debuff. And if somebody's not paying attention, it's not going to get cleansed. But if you got a Devout, if you got multiple Devouts in your group, they're cleansing everything all the time. This is going to get pulled right off. I think this line is pretty not my favorite. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one. If I had to pick Loki's Punishment, it's going to be, I mean, this kind of ability is what I would call a noob crusher. I think I talked about it a little bit earlier. This is the kind of ability that, like, if a healer doesn't know what's going on, like, they're just going to die. Like, they can't, it's the same thing with the Black Knight is like a steroided version, because that one is just good. But, if somebody doesn't know how to fight a class that has CC and damage immunity for 6 seconds, like if you're fighting a paladin and they bubble and wow, and you're trying to attack them, and then the person just gets to hit you infinitely and you have no idea what's going on, that's a noob crusher. Like, and this ability is a noob crusher. It destroys people that don't have the awareness of what's going on, that don't understand that they can cleanse it. Like, they might know that they're being heal debuffed, but they don't know that they can pull it off. But as soon as you realize what's going on, like, this is so easy to deal with. Like, I'm trying to think about, like, I think I'm thinking the way people will think in like a year, in before memes, but about the game being dead in a month or something. But I'm having fun. So anyway, yeah, not a huge. I'm sorry to spend so much time on this too. I just, yeah, I would caution away from this one, I think, for most people. And then if I had to pick it though, I would just go 3 into Unseen. I would want the stealth increase in movement speed, the instant stealth exit, and then also the crit damage increase in crit damage. So you get a little bit of survivability from that evasion chance as well. So pretty solid. If I had to pick a spec, I'd probably go with Darkness Blade though. We talked about and I'll just say this too before we go on. I don't think anybody should go Unseen. Like, this is a kind of a interesting, the way he did the way, or I say he, the way UCE went about this is interesting, because these are all utility abilities. So, and none of these are really giving you dots early on. So, you do have this Shadow Bleed, which this is a solid dot. Like, you should be using this even if you're the poison line. But anyway, yeah, even if you get all this utility, like, you got no damage. Like, you can't take this. Like, you're like, if you pick Unseen, you're like role playing as a ninja. That's like all that's happening, because you don't have a whole lot of utility. Why you get low below twice? That's got to be a mistake, right? I am on a production build, so I will edit something in if this changes, but yeah, this is just overall, this doesn't make much sense to me, this whole line. So I just would say don't take this, and then just because these other ones are worthless, we're taking Loki's Punishment or Darkness Blade, and then we're pumping the last 3 into here. But yeah, so Darkness Blade deals shadow damage to nearby enemies. This is just like your basic cleave for it's like an AoE actually. So but it spends, you have to spend on it. It's okay. It's like, I think it's really good determination to damage ratio, but niche use case, because if you're an assassin and you're in the open and you're just enveloping darkness, like, yeah, you're getting like more value out of enveloping darkness, but like, you don't want to be doing that. Like, unless you're in like, if it was WoW and you were in a dungeon and like you could hit multiple enemies, there would be, I think, a use case there, because then it's kind of like Blade Flurry or something on Rogue and WoW Classic. But yeah, you don't want to be doing this. And then Immaterial Form reduces melee damage taken by 10%. This is solid. This is really good. 10% damage reduction. That's really, and it's passive, so it just sits on people. Like, that's not bad at all. Piercing Shadow teleports to your target and deals shadow damage. Snares the target by 30% for 4 to 8 seconds. This is great. This is really good. You can use this while rooted. You can snare people that are getting away if you don't have your cooldowns. It is probably better in general than Shadow Step. Shadow Step has always been really nice though, because you could like if there was a dark fool that was really far away and like you had your speed buff, you could kind of like tap Swift as Darkness and go. But now like Shadow Walker is definitely a lot weaker in general after this patch. So we'll have to see how it plays out. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about all of it. Now they get these tools too though, so it's going to be different, but they're probably pretty similar in strength now. It's just it's different. You have a little bit more combat maneuverability and less just like long range, like speed and stuff, which is probably healthy in general. I'd be really excited to see if somebody can make this work too, because yeah, I don't think these are like, they don't feel like skill defining to me. But anyway, so we were talking about Piercing Shadows, the teleport, and then Enervation. This ability is great. This is a self debuff, so you get to debuff your own damage type, and then you deal shadow damage on top of it. So deal shadow damage, inflict the debuff for 30% more. Really good. So your shadow bleed is going to do more. You could use Shadow Strike. I don't know if I would. I might use it if the target was already snared or CC'd or something like that, and you had this up, because you're going to get that extra damage. And then Shadow Vision is 3 to 6 seconds stun. This is great. It's like your Crippling Death Infiltrator move or whatever. 3-6 stun is great. And then Twilight Blade. This is the inverse kind of Punish Hubris. Instead of dealing damage based on HP, it's based on missing HP. So you get more value the lower they are. So right now the way it is, you can kind of start with Punish Hubris and you can end with Twilight Blade, and you kind of get both ends of the spectrum. Really strong, really good ability. Damaged equal to 40% of the target's missing health. So if they're missing 50%, you can do 40 of that, right? So what is that? 25% damage or something like that. You're doing a lot of damage. And that's over 12 seconds. So then you do 25 divided by 12, but still, like if you Enervation them, they're shadow debuffed. If you've stunned them, they can't do anything. And then if you Twilight Blade them and they're low, like, I mean, this is a really good self combo. This line is definitely the stronger one right now, I'd say. The nice thing about these as well is you can just keep reapplying these debuffs. And now Enervation you can't do. Once that's gone, like, you're gonna have to wait for the cooldown, but you can at least continue to reapply Twilight Blade and Soul Bleed, so you'll get some kind of consistent damage compared to something like. Now, actually, I haven't tested it. We can check really quickly. I guess some of my assumptions, I'm not even thinking of them as assumptions, but they could be. So let me just double check really quickly. This might be on a cooldown now. No, it's not. Okay, so as of this, it's still not. So I was right. So you could reapply this one. Toxic Ash. Now maybe they'll change that. I don't know. But as of right now, this is on a really long cooldown. Like, if you pop this and they don't die, like, I mean, you really cannot do anything else. So yeah, definitely would go here, and then I'd go. I'd pick these. You get that crit damage, and anyway, yeah, you'd go Master of Shadows, Vanish from Sight, and Shadow Form. Yeah, ignore. You can't get these normally, so ignore that. And then the rest of this is pretty good. This line is pretty meh, I think. And we'll move on. All right, Redcap. So we already talked about these on the Shadow Walker, but I'll run through them quickly. Enter Veil, let you enter the Veil. You can use this to combo with some of the other abilities. Low Blow is kind of like a kick or something like that. It's like a low DR stun that's going to let you interrupt casts and other things like that. You just got to be mindful of the DRs. Cut the Path, it's going to give you a speed boost. You can kind of enter the Veil, exit the Veil, pretty cool. Fast Exit, this lets you, when you're in the Veil, exit with stealth. So you can combo it with other things. And then Death on the Wind, this lets you, like, when you're in the Veil, attack people that aren't. So it can be really helpful for, moving around, for getting the jump on someone. If you're really close to dying and you need to get out of the Veil now, you can use this to, quickly get out and attack somebody and maybe win. So yeah, good situation. So let's start with these lines. So next we have Corrupted Blade, and we'll run through each of these. Poison Strike deals weapon damage and an additional 600 poison damage over 6 seconds. Dot effect can stack up to 3 times. So this is pretty good, right? Like, you can apply a buff, and then every time you're attacking, you can apply an ever increasing amount. So just, based on the tooltip, we're looking at like 1800 damage over 6 seconds. That's already good, but usually you kind of scale as well. So this is solid. It doesn't cost anything to use this. You do have to be in melee range, so like that 6-meter range, which feels a little close sometimes, but depending on latency and things like that, you can maybe get a little bit farther. Viper's Kiss deals poison damage and additional poison damage over 12 seconds. So this is just another poison ability, another way to deal damage. I think it's kind of comparable to the other ones, but some of the other abilities, but I'd probably still want to stack up depending on how much we're doing. It's okay. And then Caress of Death deals weapon damage plus 30% damage per poison on target up to 90%. So this is good. This is one of the reasons you want to start stacking poisons. You can deal almost 100% bonus damage based on this. So, the problem here is that it costs you determination. So it's the same kind of issue with cut down. But at least here you can use it at any time. So it gives you a little bit more maneuverability. You don't have to use it as a calling ability. You can use it as a, just a flat DPS increase if you're focusing down a target. So I think it's okay. Not like anything crazy. Poison Dart deals weapon damage and an additional 1200 poison damage over 12 seconds. This is just another damage ability. The nice thing about Poison Dart, though, is like it's a little bit ranged, so you don't have to be like right on top of somebody to use it. So if they're like running away, you can keep poison applications up. You're not you're kind of winning in that situation, right? Where like the homeostasis is a little bit in your favor. Poison Mastery, increased poison damage dealt by 10%. All these abilities are poison based, so this is great. Caress deals weapon damage, so you're not getting that 10% bonus there, but your Viper's Kiss, your Poison Strike effect, and then the Poison Dart after effect are all going to be pretty good. Flare of Corruption deals poison damage and snares the target by 20% for 48 seconds. That's great. Anytime we can get a little bit of something. Now you get snares passively on most melee abilities, so snares not anything crazy, but pretty good. And then if the target is suffering from 3 or more different poison effects, also stuns them for 1.5/2.5 seconds. So this is pretty solid. You're not, sorry, I had like a little pop-up. Oh, I'm getting a bunch. Okay, so Flare Poison, it's okay. Not the worst thing I've ever seen. Oh, we got a scout over there. Let's see. Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. I mean, you basically just get a stun. Like, if you're in this line, you're applying poisons, you can stun somebody. The duration is a little low. Like, 1.5 seconds is what you're probably going to be getting in most instances. If you're in a group fight as an assassin, wow, great job. Because that's tough work. But, yeah, I think it's okay overall. But you get a stun, basically, and you're going to get some value there. I don't think it's bad, especially with all this extra damage that you're doing. Deadly Catalyst deals poison damage and consumes all poison dots on the target, dealing 75% of the remaining damage immediately. This is really good. You can front load. So what you can do is you can apply all 3 stacks of Poison Strike, or what I would say is you could apply Viper's Kiss, you can apply Poison Dart, put all that up there. You can snare somebody, or really what you want, though, is to deal that poison damage over time, and then you can apply 3 stacks of Poison Strike, and then you can immediately Deadly Catalyst. And if they're not getting cleansed, they're already kind of struggling. I will say this is already better than the other one. You don't get that heal mitigation, but somebody has to be on top of cleansing like consistently. If they have a Devout in the group, or God forbid 2, where they're doing 4 debuffs, I think you can get some value here. I do think this is going to suffer in group content, but what I really like about it is, at least here, you can spend 2 or 3 cooldowns, and then you can just bust all your damage. So you do have the burst potential, but there is a lot of downside with cleanses. I think it's stronger in like a 1v1 kind of situation, unless you're trying to kill a healer or a Devout. No, Devout can heal. I've soloed on my Helbound before, multiple Redcaps, that like, because you can just heal and cleanse, like, it's really, I don't ever have an issue with it at all. Like, you can deal damage and heal while doing the damage, so you got the momentum on your side. And then when they spend every 2 cooldowns that they spend that you spend doing damage and healing, you can then use your third one to cleanse, and then they have to start again while you're doing damage and healing. Like, nobody has a chance of killing a Devout. But if you're just fighting other classes, I think this is pretty good actually. You're gonna kill casters with dots, because even if it's something like a Warlock, so this is TDD, so I'm trying to think of the casters. If you got like a Flame Warden who's like making immuning some damage for a while, or a Warlock, Chaos Weaver for Viking, if they're evading, while they can evade the hits, the dots are still applying. So you're going to eat casters up with this. You're going to eat up performers most likely, as long as you can get 1 or 2 of these out. I think this is pretty good. You're going to struggle in groups with cleanses and devouts. You're going to struggle in any like bigger capacity, but I think you'll really exceed in like 3 or 4 mans. Like, I think that they'd be really strong. Like, if they ever, which I actually kind of hope they don't, because I don't think the game really supports it. But if you had like a 3-man arena or something like that, I think this class would be pretty good until people figured out you could cleanse, right, with a Devout. But anyway, so yeah, kind of mid, I think, but really, really good noob crusher. I mean, you're gonna dot people up, and then they're just gonna die. And then let's see, Danu's Venge. Oh, if I had to choose, sorry, I'd go all the way down. You get the catalyst, you get that burst damage, the consistent damage, the amp to your poison. Then a little bit of utility with a snare there. And then here you can either go down Forest Walking or go Danu's Vengeance. Danu's Vengeance is going to let you remove the Aftershock for a disarm. This is crazy that this is so low in my mind. Like, you need to attack 1 time with Dagger to apply an Aftershock stack, and then you can immediately bind and grit. And this gives you a 4-second disarm. You take this slot no matter what. Like, I don't care which one of these you're doing, you're definitely taking Blind and Grit. Undermine deals earth damage, 100% Aftershock amount when attacking from behind. So you're really, like, if you're in any kind of small man, or even if you're really good, like if you really know what people are looking for, and you played a while, and you can get a bunch of Aftershock damage in with Undermine, like maybe on somebody off on the side, and you're able to kind of separate yourself away. And I don't know, I don't think there's a whole lot of value, but this is really great. Like, if you've just stunned somebody and you start stacking 100% Aftershocks, now you're probably spending Determination, right, which that's the downside here, and I don't think there's probably a whole lot of value, but it's all right, I guess. But Blinding Grit is really good. And then Obscuring Dust removes you from combat and applies stealth for 15 seconds. This is great. This is a really strong ability. If I was going Corrupted Blade, I'd probably grab this all the way down to Obscuring Dust, because this is just strong. Like, being able to pop into stealth on a class like Redcap that can't normally do it is really strong. And then just quickly we'll run through these. Slowing Slap deals poison damage, applies a poison debuff that snares the target for 20% for 6 seconds, and deals 480 poison damage over the duration. This is kind of whatever. I mean, the snare is nice, but yeah, the poison damage is so-so. You could, if you really wanted another poison to stick on, but you already have so many options for poisons, I really don't think you need this. If you wanted to cap out your damage as much as possible for Deadly Catalyst, you probably would want to apply this, but I don't think it's worth it. And then Deadly Thrust, this is just another spender that you can get, so kind of whatever, because it costs Determination, that already kind of lowers the value in my mind, and then it's just damage. So yeah, I don't think you'd really want to be using this, because the problem with Assassins is as you spend the Determination, once you hit a certain point, you start like max HP debuffing yourself, like not really worth doing, and you can't really regenerate until combat is over, because it just goes so slow. And then grants a 50% chance to avoid ranged physical attacks for 10 seconds. This is kind of whatever. I don't think this is great. So anyway, so yeah, that's what I would do with Corrupted Blade if I would go all Catalyst and then go Obscuring Dust. We already kind of talked about Blinding Grit. This is so good. Undermine is it's like a better than average value, I would say, because you're getting that damage. You're basically applying 2 hits with every hit because of the fracture ability. So yeah, I think that could be really good. Obscuring Dust, really strong, especially on a class that doesn't really have stealth. Deflecting stones negates the damage of the next 3 elemental hits taken within 30 seconds. This is kind of niche. You could use it to absorb big bolts or like AoE damage from mages, but I'd rather just kill the mage, honestly. So this is not great. Not super good. It's kind of a filler, I think. Shackles of Stone steals earth damage if the target has at least 1,000 aftershock. Also roots them for 3 seconds. Giving an assassin root is crazy, especially when you can do some of this other stuff. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I would want to go down this far, unless I was getting Final Fracture. But I think this line is pretty good utility early, but this late stuff is kind of mid. Like, so Shackles, like 3-second root is pretty good, but other classes kind of already get that, but they also have more survivability, or they have ranged attacks, and it's, or higher not really higher DPS, but I think it's okay. I would have to see it. The problem is you have the prerequisite of having 1,000 aftershock already, which is not super hard to get. You might be able to get that with Undermine immediately, right? So Undermine, you get a percentage of the damage as aftershock, right? So if you get 100% more, you're just like doubling up on on the extra value you're getting. So, like here, like if you do this Undermine and it does 1,500 damage, for example, and normally you get aftershock for that amount, so you get 1,500, and then a plus 100% aftershock, so you get 3,000 aftershock. Like that starts to add. That actually kind of starts to make it worth it, right? And then if you can Final Fracture, you can remove that and do that damage. That's pretty good. But I guess what I was saying is if you get one Undermine, you can already root. If you root them for 3 seconds, you're getting another 2 or 3 Undermines, and then you have this 4-second disarm. So no matter what the combo is, you start to be able to, even if you have to earthen daggers because you can't hit them from behind anymore because they're not rooted, you can still stack what would be normal amounts, and then you're probably getting 1,000 here, let's say. If we get 1,000, you're looking at 1,400 damage, like very easily within less than 10 seconds. So that you can just pop on somebody. So it's going to depend like on who you're fighting, because Aftershock right now is kind of a meme. It's going to be strong against people that can't cleanse. If people can cleanse, it becomes almost worthless. So just depends. And there's a few things like that struggle. Like these debuffs are going to struggle if someone's cleansing, right? So like the whole class in general is just kind of countered by cleansing. So yeah. And then we'll go force. Oh, sorry. If I had to choose, I'd go down Final Fracture because we're going down for the capstone because I really want to blow people up. And then from there, these are kind of mid. Like I don't really care about this stuff, and this poison is okay. But here I can get a decent amount of Viper's Kiss damage, and Poison Dart is some nice utility. So I'd probably end up going 3 into Corrupted Blade if I had to for this. And then finally, Forest Walking. We already talked about Slowing Sap. We talked about Deadly Thrust. We talked about Whirling Leaves. Train Tolerance removes all dots from you and heals you. This is a really great ability if you're trying to fight other assassins. Like when we were looking at Shadow Walker, and we'll look at Veilwalker in a second, this is great. Like all of their damage is dots. And we already talked about how strong removing dots are. If you can remove all their damage and heal, like it's a win more. And then extra value. So if your job is fighting assassins, I would probably end up going for something like this. And then I would probably that's probably what I would pick in general, because you want to do what you're good at. And like you can kill most stuff the other way. But anyway, I'll go over that in a second. So Tainted Tolerance removes all dots. Fade into trees, you become stealth for 45 seconds. This stealth is removed when you move or use an ability. So this is like stealth, but it's more like, I don't know if you remember camouflage on hunters in Dark Age. Like you could kind of like stand still and kind of camouflage stealth in place. And then when you moved, it removes it. So yeah, this one's not bad. Compared to like Shadow Walker, them being able to move around is way stronger. But you don't really care if you're a Redcap, because you just remove all their dots. So like it doesn't matter if they're stealthing around you, right? You can stand around and be stealth. Now, I will say stealth is just really strong. Just a really strong ability in general. I don't want to downplay it. I think Shadow Walker having stealth is it gives them an advantage in a certain way that other classes just wouldn't have. They can pick off certain classes, but I don't know. If your goal is to like enjoy yourself while playing, then I don't know. Like being stealth is cool, but then when you pop out and you just die, like is that? I don't know. I don't know what the value is there. Maybe. Okay, yeah, and then finally, Dance of Death grants 50% parry chance for 8 seconds and deals weapon damage to attackers when parrying. So this is actually identical to the one we were looking at for Heavy Fighter. It's 5% less. So it's slightly different, but it's the idea is basically the same thing. Instead of dealing like shadow damage over time when you parry somebody with 55% chance, you're dealing, which I think it was also 6 seconds, you're dealing 50% parry or 50% parry chance, and then you're dealing the weapon damage. So this is kind of whatever. This whole spec seems to be about countering melee characters, but I also don't think you really are countering them as the game stands right now, because if you fight other assassins, you just need terrain tolerance. Like you're already gonna now. I guess you. I mean, I think Redcap could probably like 2v1 stealthers, actually. With this combination of things, you could, if you went this spec line, you could end up, depending on how the RNG worked out, because sometimes they just hit you and nothing happens. But if you use this and then you parried a bunch and then you were able to cleanse some key debuffs and then also heal yourself, and then maybe you go Blinding Grit and you get the disarm and then get the stealth, or maybe you, instead of the stealth, you go Blinding Grit and then you get 2 more poisons, and then you hit Viper's Kiss, you go Poison Strike, you go Slowing Sap, and then that, even if it's just 1 of each, that gives you enough for more damage on Caress of Death. You could go there. So if I had to do that, that's probably what I would do. I definitely go Blinding Grit. I would probably just go Obscuring Dust, and I would say whatever to this. My problem with this line by itself, though, is you don't have a ton of damage. So I would probably try to augment that a little bit. Yeah, I probably would get rid of this because you already have this stealth. So I probably wouldn't use these. I'd get Blinding Grit because that disarm is just insanely strong. But I would also want to get Viper's Kiss and Crest of Death just to give myself just to smooth that out a little bit, so I don't have to spend determination as much on thrust. But if I had to choose a spec right now, just as it stands and these abilities as they are today, I definitely know I would go Blinding Grit, right? And then from there, I don't like this. I don't like any of these. I might go down here. I would probably go, just as it stands today, I probably go down. Let's just see what this looks like really quickly. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I go. Yeah, I go Terrain Tolerance. So this way you're going to be countering other stealthers. Like, you're going to have a real hard time losing a 1v1 with this ability. Let's see. You just Enervation or whatever their dots are, you can just cleanse it and heal. It's pretty good. The base heal is a little low, though, so you're not really getting a whole lot of value out of that. This ranged is whatever. It's going to be nice against, like, Shadow, Winter Shadows. But yeah, not a whole lot there. We go there, and then I might go here. But I want Blinding Grit, right? Yeah. So the problem that I see here with this spec that I've just done is that I don't have any stealth, right? So you're probably going to run into some issues. You're going to have to, you need to be entering the Veil with this kind of setup. And then you're going to be vulnerable to other stuff. You do have fast exit, which is going to give you 6 seconds, but I mean, that's really not a lot. So you're really more of like a Blade Master that can deal damage. I might actually, like, in retrospect, cut this out and then try to go Fade into the trees. I'd probably mess with that a little bit and see if that 10% damage loss that you take on the poisons is is made up for the fact that you can play some games with stealth. But also, like, this one's pretty nice too. But Poison Dart is good. So, but people might have a real hard time catching you, because if you cut the path and then fast exit, you're getting yourself 6 seconds of stealth, and then maybe you can enter the Veil. So most like 8-mans are going to have a big thing. And then if a stealther opens on you, you can just remove the dots. You can disarm after you Earth and Dagger. Like, I don't know. I will say I'm Assassin is in a weird place for me right now. I don't feel like they are as oppressive as they have been traditionally, but these abilities on the left are really going to make or break. Like, it's much more of like an acrobat now than it is like a traditional stealther. I almost like, for the class a little bit, I feel like Shadow Walkers probably need either their stealth removed or Redcaps need stealth. I mean, at least the way I'm looking at it right now. I will say they're super oppressive though, because stealth might just make them down flat better. I don't know how with this setup you lose to a Shadow Walker. If you lose to a Shadow Walker with these abilities, like, you know, I don't know what to say. So anyway, I think that's where I'm at with all this. You know, if you're playing Shadow Walk, or if you're playing Redcap, focus on disarming. Focus on the games where you cut the path and fast exit. Now, the other classes can do this stuff too, but you can kind of already win against the assassins with this setup. So, you know, it just depends. We'll have to look at the other ones, but yeah, cool. Much more of a skirmisher now. All right, so Veilstalker. We talked about it before. We'll just briefly go over them. Enter the Veil, shifts you into the Veil, becomes exit Veil upon you. So this one lets you enter like another dimension. You can hit targets that are also there. You can't hit people in the normal world, but you can use it to combo with certain abilities. Pretty good value. Low blow is kind of like kick in WoW or other games. It's as long as you're managing the DR on stuns, it's a great way to interrupt casts and channeled abilities. Cut a path, briefly enters the Veil and greatly increases movement speed, then exits the Veil again. This lets you play a little bit of a mind game where you enter the Veil quickly, you're running in a certain direction, but you can kind of juke and dodge around, and then you pop back out. It's also just a really great way to catch up with somebody if they're trying to run away. Fast exit is another ability where you can mind game. If you're in the Veil, you can jump out. Like, let's say you see another stealther or something, you could just jump out. And then you'll have stealth, and then death on the wind. If you're in the Veil, you can teleport out onto a target. So it's got a 25-meter range, so you got to be pretty close, but it's a good way to get out and just open with a little bit of DPS. Not a huge fan of this one as much, but you could have there's a little bit of play where if you cut the path and then you death on the wind combo, I could see a little bit of value, and it'd be a good way to like catch up to somebody at the very end of the run or whatever. So there's definitely some value there. Okay, so we'll go through each of these lines really quickly, and then I'll give you the capstone recap and then what I would pick. So Assassination, Hidden Strike deals weapon damage and an additional 150 poison damage. This is just basically a basic builder ability. Like, you don't build on Assassin, you just spend, but it's a great way to at least sustain where you are, which is kind of similar to what builder abilities do. They have like a static amount of damage, so pretty similar 1000 damage. A Steady Hand. This is really good. Deals weapon damage, grants 20% crit chance for 4 seconds if attacking from behind. So this gives you a buff if you attack someone from behind with a 20% chance to crit increase. So it's like if you have 100% crit damage and you get a 20% crit chance, it's like a flat 20% damage. That scales additionally with other crit damage you have. And crit generally has more value the more crit you have because you are more consistent. It's not really linear. Like, technically the DPS seems to be linear, but your burst windows are better, right? Like, if you have a 65% chance to crit, you're bursting twice as often. So now you're going to crit twice in a row, right? So you're going to have a bigger spike in damage. So more crit is better, and this ability is solid. I mean, 20% crit is great. An Eye for Detail grants 15% crit chance and 25% crit damage. Critical hits apply a stacking bleed that deals 300 poison damage over 3 seconds per stack, up to 5 stacks. This ability is great. Again, like we're talking about a 15% damage increase, and then we got a 25% critical hit damage increase. So now, like, let's say we have 100 crit damage naturally, we now have 125 crit damage. So we're actually getting 1.25 extra damage per hit of the crit damage. So it's good, and it stacks with a steady hand. So just right here, let's assume you didn't have anything, you got a 35% chance. So you got more than a 1 in 3 to crit. You do have natural crit, and you have natural crit on Veilwalker. So you're sitting with just these two abilities. Now, it does have some setup where you have to hit him in the back once, and it only lasts 4 seconds. But I mean, you have a tremendous amount of crit already. Like, I mean, you're looking at 40+% crit in zooming, depending on your weapon and things like that, very, very easily, and your dex. So, yeah, I would say you have over 50% chance with this in a lot of cases. And then I will also say the bleed that you apply, like the extra effect when you do crit, it seems to do a whole lot more than 300, right? But it does say it stacks 5 times. So, you're getting like at least 1500 based on the tooltip, and it seems to do more than that. And we've seen that dots can crit sometimes. So yeah, that could be part of it. If it's critting it's 15 and it's critting and it's doing 3,000, 4,000 damage because you have such high crit rate already, this is doing an insane, or this is doing, this bleed by itself is doing an insane. So we're already at 2 abilities, and this spec is looking real nice. Puncture deals weapon damage, snares the target by 50% if they're below 50% HP. This is really whatever, right? This costs determination. I would probably almost never use this because you can already attack people for more damage from behind if you want, or you can attack and snare and then do extra damage if you're in the veil. Like, this is going to be your normal spender. I would probably almost never use this if I was spec'd into it. Decapitation Strike deals weapon damage, guaranteed crit hit if the target is above 75% health. This is really great combo ability. Like, if you jump out, because these are static, right? So you jump out, you apply your crit debuff, and then depending on what you use, opportunistic is in this. It's so gross. And well, I guess we'll talk about that really quickly. So opportunistic blow, it attacks with weapon damage and then silences and disarms for 4 to 8 seconds. So you can pop out, and this depends. It depends on who you're fighting. Like, if you're fighting somebody that's like average, you can probably pop out and hit them once or twice before they react with like a CC or something like that. So then you just win, and you don't really have to play the game the way it's supposed to be. But you can still, like, one ability might not matter in the grand scheme of things if they make a mistake or something like that. So it can be generally worth it because you can really just like crush them fast. And if you play the way you're supposed to, the fight might take longer than it needs to, and you kind of end up taking more damage overall, right? So you have to leverage. Okay, I'm not going to play 100% correctly because I know I can kill this guy really fast, and I can actually save some HP on the back end because if we had a normal fight, it would last 15 seconds, but if I do this, it's only going to last 7, so that kind of thing. But yeah, Decapitation Strike. So you pop out, you could probably give yourself that crit buff and then attack with this because they're still over 75% health, most likely. And then you've guaranteed yourself a crit. And really, you don't even have to because it's a guaranteed crit. You can start building. You have options here. Like, if it's a better person and you pop out on them and then you go right into a disarm for the opportunistic blow, you could... and you don't have their back, they're not giving it to you, then you can just Decapitation Strike. You don't even really need this because you've got the guaranteed crits at the top. You're building that slashing debuff damage on the front end, so it all just kind of scales together. So this kind of thing, I would like to open with this and then probably go into an opportunistic blow against most people. That way you're getting the crit debuff. If it's a really, like, someone that's like really on top of it and like they know you're there and they know you're about to attack, you might need to open with opportunistic blow because you need to, like, you're really squishy as an assassin, right? And if you're fighting people that know how to counter you, you're just going to die. So you really got to get in there. You got to debuff them and then do that. But anyway, this line overall is pretty strong. And then the last one is Oh gosh, I cannot say that. Misericord, something like that. It deals poison damage plus 75 damage if the target is below 30% health. So this is a standard culling ability. You might get some value out of it if somebody's low. You have the determination to spend on it, and you get a good damage boost. But I think at this point, like if you already got somebody at 30% HP, you're probably doing fine. You don't really need the bonus damage here. It's not like it's good, but it's not really doing much. So yeah, I think it's okay overall. But as far as like I think it's good that it's a capstone because it's strong. But this whole line is confusing to me because I think this one's probably appropriate-ish. But then like other classes only get like 2 or 3 second stuff, and this is 4 and 8. So but I don't know, like Black Knight, I think they had a level 2 with like a 6 and an 8 second root. So, I don't know. I guess comparatively, it's probably fine. And I like the placement for other reasons. So we'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, this line's pretty good. If I had to go all this one, I'd go all the way down to Misericord, and then I'd get 3 points left. So it's really going to be up to you. I think a lot of people will probably go for faster than an eye. So they'll go down and they'll grab this extra snare. Not super helpful because you can already anytime snare if you really need to. Heartstroke is just another way to output DPS, but Assassination is already so good as long as you know what you're doing and you're attacking at those thresholds where you're using Decapitation Strike to attack at above 75% health, and you're using Misericord to attack when they're below 30. And you're kind of managing the fight with opportunistic blow, you can kind of just get away with puncturing or using a spender like Veil Strike or dual attack, depending on if you have their back, to kind of get the rest of the way as you stack the poison debuff, or the crit chance buff. So yeah, I don't think Heartstroke you're really getting a whole lot of value of, at least in this spec. And then Faster Than the Eye removes you from combat and applies the 15% a stealth for 15 seconds. This one's really strong. This is really great for like mind games. Stealth is generally kind of weak, but this is so low in the thing. It's kind of like the Obscuring Dust or Vanish from Sight for the other assassins. So pretty solid. I'd probably end up going with this. If you really just want to, if you think you're going to enter the Veil and you're confident in your ability to kind of play some mind games with Cut the Path and Fast Exit and Death on the Wind, and maybe a small peel with Low Blow, then you could probably just go for damage. So you get Veil Shadows. This is a 10% evasion chance. So you're just mitigating a chance to mitigate all of somebody's hits, 10%. So it's pretty good. And that's the other thing you got to remember. Veilstalker, they're passive when they exit the Veil, which is going to be really gross. I didn't even really think about this, but they're going to be able to keep their passive up like a ton, because if they just enter really quickly with Cut the Path and then exit, they got that 10 seconds, and the passive from Veilstalker is really strong. It's you're going to have like, normally right now they can only have it up for like 10 seconds or something, but I think Veilstalker is actually going to be really hard to catch. Especially when you combine it with all these other tools they got. Like, this is going to be that's going to be really hard. I think even like in a Zerg setting it might be really hard, unless they get stunned, and then they're just going to explode probably. But if they get the chance to get away at all, like if you stun them and you don't like dot them up and snare them, they're gonna get away. But yeah, all that to say, you get the increased evasion chance. Unreal Binding deals weapon damage and snares the target for 20% for 4 to 8 seconds. If in the Veil, the target also prevents them from leaving the Veil for 8 seconds. So this has some like niche use cases where if you're fighting other assassins, like if Redcap or and I was kind of alluding to this earlier, if a Redcap or a Shadow Walker, they use Cut the Path and you follow them in and then you Unreal Binding them, you could like keep them in the Veil. That's a little hard. It's a little a weird situation, I guess, because I think it'd be pretty hard to do because the duration isn't super long and you guys are both like kind of going through. If it was machine assisted, it might be possible, but yeah, and then you're going to keep them in the Veil, but then you're going to leave. So then I don't know, why would you do that? Because then you can't attack them. more useful if like you're using entering the veil, you're kind of stalking around a keep or something like that. You find another stealthy that's either trying to infiltrate the keep or is already there, or that you see farther away at maybe a POI at like a chapel or a stables or something like that, and then you sneak up on them quickly, and then you Unreal Binding, they can't leave, and then as a Veilstalker you have a lot of these extra buffs. But all that said, that's probably more for like the Veil hunting line. I don't know. It's going to depend on the situation. And then Veil Mark was the one I was kind of looking at. It's that just flat damage increase. So this ability is really strong. If you're just looking for, I want to kill somebody as fast as possible, I think you go 3 into Veil hunting for the Veil Mark along with the assassination. You pop out, you Veil Mark right off the bat. Or maybe you steady hand to get the crit buff, and you Veil Mark, because it's only 6 seconds, right? You're doing the dots, you got the crit, you got the extra damage, you disarm, and you can kind of work it out, right? I'd probably pop out steady hand, opportunistic blow for the disarm, and then Veil Mark, and then you have maybe another attack. You probably have one more attack. Well, you might not. You might not have the crit anymore, but you're already building dots because you've done those two. You have a dot here. You probably, if you've opportunistic blown with steady hand, you have a pretty high chance of critting because you have all that extra. You have like over a 50% chance probably to crit, and then you already use steady hand, so it has probably like you have like a 30-40% chance to steady hand, and then probably like 30-ish% chance to get a crit there. You might have two dots plus this damage, and then you opportunistic blow. So they got a bunch of debuffs. They're taking increased damage. They're disarmed now and silenced, so they have nothing that they can do against you. And then if they're above the threshold of 75%, you decapitation strike, and you're gonna melt almost anybody. Maybe some like a Black Knight if they hit that damage immunity, or like an empath with the 50% damage reduction, or their guts passive, you might run into some problems. But in general, you're really going to melt people here. So not my favorite line though. Opportunistic blow is pretty good, but the real gross one is Veil hunting. So we already talked about it. Veil Shadows, you get the evasion chance, you get the Unreal Binding, which deals weapon damage and snares. They're prevented from leaving, so this is some nice counterplay. Like Veil Walkers find themselves in the Veil more than any other assassin does. We don't really know how that's going to play out once scouts are added, so this might, I think their overall power might diminish because of that, but I still think that there's a lot of value here for how strong they are. But yeah, anyway, Unreal Binding is pretty good. Then Veil Mark is just that flat 20 to 30% damage increase depending on where you use it, along with the dot that it applies. And then Veil Step teleports you to the target and deals weapon damage. This is just like the other abilities that Shadow Walker has. It lets you jump towards somebody and attack them. Pretty similar to Death on the Wind, except this one just teleports you to the target. This one you have to go from the Veil to a normal target. And then maybe need new icons there, I guess. But Mist of the Veil deals weapon damage and stuns the target for 2 to 5 seconds. When used while in the Veil, inflicts 300 panic. The panic is whatever, but the 5-second stun, if they're panicked, is pretty good. 2-second stun is good overall. You'll notice that you only get 9 points, right? You get 6 and then 3, so you can't get opportunistic blow and Mist of the Veil anymore. This was, for a really long time, super cancerous. Veil Walkers could get 6 seconds of CC on you, and you couldn't do anything. So 1v1 Veil Walkers are disgusting. Like, I mean, they're just by far one of the best classes, I think. They do struggle killing some of the heavier some of the heavier classes like Heavy Fighter, because the Heavy Fighter can just immune this stuff, right? You can immune the silences and the disarms. You can immune the stuns. So they use that. They're still taking damage because you countered it. They start attacking you. You have heavy armor. You have, like, if you're a Mjolnir, you have the passive stacks. You have the health regen. Like, they can't really do anything. But against classes that can't do that, like casters or archers, like, you're just going to get eaten alive. Like, good luck. It's possible in certain situations, especially now. It's more so now possible to kill a Veilstalker, I think. But this was just these being on different levels. And then also, the reason I brought that up is we're getting down to the end here. Blade of the Veil. This ability is incredibly interesting. This is, I think, one of the most unique WoW, or sorry, I said WoW, but I mean like MMO style abilities. I mean, this really gives you like, this is the assassination line over here, but Veil Hunting kind of gives you like an assassin vibe. Like it gives you like a Witcher 3, like Witcher 2, Witcher 3 kind of like vibe. Like you can be in the Veil, enter the Veil, pop out on somebody, and you want to kill them as quickly as possible. Like, so you're on a healer or something like that. You're hoping that they're, maybe a little slower, right? Or like, maybe you try to pick off the runt, and then work your way up. So you maybe fast exit, right? Because that takes you from the Veil, puts you in a good position. You're stealthed. And then you can apply probably Veil Mark and Steady Hand. You've already got the crit chance. And then you just start, I mean, the dot by itself from Eye of Detail will eat through almost anybody. Like, that's the crazy thing about this class is like, they don't need to apply other buffs. They just need to crit you to get this stacking debuff. And then their natural damage, because they're critting and then doing all that bonus crit damage. And then once they get you low, they can Blade of the Veil. And if they kill someone with this ability, that means that they will instantly enter the Veil. So what that is doing is, you're in the normal world, you're fighting, a Veilstalker pops out, they attack your healer or your caster or whatever, and they finish them off with Blade of the Veil. They're then taken back to the Veil, and you can do nothing. You cannot follow them. You can't CC them. You can't do anything. So your entire opportunity. Now, I will say, it is absolutely possible if you're in a group and a Veilstalker pops out, or even, I won't say 2 or 3. If you have 2 or 3 pop out, it's going to be real hard to start to deal with that. Like, you might lose somebody. But if one person pops out and there's 8 people and you can't get him off, that's a you issue. Like, you can stun them, you can knock them back. If you're, you can't, I was going to say Black Knight could immune it, but it's the same realm, so you can't actually do that. But empaths can use damage reduction. Like, there's a ton of different stuff that you can do to counter that. And as soon as they get stunned, I mean, you eat them up. Like, they have leather armor. They have generally low HP because they need strength. They already have a high dex investment. So even if you go all vitality at that point, you only get like, I think 12 or 13,000 HP. And, compare that to like 20 to 25 on a heavy fighter, along with their mitigation abilities. Like, they're pretty squishy, I would say. It's still annoying if there's a couple of them though. Like, once they add realm points, I could definitely see like 3 or 4 Veilstalkers stalking groups, and then like hyenas jumping out and attacking 3 or 4 different people. You could probably still kill 1 or 2 people, I would say, especially if you start focusing on a specific person. It might be pretty rough. Or like 2 of you go on both of the healers. They already do so much damage, but I mean, the balance is going to change so much. I'm not really sure. So if I had to go Veil Hunting, I would go all the way down to Veil. And this line is great. This is probably what I would do as well. I'd go Steady Hand and get Eye of Detail. You got a ton of extra passive crit at that point. And then you can kind of choose between Puncture or Hamstrung. You already, like I said, have the ability to weapon attack and snare. So I don't think Hamstring is really, I don't think it's great. If you're already behind, you probably want to take this extra damage from dual attack. So I'd probably go all the way down Veil Hunting. I'd go Steady Hand and Eye of Detail, and then maybe Puncture, right? Because it gives you a little bit of culling damage. You want to be using Veil Blade, but maybe if you can get them to like 49% HP or like whatever, you use this once or twice. It is just a normal attack, so I'm always kind of hesitant on these when they cost. But yeah, it's okay. You got to be real careful managing your determination on an assassin too. But yeah, I could go all down here, go to Eye of Detail, and then probably Puncture. I'd probably skip the rest of these. And then it still gives you some escape options with Cut the Path. You have to remember that Cut the Path also synergizes with a Veilstalker's passive, so they're getting 10, which I think is a little strong. If you get Cut the Path, you're getting the passive, so you get 10. Like, I don't think most people can catch you, unless you got like a performer or something like that that's trying to run you down, or maybe a Forest Stalker. Problem is, though, the Forest Stalker is going to disarm himself, which they're so strong. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Really interesting, though. That's probably what I would build. And then finally, acrobatics. This line is very similar to the other one, like we talked about with Shadow Walker. This line is not really one you want to go into. You're kind of like, you're like an acrobat. You're like, you're role playing a ninja kind of. You can invisible yourself all the time. You can move quickly, but this chase actually is not great because it has a downside to the ability. I talked about Heartstroke a little bit earlier. It's not great. Hamstring is like, you kind of already get that utility from the other two basic attacks. Leaf Strike is good. Like, I think the fact that these are all 3 on tier 5 is a really strong balancing move, and I think it was very, very smart. It's going to hurt to lose 2 of these. Like, they have these both right now. So, but to say, I still think Veilstalker's in a really strong spot. They're not going to be as oppressive as they are right now. And then for most people, like I keep talking about Veilstalker, but like I play Mjolnir sometimes, and like Mjolnir just rolls them real hard. But I play other classes too, and then I'd say I lose on more classes to Veilstalkers than I win, just because like if you know what you're doing, like you can't counter it. They had so many options. So, and then Perfect Dodge grants 100% evasion chance for 4 seconds. This is really similar to the Chaos Weaver version. What this does is it lets you avoid the hits, but you're still taking that extra stuff. Like if you evade someone and then they dot you or stun you or whatever, you're still taking that extra effect, even if you've dodged the hit. So I like that from a balancing standpoint. You still retain some of the value for using the ability. You lose on the damage, and it's still really good for heavy damage impact. So if I had to choose, I don't do this. Don't ever go all the way down this line, please. I'm not even going to entertain it with a spec. You could really probably get away with either of these and be happy as a Veilstalker. And I think most people actually will probably get a lot of value out of faster than an eye. So I know I was saying that I would probably go all the way down this line, and then I'd go 2 here and then go puncture, but don't be afraid to go faster than the eye. Like, some people are going to get a ton of value, but what I would say is if you feel like you're getting a lot of value from faster than the eye, then start to play around a little bit with fast exit and like cut the path and enter the veil. And again, I don't know how it's all going to look when when the patch drops. Like, some of the stuff changes. They change stuff all the time. The values change. So this is really just based on the current one. But yeah, that's my current opinion. So I would go for final build. I would say go all Veilstalker and then probably go all the way down to puncture. If you really want, you can go faster than the eye, but you're going to lose out on all that extra crit, which I think is you're giving up a lot if you do that. So I wouldn't do it. Yeah, that's Veilstalker. All right, let's go with archers next. We'll do Winter Shadow. So first ability, Mark Target. This is really good. It's a basic damage amplification ability, and it also prevents the enemy from entering stealth or the veil. So that's really strong for 10 seconds. Good anti-stealther ability. I will still say, like, if you're fighting, for example, a Veilstalker, they just have so many tools that them not being able to enter stealth is really not a big deal. So it also is kind of broken right now. It doesn't always prevent the veil enter if you use like Pierce the Veil or something like that. So it might also not prevent Cut the Path. I think that'll be fixed eventually. So I still think this is probably a pretty decent and pretty strong ability. So yeah, good damage amplification, at least dual purpose. I like it. Eagle Eye increases detection range and crit strike chance by 5%. This is solid. 5% damage increase at a minimum, probably. And then stealth detection range by 20 meters means you're able to pick up on other assassins or other stealthed archers really easily. Dash. This is just a basic movement increase for 4 seconds. No problems here. This is a solid, strong ability. I like to see it. Reposition increases your party's movement speed by 4 seconds. This is great. It's a really good buff. It's like Sound of... it's just a cooldown ability. It's like SOS from Dark Age, kind of, but it doesn't give you CC immunity, but same kind of thing. yeah, so just 4 seconds, your whole group gets to move faster. It stacks with other movement speed abilities, really solid. Like Archer is looking like a really solid foundation here. And then Restock, this is a new ability. I was interested to see this. So this is a cooldown that increases your focus by 500. So it just it gives you 500 focus back. So this will be really interesting. I think the best time to do this is immediately. You probably just want to spend your 500 focus. So you like if you're rim fanging or something like that, I think this is usually like 400. So if you like rim fang and then use another one, as long as it's 100 focus, which they almost all do, then you can just restock immediately. And then as long as you use an ability before that 3 or 4 seconds of restock, like it's good. I don't think there's a reason you would not restock unless you can't hit and you can passively regenerate that focus anyway. I think most people are just going to, as soon as you can use the restock, you should use it. With a caveat that don't use it if you're about to get a re-up tick, right? Again, this is one of those situations where you might have to do the math to see like, okay, what's the ratio of how long can I wait on the cooldown of the 500 focus? Like, if I'm not using it on cooldown, then what is the actual cost? Because if you can wait 5 or 10 seconds and it's not a big, and you're only losing like 10 focus, then you can do that 10 or 20 times before it really equates to a whole ability. So, not really a big deal to wait a little bit. So you got to do it. But I think in general, like I said, you probably want to use this as soon as you can. Because just keep the focus, right? Keep yourself restocked. It lets the cooldown reach tick, and then you can continue to front load that damage. Okay, so we'll start with Nightbow. So this is Shadow Shot. It does shadow damage as a base attack. So this is really interesting. A lot of the abilities were either cold that had, so I know Mjolnir lost one. We know Needle Shot lost one, that poison and lightning damage. Shadow Shot stays with shadow damage. So kind of interesting. We have noticed as well, Black Knight has like resistance to shadow damage, and there's a couple of other abilities that give shadow. So it seems like shadow is kind of something they're playing with a little bit. I don't know 100%, but interesting that Night Stalker gets to keep a second damage type. So now they can kind of switch between shadow damage and weapon damage all the time. So that's good. That's strong. Umbral Arrow. This is just like a standard damage ability with a dot. Pretty good. Like if you go down this spec, you want to apply this because you're getting more overall damage than most other things. Disrupting Arrow deals shadow damage and prevents the target from entering the veil for the duration. Kind of interesting because target's mark already does this. So this gives you basically like 18 to 20 seconds of veil disruption. So they're definitely not using cut the path to run away. They're not supposed to be able to pierce the veil or any of that other kind of stuff. So once that's all fixed, like I think this will continue to be strong. It is a little weird though. You already kind of get it, like I said, from mark the target. So I could see both ways. It's good. It's like a second one you have. So if there's like 2 or 3 assassins, it's a good ability to use. I don't know. It's okay. And it does shadow damage. So it seems to be lining up with the damage type. Knight's Cloak removes you from combat and applies stealth. So we saw something similar on the Redcap, but this is really strong. Like with the way that dots work in this game, if you apply one of these dots and then try to stealth, like you'll get pulled out. So you got to be a little careful with the way that works. But overall, Knight's Cloak is great. Like if you're attacking somebody and then they cleanse those debuffs and they come after you, and as long as you're not dotted, like you can run away in the Knight's Cloak and be okay for the most part. So yeah, I think it's pretty strong. Shadow Mark deals shadow damage and then deals 800 shadow damage in an area around the target after 4 seconds. This ability is garbage. Like I don't know why you would ever use this. It costs focus. Like the damage is extremely minimal in an AoE. It has a timer. It has a 4-second timer. So like if somebody really like, let's say they changed it so that it did a ton of damage, you could just run away and then it wouldn't do anything outside of that damage. I think this ability is really bad, actually. I would almost always rather just do a shadow shot, and then that way you're doing shadow damage, but you're also not taking any focus, so you can re-dot somebody or use one of these other abilities. Next is Fang in the Shadows, deal shadow damage and an additional 1400 shadow damage over 12 seconds. So you get 2 dots here. So kind of interesting that the archer class is turning into a daughter. But you can apply both of these to a target. I like that combo a decent amount. You pop out Shadow's Mark, throw down an Umbral Arrow and a Fang in the Shadows, and someone's taking down. If they can't cleanse that stuff off, which we know Redcaps can, the Devouts can, healers can. We'll look through a couple of other things, but for the most part, like you're going to be able to do, like if another assassin, except like I said, a Redcap, it's going to be pretty effective. And we saw that ability had a cooldown, and so I mean you can just reapply these as well. So it's not going to save you from an archer with that. And then the last one is Consuming Dark. Deals shadow damage, prevents the target from healing, and reduces their shadow resistance for 8 seconds. This is a cool one. Like it's very similar to the Toxic Ash from the Shadow Walker, but it's ranged, so that's strong. It deals shadow damage, and then it debuffs shadow damage. So you can mark target, throw up, or actually what I would probably do is, I'd probably mark target. You could Consuming Dark, or you could double dot up and then Consuming Dark. And then while they're shadow debuffed, the dots are going to be ticking for increased damage. And then the arrow, because Derek has also mentioned that there's no snapshotting. So if, for example, you mark target and then Consuming Dark, and then you use your arrows, you're not getting bonus damage for the entire duration of that dot. You're only getting it while the state of the enemy is there. So while they have that shadow resistance debuff, it should be. Now, right now, I actually don't think this is working, but I'm sure it'll be fixed. So, if I had to go this spec line, I would go all the way down to Consuming Dark. And then you got Precise Shot, so deals weapon damage 100%. Critical hit chance versus target suffering from control effects. So this is pretty good. That means if somebody's stunned, if somebody is snared, that you get a 100% chance to crit. So that's pretty strong. I like that. I would probably take that one. And then from there, you could either take that and go down to anatomy lessons, but we'll go through the line really quickly so we don't lose focus here. Focused defense reduces melee damage taken by 25% for 8 seconds. This is pretty good. Like if an assassin pops out on you and is hitting you, like 25% is not bad. Like it's solid. But I don't know. I if you're an archer already, like you have a lot of other tools, like you got all these dashes, you got snares, you have a root down here. You might have, I don't know. I don't think you really need this as much. It's a nice option though. I think it's pretty decent for where it's at on the tree. And then also anatomy lessons. When you crit, you deal an additional 600 slashing damage over 4 seconds. It's so interesting to me that the dot class for archer is a lot worse at dots than the Veilstalker is because of the eye for detail. They can just stack that buff to way more than a combination of anatomy lessons and crits do. So, and they are ranged, so I get that, but they also, don't quite have they don't have the veil or any of those other fancy tricks. So they do have stealth, but stealth, you can kind of see people at a decent range if you're a performer or you're another archer, because you got that eagle's eye detection. You can see people pretty far, command stat. So I don't know. It's interesting. I would probably, if I was, like I said, going Nightbow though, I would grab Precision Shot here probably. And then we'll look at Surprise Shot. Deals weapon damage, 100% damage versus targets with full HP. So this is really good if you like open with mark target and then you just hit surprise shot. And then if you crit, you're going to do even more. It can be really sick with a crit, but still 100% extra damage, value for DPS of focus spent. I think this is solid. It's just, it can be kind of hard to use it, to remember to always use it, because you're only using it at the very beginning of a fight. And there's a lot of situations, for example, in a group fight where you're not, the target isn't full HP. Now, I will say, as a caveat, there are a lot of situations in a group fight where people are overhealed. So you actually might get a lot of bonus value out of using Surprise Shot, because like every 5 seconds, like the person gets topped up. So you might get a tremendous amount of DPS from this if you are able to use it effectively. But it's going to be hard, because if even like one little dot is on someone and ticks for like 0.01% of their HP, then they're still not at full health. So you don't get that bonus damage. And you might find that the value is actually really not there. But yeah, it is nice if you're like in a solo situation, you mark target, you surprise shot for that bonus damage, and then you do some other combo. But yeah, I would go Consuming Dark. I'd probably grab Precision Shot, probably Focus Defense. You already get Winter's Strike here for the snare, which is great. And then I'd probably get Surprise Shot as just like a little bit of extra utility. The anatomy lessons, the dot is really small. You can't stealth while it's on. If you can't kill with all this other stuff, this 600 damage over 4 seconds, I mean, that doesn't matter, right? So if they change this, maybe you might want to get rid of that. But you might want to go anatomy lessons though if you want to turn your brain off a little bit and you don't want to use this. That's probably fine. I don't think that I don't think Surprise Shot has a tremendous amount of value, but you can get a little bit if you're active. Okay, and then Ull's Bow. So we have Arrow Strike. We talked about that. We talked about Precise Shot with a crit. Again, this is really good. I like this a lot. Focus Defense, okay. Anatomy Lessons, really not great. Grape Shot, this is just like an area around the target ability. Like, I mean, it's AoE DPS. If people are stacked up, I guess you could get some value here. But I feel like even in an RVR situation, you're really not getting a lot of value. If you're in a big RVR battle, you might get some value because AoEs you can do quite a bit if you got 5 or 10, but you're playing a different game at that point. So it'll be interesting. I don't know. I think there could be some value there later on in like a big RVR fight, but not right now. Crit Shot deals weapon damage, 100% crit chance. This is great. The fact that you get the crit means that it's kind of like Surprise Shot, but all the time. There's a difference in the value or in the focus cost, but it's still really good. High damage ability. Before, I was double stack. I would like mark and then double dot and then crit shot. And, you already get the anatomy lessons wasn't doing any damage, but you could crit shot. And then if you had snared them or something like that, you get some value from some of these other abilities. But crit shot's pretty good damage per focus ability. And then Storm of Arrows channels to fire up to 4 arrows. Each arrow deals weapon damage in an area around the target. On crit, snares target by 80% for 3 seconds. So this is pretty good. The 80% snare is a lot, right? You're almost rooting them. The problem though is like root in Camelot Unchained is very strong because opposed to Dark Age where you might be able to turn, or like in other games, in Dark Age or in Camelot Unchained, like you're rooted in place and you have to face that direction. So for example, if you root a healer and they don't have any CC immunity, they can't face their target to heal them. So they have to either use like an AoE group heal ability or like an instant or something like that. So there's some utility there, but all that to say, like the snare is 80% and it's high and it's good and you can slow them down, but it's only 3 seconds and they're not rooted, so they can still kind of turn and you probably end up just healing during the duration. You do get 4 though, so that's good. I don't think they have the same kind of crit ability. So like this could be like if you got 4 arrows out of it and then you were able to drag that out over 10 or 15 seconds, there might be some value, but I don't think, and it was always critting, so you're always getting that snare, and it was AoE. I think you could get some serious value, but right now you're not going to get the value out of it. So I'm not a huge fan of this one. I am more of a fan of Consuming Dark in that situation, but Consuming Dark can also just be cleansed, right? So I don't know. I don't really know which one. I think in like a smaller scale situation, if you're fighting something that doesn't have a cleanse, then Consuming Dark is just better. But Storm of Arrows might have a little bit of utility, especially on like a 3 or a 4-man fight where you don't have where there's not healers or something like that. You could get a lot of value there. But if I had to pick a line there, I'd go all the way down to Storm of Arrows, and then I would probably just grab all the way down to Knight's Cloak. You could technically get the remove snares, stuns, and roots. That's going to help you a lot in a 1v1 situation. So like if a Veilstalker jumped on you and then they stunned you, or a class runs up to you and roots you, it's really good. I'd actually say if you're in a group and you're running Ools you probably do want to get break free. You're not going to use cloak nearly as much. The umbrella arrow is not too great. I'm just thinking of like a purely solo situation where you can stealth normally and then you can attack people. Knight's Cloak is a really great way to like pop into a fight. Like let's say there's two groups fighting in an 8v8, and then you're on the outside and you start picking off one person in the enemy group. Knight's Cloak is a really great way to like go in, because archers are really good at this, is front loading and dumping their focus. So you could front load and dump all your focus, and then you could run away and cloak, right? And you're getting like 80% of your value, because if you're just sitting in the fight and dealing your night shot all the time, like you're really not doing much. Now it would scale pretty well with Consuming Dark, but in a group fight like this, like cleanses are going out all the time. Like you are not getting the full 8 seconds. Like if you do, that group doesn't know what they're doing. Like it's just what it is. On top of like other abilities where they might be immune to damage or whatever. So yeah. And then finally, Yule's Bow. I like this one quite a bit. We already talked about Surprise Shot. Hibernate, this ability is like kind of a dead one. It's kind of like Endure Suffering, like very situational, very outside combat, an uncompelling amount, and it snares you. Like this is not a good. I wouldn't even use this probably if I had it most of the time, unless I was really low and I was stealthed and I was like, okay, well maybe I can, throw it out and stealth or whatever. Break free, this is really great. Breaking stuns is awesome. Breaking stuns or roots and snares is really good. You get a lot of value out of this. Frostbind deals weapon damage and roots the target for 4 to 8 seconds. This is awesome. Like not so great against something like a heavy fighter where they can just CC immune it, or like a healer, they can CC immune it, or a lot of the performer classes have like a removal that they can get rid of. But if you Frostbind another archer, if you Frostbind most assassin classes, they're not going to be able to do anything about it. If you Frostbind and root most warlocks, they're not going to be able to do anything about it. So that's pretty solid. And then let's see, sleet arrows. This one's pretty good. You get the 3-second stun. It is a decent amount of focus to spend, but you get a 60% area snare, and what you can start to do is use it in combination with Winter Strike, Sleet Arrows, and then your Precise Shot. So you can start cycling between those crit shot or 100% crit rate abilities. So because that counts as the target is suffering from control effects. So yeah, pretty good. And then Rimfang. This one is pretty good. Rimfang does a lot of damage, especially if it crits. So if you get like 2 or 3 people together and then they start Rimfanging things, it's pretty good. I think it's not great from a weapon damage, like a DPS to focus, like a damage to focus ratio. Like it costs 400 focus, so you can do 2 of these. It also has a 4-second cast time, so it is a really great way to start a fight. So for example, if you start the fight in stealth and you Rimfang someone in an AoE, you can get a lot of value. The problem is, like, you can't use Surprise Shot anymore. You're probably not able to mark target. So I don't know. But I will say you can cast it while moving. So that's really good. So like if you're chasing somebody that's moving, or you are, you do want to pop out and mark target, and then you start casting it, you can get some value there, get a little bit of extra damage too. And then, like I said, where it really shines is that spike damage. So if you have 2 or 3 of these that go off, like if you, for example, if I was like being a meme lord and I had like 8 winter shadows and I saw a group taking a keep and all 8 of them rimfanged from stealth, that would be disgusting. Like you could probably kill the whole group like that. Very few people would survive probably. So there's a little bit of utility there. I think it's pretty strong. If I had to pick what I would do, so if I had to pick Winter's Bow, we'll start there actually. I would, you go all the way down to Rimfang. I would probably pick up Precise Shot. And then from there, you can't get Knight's Cloak anymore, so I'd probably go Umbral Arrow and Disrupting Arrow. The Umbral Arrow is a nice little bit of utility since you don't have a lot of other dots. It's a nice way to keep stealthers from jumping back into stealth, keeping them in combat. Assassins as well. And now you got to be careful because it does that to you too. So you can't stealth, but if it's just 1v1, it's a good tool. And then prevents you from entering the Veil. This is, I think, in the future going to be a really good way of minimizing Cut the Path and some of the other Veil disruption abilities on top of Mark the Target. So yeah, I think I would go with those two. And then that Precise Shot just to really increase your DPS over time. I would take that over the Knight's Cloak probably. And then if I was going to build one, I've been looking at it and I am so torn. I think there's a case to be made with Rimfang, but I'm really like, that's really not going to be useful in a big fight. Like anyone that lets your archer just stand there and Rimfang is, I mean, that's not how it works. So, you're gonna have a melee jump on you, and they're either gonna stun you or disarm you. So you're not even gonna get the cast out. One of the benefits of archers right now is they can cast while moving. Rimfang, you can, but it's like, I don't know, it's not great. So I'm a little hesitant to recommend this. I do think it's memey. I do think there is a place for it if you had a bunch of, like I said, if you had a bunch of archers and they all rimfanged, you could do a stupid amount of damage right now. But I think as the game evolves too, if you can get some kind of like, you get some kind of resistances, because it doesn't do frost damage. It looks like, when you look at the animation, you think, oh, this does like cold or something, but no, it's just weapon damage. So if you get piercing damage, which most archers have, or which archers have, so yeah, I think it's good. So if I had to do it, I would probably do like, let me see. If I had to do it right now, just off the top of my head, probably do this. Get the root, because the root you just get so much utility out of, and then you can maybe go sleet arrows. I definitely would get precise shot. So with this setup, you got some control, you have some survivability, you have the damage on top of your other just like standard rotations, and then from here you got 4 more points. So I think what I would probably do is go here and get Knight's Bow, because, oh, I DC'd. Oh, I got kicked out. The last thing I was going to say, I think you probably end up going sleet arrows in this situation. You can go Rimfang if you want and take away either Knight's Cloak or Precise Shot. I'd probably keep Precise Shot because you have so much CC with this line, but it's really up to you if you, because you just need to wait until you're out of combat, but you gotta weigh it in a 1v1 kind of situation, or in like a keep area. There's generally more than one person around. Maybe you'll have a 1v1 and then a fight will start or something like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot of value. I think this is probably what I would look at. I don't really like Rimfang outside of some cheesier setups, but I do know some people really enjoy it. So that's my thought. All right, Forest Stalker. So we'll go through the left really quickly, and then we'll run through the lines. Mark target increases the damage that the target takes, and then also prevents them from entering the Veil and stealth. That's pretty strong. Eagle Eye increases stealth detection range by 20 meters and crit strike chance by 5%. This is a great ability. I don't want to go through it too much because I kind of already went through it. It's for anybody that's watching them all, but yeah, it's super solid. That increased stealth detection is going to give you a lot of extra utility. The 5% crit chance is like usually at a minimum about a 5% damage increase, and then scales more with more crit damage. Dash. So this is actually kind of a buff for Forest Stalker. Before they just had the fallback, which was a disarm and speed buff, but now they're going to get dash and reposition as well. So I think in general movement terms, like, this is really positive for them. Reposition is just a group speed buff that you can apply. Great way of getting in and out of fights. And then also Restock grants 500 focus. This is just really effectively turning the base focus bar of all archer classes to about 1500. It requires a cooldown, so and it has a cooldown, but then it also takes so long to recover over time. So, it is less than 1500 when you average it out over, a fight, but you're still getting that extra focus. And so it's like a bit of a focus regen. And then also like when you first start the fight, it's that flat focus regen. So this ability is really strong. I think you just get to front load even more damage at the beginning of a fight. So we'll start with the lines. Poison Arrow deals under Thorn and Fang is deals poison damage and an additional 750 poison damage over 9 seconds. That's pretty good. Just a general deal dot and then deal damage. It's a little bit less than I think the Winter Shadow, but I feel like it's still pretty strong. Deals weapon damage plus an additional damage equal to 8% of the target's current health. So this is really strong. If you open with this, it's almost a 10%. It's probably more than 10% of the target's HP at full HP. So you combine that with something like Mark Target, where you're getting that 10% damage increase. This is, I think, an above average ability, pretty strong. And then even if you're hitting someone that's at 50% HP, you're still doing 4%. So you're getting over 5% of their HP with one hit. I don't know. I think it's pretty decent. Not too bad. Pretty good focus to damage ratio, but you still have to be mindful of when you're using it. If someone's about to die, you probably don't want to use this because it suffers from the same problems that Punish Hubris and a lot of those other abilities do. Fallback grants movement speed and disarms you for 8 seconds. This one is a really good like running tool, right? It's literally called Fallback. So if you need to get out of a situation and reset a fight, it's really good for that. It is not good for an in combat repositioning fight. Like, no, you need to if you're using this, you need to run because you're disarmed, you can't fight, you're putting yourself in a pretty disadvantageous position. You also need to be careful when you use it. I definitely don't use this. With the introduction of dash and reposition, like you have plenty of speed options. If you're using this, it's just like a third speed boost that you get that you'd need to disarm yourself for. So, it's pretty good. Spore Cloud. I'm surprised this is so low. I think it's extremely interesting because that means you could go any of these other two lines and you could still get Spore Cloud. I don't know, with the current iteration, Spore Cloud is very strong. If you combine it with some of the roots, it's pretty gross. You can't do that as well anymore. You actually still can. Maybe look at that a little bit. But it's Spore Cloud is strong. It's a good ability. It does a big AoE. You can use it for gate defense. So like if depending on where someone is in a keep, you can put the cloud down. You can't attack the doors. So you need a target to use it. It's not like a ground target ability. So you can't like infinitely place it on doors. But what you can do is use it intelligently, and as people start to move through doors, you can cast it on them, or when they are attacking doors, you can cast it before that. And you can basically keep people off of key objectives. It says it only lasts over 5 seconds, but it deals a significant amount of damage. You gotta be real careful and real mindful when you see this on the ground. Also, depending on the lighting, like sometimes it's really hard to see. So I think this ability is very strong in its current iteration because of just the lack of just ability to see it. So yeah, really strong one, and it also synergizes really well with distilled poison. Increases periodic poison damage by 15%. So you combine that with Spore Cloud, you're getting a 15% increase in the damage, and then if any of these dots are critting, you really start to pump out damage. So just watch on that one. It's pretty good, but we'll go down to Neurotoxin. Deals weapon damage, deals additional poison damage over time, and reduces the target's healing received by 50% for 12 seconds. This is really good. This is like a ranged mortal strike for if you're familiar with WoW warriors. This is you can reapply this ability. It deals damage. It synergizes with your poison damage. You can, like I said, apply multiple dots at the same time. Neurotoxin is a very strong skill. I think because of the way of its utility, I think Veilstalker is actually a decent pickup for 8-man groups, and they might actually be really common in like a organized 8-man situation. Like I don't know if the other archers are generally something that you'd want to bring outside of like keep defense. If you just wanted like an open field 8v8 situation, I don't know if I'd want to bring most archers, but I would probably want to bring a Forest Stalker because, like the other archers, they have a decent number of dash abilities. They can also fall back. So, if the healer isn't able to get to them, they can at least reset the situation. It's only 8 seconds, and in the grand scheme of a fight, 8 seconds is probably not the end of the world. And if you need to use it, you probably have some people on you, so you can dislocate the fight a little bit. But yeah, it's really good. Like, I mean, just in an 8v8 fight, the ability to like throw a spore cloud on someone, like let's say you have a melee train of 2 or 3 people that are attacking the healer, and then the Forest Stalker is able to throw a spore cloud out. The healer now has, multiple seconds where the other team at the very least has to make a cognizant decision to either DPS or take a massive amount of damage. And at least with the current scaling of Spore Cloud, I think the choice is almost always that you need to leave. Like, so in a pseudo way, it's actually almost as effective as the healing ability for Black Knights. It's pretty strong, not only area denial, but just damage in general. So yeah, I think this ability is incredibly strong. You combine that with something like Neurotoxin, where you're able to reapply and keep pressure going for a minimal focus cost, and then with the new restock, you can, kind of get a couple of applications in. Pretty good. And then Death's Door deals poison damage and increases periodic poison damage taken while below 30% health by 200%. This is really positive. It's another dot, so it's another thing when you combine the other ones. If the cleanses don't go right, you're getting a ton of damage, and then it's a great way to finish people off. If you're taking, if you're getting crits, like we said, with this high Spore Cloud damage, and then you take another 100% when you're under 30% HP, it's going to eat through your HP pretty well. I do find it interesting, Death's Door, though. I honestly almost feel like Spore Cloud or Neurotoxin should be the finishers here, because with Spore Cloud as low as it is, I mean, you can get this with everyone else, and I don't know. Now, you can't stack the poison damage as well, but I still think it's really strong. So, and Death's Door, I mean, it's all right, but like when you look at something like Strike and Fade, like it kind of, or even Neurotoxin or Spore Cloud, it kind of feels a little bit less awesome to me. But if I had to pick in this line, you go all Death's Door, and then from there, depending on what your group situation looks like, I'd probably go down to Spike Growth. So take Pounding Shot. This is just basically an earth ability. It deals weapon damage, but it deals additional damage as Aftershock, which you can then fracture for more damage. Cloak of Earth is mid. It just, reduces the damage of the next 3 hits received by 50%, which can be nice if you're getting trained down, but it's only 3 hits and you're pretty squishy as it is. So, not bad, but, and even more effective in something like a 1v1 situation is probably more where you use it. I don't want to downplay it because it's probably a slightly above average ability, or at least defensive cooldown, but yeah, it's okay. I'd say maybe average depending on what the use is, but if you time it correctly, if you get a 50% mitigation against a really big hit, then you get a ton of value out of it. So yeah, I think probably slightly above average if used correctly. And then Spiked Field, this one is really strong, 15% area ability. It deals earth damage over time, and then it snares enemies within it by 50%. So this is just another way that you can strip for healers. So if I was in a group and I was running a Forest Stalker, I'd probably run down Death's Door. Like if I really wanted Death's Door, I'd run down and I'd get Spike Field. You get a little bit of utility if you pick off from the herd. Even in group fights, you find plenty of situations where maybe a healer or a ranged damage dealer is by themselves, so you're getting a lot of value from attacking. But Vital Focus can be good too, and I think Vital Focus will you're really going to pump damage here, but there's a little bit of a I guess I don't want to say a bug right now, but grants your next weapon skill 100% critical hit chance. If you use some of these dot abilities with Vital Focus, they will apply the dots as crits too. I don't know, the abilities change a lot, and depending on which patch we're on, this can change. So, don't take that as gospel right now. But if you use this and then Spore Cloud, and then every one of your Spore Clouds are critting, then, that's that is incredibly strong when you multiply it by distilled poison, and then if, let's say, you have a neurotoxin or something like that. Now, one thing I will say, just as a caveat to these lines, is they suffer from the same problems that the assassin, like Winter Shadow, and really the Redcap struggle from, is that cleanses from classes like Devouts and then some of the other abilities, like for example, if let's say you applied all of this and then you're fighting against a Runehealer and then they just alter Doom, all your dots are gone. So you spend all that focus, you're not really getting a lot of value from that. But the caveat being, Spore Cloud is AoE, so like if you strategically place it, you can easily hit 3 or 4 people like consistently. So I don't care. Alter Doom has a cooldown, right? Like you can do one person, but you're not getting all 3. This ability is very strong. But then you combine it with Vital Focus. So if we were on today's patch right now, I would say I'd actually, if I was in a group, probably end up going for Vital Focus, because yeah, you do get spike growth, and 15 seconds of a snare is really nice. But the ability to use any of these damage abilities with a 100% crit chance, specifically Spore Cloud right now, I might go with that. If that was changed and it's just like a flat DPS increase, I'd probably end up going with Spike Growth, because you can peel for a healer a lot easier with that. You can cause a lot of disruption. But yeah, still pretty solid. Stone Rain, we have Earthen Arrow, deals earth damage. So this is your standard earth attack. It also is going to allow you to build a little bit of Aftershock. Pounding Shot deals weapon damage plus additional weapon damage equal to 40% of Aftershock on the target. So this is pretty cool. Like this is a win more kind of thing. I think there's a place for this probably in groups where the entire group is building earth damage. If you're Pounding Shot and then getting additional weapon damage based on that Aftershock, I haven't done the math, so I don't know what the break point on that is, but it doesn't take long to get really high stacks of earth. So you could really be chunking somebody even before you threaten the Aftershock, right? Like maybe the healer is waiting until you get 2 or 3 or 4,000, and if you're able to, start getting 16, 2,000 free damage extra out of your Pounding Shot, there's potential there depending on how the math works out. So I don't think it's great right now, because I think Earth struggles a little bit based on Devouts being able to cleanse so many things and healers having a lot of options to cleanse. But not terrible, and definitely some potential. Talked about Cloak Earth. This is okay. It definitely has uses, and I think a more skilled player is going to get a lot of value out of it. Spike Growth, pretty good. Area Denial, Snare, does a little bit of damage, but that's not really what you care about. Claws of Earth deals earth damage and debuffs the target for 12 seconds, causing direct damage hits taken to deal added earth damage. This is pretty good. I mean, it's just like a damage stimulus. It's not like, anything crazy, and it's not, from what I've seen, like the damage doesn't really add up. Like that extra direct damage isn't super good. And then a lot of times, like it's definitely better in a 1v1 situation, but I would just much rather dot somebody and then just run away. Like you don't even have to stand there. You literally just cast a couple of these abilities, and 3 or 4 of the classes in the game right now are just going to die. Like if you Vital Focus, Spore Cloud, if you Vital Focus and Spore Cloud, and then, I don't know, maybe another dot or 2, and then just run away, like they're just dead. And no, you're not a 10k HP caster cannot live. So that's how I think about it. Like why put yourself in the danger? So yeah, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. Fist of Dano deals earth damage and knocks target back. This is pretty good to peel for healers. It is single target, so it's more of like a survivability mechanism. If there's an assassin or something like that, you can pop it and knock them off you, but it kind of loses to some of the other teleports and like cut the path and things like that. So I don't know, like single target knockback it's like okay, it's a little bit of value, but for the most part, I'm not a huge fan. It also can be used as a way to increase the your damage uptime without being hit. So like think about if someone is running at you, you get a shot or 2 off, and then you Fist of Danu, you're increasing the duration that they have to run, or the distance that they have to run. So a little bit extra damage uptime there. And then Spear of Lug fractures target, dealing damage 20%. Oh, interesting. I think it's a little typo. Fractures target, dealing damage, 20% increased damage. Fracture removes aftershock and deals that much damage. Right. So I think what the point here is that it will fracture your target, but then not only are you going to get that aftershock damage, so if you have 1,000 stack of aftershock, you would normally do 1,000 earth damage, and then that would be mitigated by your resistances. But here, I think it's probably going to do a pre-mitigation, so you're probably going to do 1,200 damage, and then so on and so forth. So basically, for every 1,000 damage that you do, you're going to get an extra 100 on the explosion. So it's okay. Like I don't think I don't know how good it's going to be. It could be pretty good though if you're in like a small man 3-4 man group, and then you guys are all using earth. You could probably blow some people up pretty fast because it's not hard to do 1,000 aftershock pretty quickly. So, you know, you have to see. I mean, if I had 3 or 4 people, though, I'd probably rather be just spore clouding and neurotoxining and throwing dots up and vital, So I don't know. This line is okay, but if I had to choose on this one, you go all the way down to Spear of Lung, and then from here you have to kind of choose. Part of me wants to say just get Spore Cloud, but you are kind of missing out on some of these things. I still think Spore Cloud, just like, because when you got to think about it, like, what do people know when you're fighting them? For the most part, if you attack somebody with Spore Cloud, they're not going to stand at it. They don't know that you're not a poison spect Forest Stalker, so they have to respect it. Like, I almost wish that they would give a color change based on maybe some of these like distilled poisons or something like that, because I think it's really strong area denial. It still does a decent amount of damage if you can stack it up to 5 times, right? I mean, that's 25 just based on the tooltip. So I mean, you do get mitigations and things like that, and the patches always change that stuff. But if I had to choose for this, you're going to be in a group. I don't, I'm not really sure which one. I might end up going with Predation instead of the Spore Cloud, because in a group fight, Spore Cloud really has less value if you have like a Devout or 2 and then also healers. They can really just cleanse that dot pretty quickly. Now, if you're just sitting in it and it's continuously updating and you're cleansing and you still are taking that debuff, then yeah, you might get some value, but that's just because people aren't playing correctly. So, I wouldn't balance around people not playing like that or not playing efficiently. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd probably end up going with Predation myself, because you're going to get that extra DPS value. You got Scent of Blood. So, even if you're in a little bit of a 1v1, if you can apply this to an assassin, it's a really great way to keep them in combat in a way. And then Vital Focus is also giving you extra DPS. So if you combine like a guaranteed crit with a 100% increased damage, you end up hitting for 3,000 or 4,000 like guaranteed. So that's a nice little combination with, let's say you're running a group with this. This is all assuming you're running Stone Rain in my mind. But yeah, and you don't really need things like fallback in that situation, because you have the dash now and you have the reposition. So yeah, that's what I would do. And then Predation is your normal stealth and your arrow shot. I still think it's weird that Forest Stalker gets stealth, but Redcap doesn't. Like, I think their stealth ability should be completely swapped, personally. Like, in the way in Dark Age it was, like, you had the camo and things like that, and you had to stand still. So, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but Redcap is already pretty strong. I'm not sure they really need stealth, but yeah. So anyway, it just is a little weird to me. Let's see. Pick off the herd. We talked about this one. This is just a solid in a 1v1 situation. If you're in a group fight and some of the DPS are kind of sequestered away from the rest of the team, but they're still getting healed, it's a really nice way to pump some serious damage into them. Scent of Blood. This is it is a high value ability, but if you're in a group fight, it's not really good. If you are in a 1v1 situation, it can be pretty decent. But health regen is pretty high, so it kind of is going to depend on which class you're using it on to really get the full value. But really more of a utility ability than anything. I wouldn't think about it as much as a damage ability due to passive HP regen. You have Vital Focus, like we already talked about. That basically just makes your other abilities crit. I don't think it's supposed to make the dots crit, but in some situations it does do that right now. So just be careful with that. It's probably going to get changed, but still a solid ability. I mean, it's okay. It's, what it kind of reminds me of is in D&D, there's an ability that lets you crit like the next turn, and it seems like everybody's like, oh my gosh, you can, your next ability is going to crit, and it's like, well, actually, because you're taking 2 global cooldowns to do it, it's actually not as good as you think. And in general, that's true. But and so here, I actually think it's like not as good as it looks because it does the other thing, but because it synergizes right now with the dots, it's actually probably too good. So anyway, crippling shot deals weapon damage and roots the target for 4 and 8 seconds. This is solid. Any kind of root is a good ability for Stalker's range, so that ranged ability to apply roots is strong. This is good for healers if they don't have the ability to navigate CC or eliminate CCs. You can face them away so they can't use all their healing abilities on targets or casters or other ranged casters. Keeps melee in place and away from chasing people. Just solid all-around ability. Comboing this with Spore Cloud right now is a little cheesy. You throw Spore Cloud out, it immediately hits. Before they can run out of the Spore Cloud, you throw down the crippling shot. They're now stuck. There's like 4 or 5 classes that don't really have the ability to get out of that, so they're just dead. Like because because you got the Spore Cloud down and you rooted them, you're going to apply 2 or 3 more dots like we were talking about earlier, and then you're dead. And so pretty strong. Dashes backward and parting shot. Dashes backward and deals weapon damage, snares the target for 4 to 7 seconds. Pretty good. Snares you, gives you a little bit of ability to run away. It can be counterintuitive though, because sometimes you want to snare a target when you are chasing them down, and like it's putting more distance between you, so you don't always want that. But it is still really nice if like an assassin were to pop out on your healer or you or whoever. It's a good way to like create distance between you and that target and then snare them as well. So kind of a double dip there and double help. It's okay. It's above average for sure. And then Strike and Fade deals weapon damage plus additional weapon damage equal to 15% of the target's missing health on a killing blow. You immediately gain stealth and increased movement speed for 10 seconds. So this is interesting. This one does so much damage right now. I think it does a lot of damage even if the target is at like 40 or 50% HP, right? I mean, that 15% really adds up. If you're at say 50%, it's already going to do the weapon damage, but then you're going to get another 7.5% of their missing health at 50%. So yeah, easily hitting like that 10% threshold to be doing a lot of damage. Combine that with some of their other DPS, and it's strong. And if you actually hit someone that's at 20 or 30% HP, it's a really great way to just like knock through guts and other things like that. It's just too much damage, and that guts mitigation is, it's not going to help you out in there. So yeah, pretty good. And then the stealth and the increased movement are kind of, it's so-so, I would say. Pretty good in a stalking the keep area kind of thing where it's like 1v1s, but the fights can develop over time. Not as good in a group fight because most of these other abilities, you can do them, but you're not getting consistent damage really, I feel like. I guess you get a decent amount of group utility out of it, and if you're moving around stealth, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like if you get stealth and movement speed in a team fight, like cool. Like as soon as you pop out, people are gonna either run at you or they're gonna continue to ignore you anyway, just depending on how their assist train is set up. So yeah, not a huge fan of this one. Outside of the damage, it's pretty good. If I had to set up a line based on Strike and Fade, I would go all the way down here to Strike and Fade, and then I would probably grab Poison Cloud right now. It's really great area denial. It's a bunch of free DPS if people stand in it. If you combine it with the root that you already have, you're getting a high value dot stack that you can apply to multiple people that you're forcing cleanses on, and you're forcing just cooldowns in general to be used. So you can't knock that back. I do think it's probably going to get the interaction between Spore Cloud and Vital Focus is probably going to be changed, and just like the dots in general. So you got to be careful and cognizant of that. So, I don't think it'll be quite that strong, but at least the initial hit will still work. But yeah, if you use, for example, Vital Focus and something like Strike and Fade at the same time, that can be good too. So that's definitely a strong one to look out for, the combination there. But yeah, I would probably go Spore Cloud. As far as what I would go myself, I think the Strike and Fade, I mean, if you're just looking for general utility, it's pretty strong, but I think neurotoxin is just really good, and I would probably go all the way down to neurotoxin. So you pick up that extra poison damage in neurotoxin and then pick up here. So if we were to look at it like this, I would give this one a try, at least myself. You know, if you find that Death's Door is doing a lot of extra damage, and you feel like it's worth it, then I would go with that. But I like to leave myself a couple of options. So I would probably come down and then pick up the root as well. So at this point, you're doing a lot of poison damage. You're able to neurotoxin. If healers are fighting and cleansing, you can still continue to keep your target completely oppressed. And then if you want to do some cheesy combos, you can. I say cheesy. I'm not trying to sound negative, but anyway, if you want to, if you want strong combos, you can crippling shot into a spore cloud. And then you can also use Vital Focus to amp some of that damage up. And then people are just dying naturally because of the synergies between your Spore Cloud and your dots and Distilled Poison to give you general increased DPS. And then you also have that good standard damage from Pick Off the Herd. You're getting like, as long as there's nobody around, so like 1v1 situations, great. Team fights where maybe you don't want to DPS a specific person that's next to everyone, pretty good. And you still get that general utility. You do kind of give up Parting Shot, which I think people will miss. Like I think people are sleep on this one a little bit, and so they're not going to like that. The other one I would do is probably just go all predation, like I said, and take Strike and Fade. That's just the fact that it's such a nice calling ability. Like you can almost trade it out for neurotoxin a little bit. You do lose the dot damage from Distilled Poison too, because you probably want to take this out and then go this way. But I still think this is totally viable either way. So yeah, that's for Stalker. All right, last archer is Blackguard. I'm just going to preface Blackguard a little bit. I messed around with this one, and it has very unique abilities. So I'm going to talk about it in general. Some of these are really strong abilities, but the more unique synergies like Merlin's arrow, and then the interplay between Sign of the Wizard and some of the other arcane damage, like this spell is treated as an arcane spell kind of thing. There's probably some stuff there and some synergies that I'm just not really 100% sure of, so I don't want to discount that. So I just take this one with a little bit of a grain of salt, but we'll go through everything and maybe we can talk about it. So first one, we already talked about it. Mark target increases the target damage taken and prevents stealth and entering the veil for 10 seconds. This is really good against other archers and assassins. You get a damage amp against everybody. Solid ability. Eagle's Eye lets you see other stealthers and also gives you just a flat DPS increase. Dash gives you a new ability, so you can just move quickly for 4 seconds. Pretty strong. This makes archers better or makes Blackguard and Stalker better, and then is, I guess, kind of a slight nerf to Winter Shadow because they already kind of had dash, so it's pretty good. Reposition, everybody already had this, so just a group AoE speed buff. It's short duration, but it's nice for either engaging or running away or whatever. Nice ability. And then restock, this is just a way to increase your general focus and front load more damage or generally increase your focus over time with a cooldown. Let's see. So we have deals arcane damage under Mystic for Blackguard here. Just deals arcane damage. This is your normal builder. You don't build with Blackguard, but it doesn't cost you any focus, so you're just effectively doing DPS over time. Starburst arrow deals arcane damage in an area around the target. So this is just like a low tier AoE ability. So just a nice way to pump in damage for a low cost that you can kind of dip into if you go these other specs. So I actually kind of like this one being so low. Arcane Shield negates the next attack taken. This counts as an arcane spell. So one interesting thing about Arcane Shield is that when you negate things, like you're still going to take the hit. So for example, like if you get hit by someone with a stun, you're still going to get stunned. Even if that stun does damage, the stun component will be negated, but not the actual effect. Like if you do damage over time or some other effect. So that one's kind of, it's like a slight diminishment. It diminishes it slightly, but it's still solid ability. Like a well-skilled player is going to be really good. Like if someone shoots a rim fang at you and you arcane shield it, you just negate that. So they spent 4 seconds channeling it. They spent 400 focus to cast it, and then you just arcane shielded it in one go. So for value, that's really good. It's a great ability. Marksman's Ritual, your next weapon skill gains increased arcane damage. This counts as an arcane spell. So again, you get increased damage here based on this. I think what this is saying is like the sigils that go down. I think it gives increased damage to arcane. So because of that, you can synergize with Flame Wardens. But don't take my word on this one. I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I haven't done enough testing with that. Arcane Mark deals arcane damage and reduces arcane resistance for 10 seconds. So this is really good. This is one interesting thing about CU versus Dark Age. You can debuff your own damage types, which they're just like self-stims. It's pretty strong stuff. So I don't know. I like it. And then let's see, Sign of the Wizard grants a large amount of magic armor rating for a short duration and empowers the nearest arcane sigil, granting 3 charges. So this seems pretty good. If you're basing everything around arcane sigil, it gives you charges, so you're like amping it up, and then you get a bunch of magic armor rating. Gonna probably be more useful when you're fighting mages or something like that. But I think in general, because it's just magic armor rating in general, that's good. As far as large amount, that kind of depends, right? It could say a large amount, but it doesn't actually do very much. So I think that's gonna kind of depend there, but it's still going to be a damage buff. It's still going to be generally positive. So I'm not super impressed with this line overall, but you do get like a bunch of your own damage reduction, and then you get some general AoE, some nice self-stim with the arcane resistance reduction, and then Merlin's arrow just deals arcane damage. So you're just getting this high DPS arcane attack. So you can apply your arcane resistance. They're going to take more arcane damage. You can set up and it increases your next weapon skill to give increased arcane damage, and then you can do the sigils. So you're buffing that arcane sigil, and then you're dropping a Merlin's arrow on top. I think it could have some pretty good synergy, but I'm always hesitant on these like kind of heavy setup situations. If somebody can make it work, I would love to see a video or something like that. But yeah, for now, I'm a little hesitant. If I had to choose Mystic, I'd go all the way down to Merlin's arrow. And then I think I would probably get Trick Shot for the snare. And then you have a couple of these other abilities. So Execute lets you deal 50% more damage if the target is below 50%. Just good standard execution. So that would be really nice with Trick Shot. And then Hail of Arrows deals weapon damage in the targeted area and snares targets by 20%. So another AoE, but you can apply a snare. The snare is a little low, but still, you only need a 10 or 20% snare to disrupt people, right? Like, you're going to gain distance and things like that. Not super strong overall, and people can cleanse. But if you can get someone to use a purging ability just from Hail of Arrows, that's kind of a win. Or like a charge or something like that. If you can break out their cooldowns in a longer fight, that's pretty solid. Armor Piercing Shot deals weapon damage and ignores 25% of target's armor. This is obviously going to be nice if you're attacking heavier units like heavy fighters right now, or Devout. So I think there's a place for this. I might end up going Pin Shot and then grabbing Armor Piercing Shot just for like the utility in general. Power Shot deals weapon damage, then deals additional weapon damage after 4 seconds. This one's pretty good value, like DPS for ability, but I don't know. The Blackguard already has so much damage. I'm not super set on needing this one for sure, but it could be okay. And then Marksman Shot deals weapon damage, only usable in Siege Stance. I actually don't really like this. Siege Stance, we didn't really talk about it, but it plants you in place, so you can't move and cast at the same time anymore, but it gives you a 10%, or it gives you a damage increase by 10%. So you lose the utility of running around and casting, but you can deal more damage. So this is very effective when you're defending keeps or anything like that. Not as good when you're in the open field in an 8v8 situation. So I'm not a huge fan of it personally, but yeah, not the worst thing. So if I had to choose though, I would probably go Trick Shot for the snare, the anytime snare. I don't really care about the area because I had Merlins and we said this was based on Mystic, and then I would just go for the little bit of extra utility on armor piercing shot. But there might be an argument for these with a focus, just depending on what your needs are. So, take a look obviously for yourself. Next is Arbalist. We already, Fast Shot is just a normal weapon damage ability, so very similar to Merlin's, except it's using weapon. We already talked about Siege Stance. It's just damage amplification for standing and casting. Armor Piercing Shot is a nice utility ability because some of the classes with medium and heavy armor just get a lot more physical damage reduction based on that. So if you can bypass that damage reduction, pretty nice. Power Shot is just good damage per focus spent, so you're getting that additional weapon damage after 4 seconds. Like, you just have to be careful, right? Like if lots of heals and cleanses and things like that, but just like pure value, it's pretty good. Marksman Shot deals weapon damage, only usable in Siege Stance. This can be good, but you have to be in a keep, not getting hit. Like if you're and I think there's some place for skill. Like if I practice Blackguard all day, there's probably a world where I could pretty effectively move between stances. The thing I just don't really like is the cooldown, right? So if you could just freely switch between the two, where it was like only a 3 or 4 second cooldown. So like anything less than 3 doesn't make sense because there's already like the animation that has to go down. So like if it's a 1.5 seconds, then why does it even have a cooldown? It basically doesn't. And then if it's 3 seconds, like you can use one ability and then you lose another global cooldown based on your animations and things like that. So, but you kind of already do that as Archer, right? But you're losing like the ability to move, and there's the whole meta between moving towards someone while you're attacking. Like if they're running away, if you can run towards them and attack, you can maintain the homeostasis between the two objects, right? Like the distance between the two objects doesn't change as you're both moving from that relative reference frame. But if you have to stand still, yeah, sure, you get the 10% damage increase. But if the target moves out of range or you're even farther away and you lose access to some of those other abilities because of that range, like, it's not really worth it. So I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Siege Stance, but there's a place for it if, like I said, you're on the keep wall, you can't be hit, and you want a flat DPS increase. Like Blackguard does have a couple of abilities that really chunk people. So there's definitely a place for it, especially if you're fighting people that are not targeting you. Like why wouldn't you go Siege Stance? So yeah, pretty good. We already talked about Marksman Shot, Backstep, dashes backward. This one's kind of bugged right now. You can like move up, keep walls and things like that. I think that'll get fixed eventually. So it's just like a nice overall runaway ability. It doesn't snare anything like that. So it is very dependent on characters, but I'll say I like it because it's not just another flat damage increase, and it solves one of the problems you're going to run into as an archer is like people on top of you. So it's just a nice way to close distance. It's still going to lose to things like charges and dashes and teleports from assassins and things like that. So it kind of helps with the solve a problem, but then it doesn't solve the whole problem because there's other options. Crushing Arrow deals weapon damage in the targeted area, only usable in Siege Stance. So another thing, like as you spec down this line, Siege Stance becomes a requirement for certain abilities. So while you're transitioning to Siege Stance, you cannot use these abilities. So you're kind of cutting yourself off from effectiveness if you are not using it. So you got to be really careful about how you transition to Siege Stance, and you make sure that all the abilities that you can use are useful during that time. And then you leave the window open for, okay, well, I'm about to get trained on and I want to still be able to attack people while I'm running. So I need to switch out of Siege Stance and then, kind of strafe and attack and things like that. So definitely a higher skill cap, I would say, on Arbalist than people probably realize. And I think a lot of people will just pick it up if they want to they're saying, I'm a keep archer, like I want to live the fantasy of a keep archer. I want to Siege Stance on the keep wall and shoot people. That's fine. But in the context of the game, it's actually a pretty high skill cap spec, I would say, because I don't know how you work around a 12-second cooldown like that with two of your abilities. Like, I don't know. I think you might feel kind of gimped. But maybe the answer is down here at the bottom, pinned down. This ability is nuts. So deals weapon damage and roots the target for 8 seconds. While rooted this way, they take 30% increased damage. So if you've watched the other part of this video or you've skipped around a little bit, you probably noticed 8 seconds on a root is a long time. 8 seconds is crazy because roots in this game are not removed. Damage does not break a root. So it's almost like a pseudo stun in certain ways. Like if you're behind the target, most characters can't even attack you. So yeah, it's very strong, very good. The 30% damage increase makes it even better. It's going to have less effectiveness in a group fight. You're not going to get the full potential where they're rooted the entire time with a 30%. But if you save it and they're kind of liberal with their abilities, you might get a ton of value out of it, and you might kill somebody pretty easily. So pretty good. And like for like a duo or a trio, oh man, this ability is so gross. Like if you have like a Veilstalker and 1 or 2 Blackguards and like an Abbot or something like that, I mean, that you have a really amazing burst windows that if you hit this on somebody and they can't get rid of it, I mean, they're dead. There's just nothing they can do. So yeah, I think this ability synergizes pretty well. You get the 30% increased damage, and then you also get that at 10% increased damage from Siege Stance. So you're starting to get like multipliers that are going. I think this one is pretty good. You know, you have to play around with it yourself, and I'm not 100% sure because I think it would take a while to become proficient at this, but and I don't know. I don't play Thurian anyways. Anyway, yeah, I would go all the way down Pin Down though, and then from there I'd probably go Trick Shot and then maybe Starburst for the AoE. I might also go for Arcane Shield. That has a pretty high skill cap, and then I might go Execute for the extra damage. So you have Pin Down. You would lose out on your kind of anytime snare there, but you get the ability to negate some damage. So that one would be pretty helpful. I don't know. I'm kind of in between there though. I think maybe I would want maybe I'd want the Trick Shot instead. So, you know, really up to you. You do get the AoE ability and you get the single target ability. So that's pretty nice. You got to kind of make the decision. I guess if I had to, I think in general, you're probably going to get more use out of the snare, but that Arcane Shield is going to just win you certain matchups. So if you're more worried about just killing people, it's pretty good. And then you still have Pin Down to fall back on if you really need it. So yeah, that's probably what I would go with. And then also you have Backstep for more utility. And then Cunning. So just another basic ability. This one costs focus and it does slashing damage over time. I don't know if this is like, I'm not really sure why this basic ability does more damage. And then, you know, it does deal additional weapon damage over time, but it costs 150. So when you average it out, like, wouldn't you rather just be saving for these more expensive abilities and then I'm just casting normally? So I don't really understand this one very much, but you know, the range is nice, 70 meters. Blackguard's they can shoot from pretty far away. And then Execute, we already talked about that one. Just does 50% more damage if the target's below 50% HP. So good calling ability. Nice way to target people and try to finish them off. You start doing a massive amount of damage when you combine it with things like Siege Stance or Pin Down or whatever. Trick Shot, really solid ability that snares for 40% for 6 seconds. That's without the 9 seconds. So yeah, this Trick Shot is nice. 6 second snare, that's solid. I think it's a longer cooldown though. So Hail of Arrows deals weapon damage in the targeted area and snares targets by 20% for 4-8 seconds. So it's just a standard AoE, snares people. The snare is a little bit lower, but it can be nice utility. So you just got to kind of figure it out. I don't think I'd be using this in general, especially with a focus cost, but it's up to you. Escape removes root, snares, stuns from yourself. So this is similar to the one from Winter Shadow. This is just a good overall ability. If you're able to remove stuns specifically and then roots and snares, if like say a Forest Stalker poison clouds and then roots you, you can just escape and use this. At least you're not taking the full duration of that ability, and then maybe you have a chance to counterplay. So yeah, maybe. Gotcha deals weapon damage and roots to targets for 4 to 8 seconds. So this is another root ability, another really great skill line. So this whole line really starts to kind of look very attractive when you're just looking from a utility standpoint. It's nice. And then custom munitions. This ability is really great. You can you get multiple arrows that you can start shooting out. I think it's bugged right now, but grants custom munitions attack ability, which deals weapon damage in a 5-meter area around the target, is usable up to 5 times within 20 seconds. So when you think about it, you start to you can dump a bunch of damage based on the custom munitions, and you combine that with things like your roots and your snares. It's pretty good. And then if someone has any kind of damage amplification up, and it's AoE as well, so you're getting extra value there. It's okay. I think it's pretty strong. I think overall my favorite is Pin Down. I mean, it's just such an egregious long ability, but you get that damage amp. I like this one a lot. But custom munitions combined with the fact that you can already kind of get a root here for 4 and 8 seconds, you don't get that damage amp, but you get a lot of natural damage and then a lot of extra utility. You could go there. And then if you did that one, if let's say you went all the way down Cunning, from there, I'm not super thrilled about the abilities that you can get from here. I mean, it's really, again, between Arcane Shield, I would say, and then maybe Dip for armor piercing. You could go all the way to Marksman's Ritual to get that increased arcane spell damage, but you're not debuffing the arcane, and you're not synergizing sigils and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm less happy with that one. I'd probably end up going Starburst for the just basic AoE. You already have Hail of Arrows and custom munitions for a bit of AoE, but it's just another option. And then because you're also not really going to use Hail of Arrows very often, I don't think. It's more of like melee train is on somebody, throw down a quick snare, pull them off just enough, even if they cleanse, they are going to run into trouble. Although I'll be honest, this is going to be a little weak versus Avalanche from Skalds. They can every 12 seconds they can clear snares. So if you're fighting Viking group, it's gonna you're gonna struggle a little bit, like keeping them locked down with this. It's gonna be a little bit better with some other stuff, but yeah, you're still gonna struggle. It's still gonna be tough, I think. But yeah, so if I went there, I'd go Cunning, I'd grab up Arcane Shield, and then probably Piercing Arrow. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Blackguard.
All right, so we'll go to the Devout next. Start with Helbound. So Rejuvenate, it's just another generator for healing. It's a small hot that you can put on to also build Judgment. So yeah, not too bad, pretty good. All Devouts are gonna get that. Purify removes up to 2 debuffs from nearby allies. This is really strong. With the game so heavily based around dots and debuffs right now, this is a great way to remove a huge amount of damage from groups. If you're in an 8v8 situation and you have 1 or 2 Devouts spamming this all the time, you're removing 4 debuffs every 6 seconds. So you're really, every 3 seconds, you're removing a debuff from, potentially up to 8 people. It's pretty good. I mean, you're going to have to watch out for the distance that you are from other people. And, there's a cooldown. So if someone is really reticent of what's going on and they notice you guys both use this Purify, they could potentially throw down a healed up debuff or something like that. Now, that would still leave the opportunity for other cleanses from, say, healers. But, this is an incredibly strong ability. And most of the time in the hectic nature of an 8v8 fight where specific people have specific jobs and they're running through, this is just really strong. And that situation where you can time buffs like that, I mean, it just doesn't really exist. Much easier to do in a 1v1 situation, but if you're in a 1v1 situation, then they're just going to remove 2 debuffs. You're not really going to be able to pump a bunch of them out. So very, very, very strong ability. I think this is one of the defining features of Devouts in general. Stand Again, this is just a res, 9-second cast time. You can res people when they're dead, so always good to have a Devout around. If if you have a skirmish and then someone dies, you can bring them up without having to run back. Armor of Faith, just a 70% increase to physical armor. This is pretty nice because Devouts use medium armor, so it's higher than some of the other ones. It's a nice little buff. Not as good as something like Shield Wall, but still really strong. 8 seconds, not bad. Gives you some melee survivability. Rally grants your party a strong heal over time for 6 seconds. This is okay. It just depends on the situation and what you already have. It might be a way to win more. So, for example, let's say you notice your entire team is full health, and you want to you have a bunch of points to spend. You could overheal with something like this. So, as soon as they start taking damage again, you'd already have that strong heal, and then you could start healing, or you could use that momentum to use some offensive spells, or you could cleanse in that time, because your heal you already kind of applied the heal, and you already have that damage they're going to take taken care of. Now, again, in a bigger situation, a bigger fight, you can't always time things like that, but it's the kind of thing that I think as people develop and get better, we'll continue to think about. All right, so we'll talk about Helbound specifically here. Start with blood work. Desperate Strike deals weapon damage, increased damage based on missing health. So this one's okay. Like, the base damage is actually really low compared to a lot of other abilities, but not bad. And then the nice thing about it, though, is it's just a really fast way to generate judgment stacks, and it's offensive. I mean, it's really, from what I'm looking at, mostly your only way to do that, but it looks like you can do Crush too, so maybe Crush is better depending on the amount of missing health. So if you're full health, maybe you should be switching in Crush, and then Desperate Strike is nice depending on the missing health. So you got to kind of min-max that and test that. These number values could change, so you'll know as you're playing through. Life transfer spends health to heal the target. Base damage 1255, base healing 3132. So this one is just a nice heal. It does it costs you a little bit of health. An interesting thing about this, though, is you can use it on yourself. So the base damage ends up not mattering. It just turns into a heal for you. It also grants you judgment. So this is it's a pretty decent heal, nice self heal, and then you're probably not going to be using this as much. Like, some of the other abilities are probably better, but if you end up going all blood work, this is going to be one of your options to single target. Ravenous Attack. This one's great. It deals spirit damage and heals yourself and allies within 8 meters. So 8 meters is not very far, so it's healing other people in melee range, but this is a really great ability. So if you're attacking gates, you can just basically heal everybody that's on the gate just by melee DPSing the gate. It's a nice little ability. It does cost 1 judgment, so what I found a lot of times is I was either using Desperate Strike into Ravenous Attack or Crushing Blow into Ravenous Attack. So generate that 1 judgment and then Sanctify. It just depends what your HP is, so on and so forth. But yeah, really nice heal. Really, but again, it kind of limited by the distance. So I always found it. This is one of the harder reasons if Devout stick around healers. It can be really hard because the healers can heal everybody, but then the Devouts can dump all this extra healing out, or at least Hellbounds can. So yeah, this is a pretty strong ability. I really like this one. Sanctification, or Scarification, excuse me, increases Guts threshold. So this is, for anybody that doesn't know what Guts is as you get lower in HP, once you hit a certain threshold, you will take a reduced percentage of damage. Derek has confirmed that this damage is actually calculated throughout the entire equation for damage calculation. So it's going to account for any extra damage that you do. So, like, for example, if you do like 1,000 damage and then only 500 that would hit the Guts threshold, that next 500 is going to count towards is going to have the Guts threshold applied to it. So apparently all the calculations are specific in that way. So I haven't done any testing myself to confirm, but that seems to be what was said in the Discord. So yeah, Guts is pretty strong, especially when you combine it with healers like the Hellbound. So I think this could definitely be an option, and it's only 3 down. So if you're playing one of these other specs, you do have it as an option. Devour Soul deals shadow damage over time to the target if they die during the duration. Allies near them are healed. So I'm not a huge fan of this one. Like, it is a dot, it does do some damage, so you can always, it's not bad, but a prerequisite heal being based on killing someone is just generally not very strong, especially in a smaller situation where the swing is
really you're only killing 1 or 2 people. So if that one other person dies, then you end up losing somewhere between 33 and 50% of your total strength, or more, depending on what the classes are and their role is. So the heal, you kind of already win at that point, right? Getting a heal after that, I mean, I guess it's okay. It's not, I'm not going to say take it away, but I'm not super impressed by this one. I guess decent to do some shadow damage, but shadow damage can also be resisted pretty well by classes like Black Knight. So I don't know, a little skeptical on this one, but I guess it's all right. Feast increases your direct damage dealt and causes Reap to also apply health shield for 15 seconds. This one's okay. So Reap is just based around the passive. So Feast just lets you, basically when you're attacking, you can build a shield passively. So it's okay. I use this a little bit. I never felt like, I always tried to keep it up. I didn't feel like it was a huge part of what I was doing, but with a little bit more testing, this one might have a little bit more use. But the really only thing that it was good for was overhealing. Basically, you could turn that healing into a shield. I guess it kind of double dips either way. So like even if you're not getting it, even if you're not getting that direct damage, you can still get a shield, which is nice. But this one's so. I'm not super impressed. Like I never felt like it was having a huge impact on what was going on. Never played Helbound in like a 8v8 situation though, so it was usually more like 4v4s or like 1v1s. So maybe it'd have a bigger effect with more people with scale linearly like that, and you'd end up getting a bigger overall effect. But I'm not 100% clear on the passive and how like the heals and everything work. So or like if you kill someone and it heals, I'm not 100% sure on that. So I'd have to look into it to be more sure. But this one's kind of mid from what I've seen. Graham's Blessing, channel to rapidly attack the target, dealing weapon damage and stunning the target and healing yourself with each attack. This one is really weird. Like, so full disclosure, I think Graham's Blessing is pretty nice. Like, it's a very long stun and it does a ton of damage, but it's just kind of clunky the way it works. It has like a long startup, and then if people are running around, it's just kind of strange. And then it's also a stun. So if someone else stuns and they're on DR, you run into like a situation where you have a kind of a tough startup and it doesn't really do much. I still think it's okay. Like, definitely for the line, I think it's fine. Definitely better than some of the other stuff I see on here. But if I had to choose a Bloodworks line, I'd go, all the way down to Graham's Blessing. And then from there, I think the two big ones that I would look at would either be Barrel Down or Battle Thrill. So Battle Thrill increases movement speed and heals you over time for 6 seconds, and then Barrel Down charges the target and deals weapon damage, negates the next hit you take within 4 seconds. So Barrel Down is a little bit more skill based. You kind of would want to use this right before maybe you take a big Mage Bolt or a Fade and Strike or some other a Severed Cold Behold from a Black Knight or something like that, and you're going to get a ton of value negating that, or an Overwhelm from a Bless Crow or something like that. So yeah, solid abilities. What I will say is, if you were going to go all the way down to Bloodwork, I would probably end up going Battle Thrill more, because you get this the Way of the Flesh. It's an AoE heal that you can do. It does do some damage, but at least you have an option to basically double the radius. So you get a 12-meter area radius heal on a 2-second cooldown that costs 2 judgment, which is pretty nice, but it's double, basically. It's a little under double the radius of Ravenous Attack. So you have a little bit more AoE that you can do, while also you would have that Graham's Blessing. So you get that, you get the movement speed and the heal over time on yourself, but then you also get Gift of Hunger, buffs the party, causing their next direct hit to heal them. So this one's pretty nice. Like, you basically every 4 seconds you can give the entire group the ability to heal based on doing DPS. So as long as the only heat classes you might have a little bit of trouble using this on as a healer, but healers have usually plenty of time to at least throw out one ability, whether it's to build runes or just to build shock stacks or whatever. They're kind of throwing out a Disarm from Word of Chaos or whichever class. A Dot from Druid, empaths or whatever. So yeah, not too bad. So yeah, I would like that one if I was going blood work. So bone work, we already kind of talked about crushing blow. It's just kind of your standard cleave snare ability. It's pretty nice actually that you. I noticed the damage is a little lower on this one. At least the base damage for the tooltip is a little lower, so that kind of makes sense. It's an attack. It cleaves. It snares, and it grants a judgment. So you're getting like kind of 4 bonuses there, and then so it does a little bit less damage. But Devouts in general do a little less melee damage, so kind of interesting. Butchery, this is really similar to Mjolnir's crush ability. It's basically just your standard bread and butter spender. You're hitting somebody and you want to do a little bit of bonus damage. I think the only time you're really going to be using this one is if you guys are really winning for whatever reason, and you really just like someone's got a Skald drops a bonus 30% damage, and you guys are in melee range, and everybody is, 3 or 4 of you are melee training on someone. You might want that extra 500 damage over like an AoE heal, because generally I think you'd be using Ravenous Attack, and if you look at the base damage, they're very similar. So there's almost no situation where you're going to want to be using Butchery over Ravenous Attack until the fight is either over or you're definitely on like a go. You're like going on someone, you're trying to take them. It's like terminology for WoW arenas when you're like, a go is like when you get someone in a stun chain and then you debuff them, and then the healer is CC'd and then you go. But yeah. So I think it's okay. A little bit of extra damage. There is a little bit of utility there, and it's low enough in the tree that you can spec into it in general. But yeah, it increases physical armor rating. Scrimshaw, pretty nice. I mean, no reason to not just take extra physical armor. This is going to help you tank more naturally and have a better time against assassins or really any physical melee damage user. Barrel down, we already talked about this one. Basically just the charge, deals some damage, and then it also negates the next attack. So you can use this to close the distance. You can use it to negate some damage. Pretty nice. Ren deals weapon damage and a cleave. This is going to be similar to Crushing Blow, but it's going to cost you judgment to use. So just a standard spender cleave ability. I mean, not super great, but it's always nice to do a little bit of AoE damage if you have the option. Calcify grants the target a health shield and deals shadow damage to enemies within 8 meters. So this is kind of nice. This is similar to the line with Hellborn Resilience over here, where it does AoE heals everybody, but then also gives them a heal over time. Instead of giving the heal over time, you're getting the shield and the dot. So, a little similar here. Instead of direct damage, you're getting a dot. So each of these 3 shields or these AoE abilities, I should say, kind of ticks a different box, right? So like heal and damage, heal and shield, shield and damage. So yeah, interesting. It's okay-ish. And then the last one is Meat on the Fire, deals weapon damage and roots the target, and creates a burning area under them that deals periodic spirit damage to enemies. So this one's pretty nice. The root on this I found to be pretty useful. So I can see why because it has so many different things going on, I can see why it's an Apex ability. You root somebody, you create a burning area that they kind of need to run out of. It also does spirit damage, which is a less common one, like maybe Flame Warden or someone like that is going to deal spirit damage as well. But yeah, pretty interesting. Not my favorite line, honestly. Bonework I think is probably the weakest of the 3, but I will say this Apex ability, like if you got it, there are certainly use cases for it, especially in smaller fights. Like a root is always really nice, so you get a little bit extra utility. I think I might want Graham's Blessing over that if it was a 1v1 situation, because instead of rooted, they're stunned. So most classes don't have a counterplay there, and then you're also getting that self-heal, where here you're kind of pumping out a little bit of damage, but Graham's Blessing already does quite a bit of damage with a chain. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan. I think this is probably the weakest one, Meat on Fire, for me, and Bonework in general. If I were to choose Bonework and go Meat on Fire, I'd still probably go Ravenous Attack, and then it would be a choice between Sanctification or Gift of Hunger. I think personally I'd probably go Gift of Hunger. The Scarification is nice for the increased guts threshold, but at least with Gift of Hunger, you're able to give your team an extra heal. So yeah, not bad. I would do that one, and then obviously you want this Ravenous Attack because you can continue to
pump out those AoE heals in an 8-meter radius around you. So really, there's like a 16-meter circle that you can heal in. So I like to cover that kind of area. And then finally, we have Fleshwork. I don't know if it's been obvious, but this is probably one of my favorite ones. First, you get Closed Wounds, heals the target. So it's actually interesting when you look at the healing values here. They're very, very similar, but they one cost judgment. So here you're getting a similar hero. You don't have that life cost, but instead you have a judgment cost. So you can kind of decide, like, do I want to spend judgment or do I want to spend health to do my heals? And you almost always get that choice. I think in general you probably want to use life transfer, and then if for whatever reason you're being focused down, it will happen sometimes because you're a devout and you're doing healing. Sometimes people will try to focus you. I think in general it's not the right move because you have kind of a number of options. You're in a little bit of a heavier armor, and then if melee people are attacking you because of that medium armor, they're going to struggle. So if it was like a caster group, it might be a better idea, but I think in general for melee, it's not a great idea. Close Wounds heals the target. We already talked about Gift of Hunger. The Way of the Flesh, we talked about this one a little bit, but basically the big thing here is you get to heal everybody and then you get to do damage in an AoE, so it's a nice way to, they lose, you win, costs 2 judgment, it grants 500 faith. This is okay. Pretty nice. Battle Throw, talked about this as well, movement speed, and then heals you over time, so just a nice stem. It's 6 seconds with a 20-second cooldown, so there's only 14 seconds where you can't do it, so you get somewhere like between 20 and 35% uptime on this, which is pretty nice, and it only costs 125 faith, so you're almost always going to have it. Let's see. Hellborn Resilience grants a health shield to self and nearby allies and heals you and nearby allies over time. I really like this one. Double dipping. So you're going to apply a shield to everybody. You're also going to apply a hot. I find this one to synergize really well with Ravenous Attack because, as you're building and spending on judgment, you are just kind of naturally healing. So sometimes you want that in the same kind of way I was talking about Feast granting a shield when everybody's max HP. When you're using Hellborn Resilience, everyone's getting the hot, everybody's getting the shield, so none of that overhealing is happening. You're not wasting the ability at all. If you are using Way of the Flesh, you kind of run into an issue because, you're doing some damage, but everybody's maybe already max HP, so the heal isn't as useful. In this situation, you can... Ravenous Attack has like a similar issue, but it has a pretty decent base damage, so you're not really sad about losing it. In this situation, the base damage is a little lower, but the base heal is a lot higher, so it's much more impactful to lose that 2 judgment. And then if you're losing the overheal, it's like why are you spending 2 judgment on this? Like if you look at damage to judgment ratio, like your DPS. Basically, it's better to just always Ravenous Attack in that situation, unless there's multiple targets, and then there's an argument for it. But I think it would actually, if you just do really napkin math here, right? Like 2 judgment is what, 3,200, and Way of the Flesh is 2 judgment for 15. So the DPS it's going to be tough to beat on that one. So anyway. I like all that to say I like Hellborn Resilience a lot more because you can apply the shields, you get the hot, so there's a good situation for it, and a lot of times the shields end up stacking with each other depending on which ones they are, so you got to do some testing yourself to figure out what your makeup is and how the shields are all going to go. But I really like Hellborn Resilience. Strength of the Grave, I like this one as well. It's just a natural physical armor rating buff and melee damage increase, so Vikings have Mjolnirs and not so much, and Devouts as well do melee damage, but not so much Assassins. Like you don't really run Assassins in groups because they are so squishy and they generally have really low HP unless they're spec'd almost like a dual wielder spec where they're like really high. Really, you wouldn't even really do it because they have such high natural dex that, you get a little bit of evasion here or there, but when you are taking hits, you end up only having somewhere between 10 and 15,000 HP, it feels like. So
It just depends on what your stats are and how you got it set up. But yeah, this one's okay. I think it is really useful if you have the Mjolnirs and the Devouts doing DPS. But if your group is more caster heavy, like you have a bunch of Chaos Weavers and a bunch of Archers, you're just going to get less value here. You still are getting the physical armor rating, so it's going to be, you're at least getting some value, but every 15 seconds, if you're throwing up 2 Judgment and you're only getting physical armor rating from it, it can feel like a lot of work for not a lot of payoff if you do have those melee people in your group. And Devouts are melee, so you at the very least are going to benefit from it. So if that's all you care about, then okay. But I like to win. I don't know. So I kind of think I don't know. It's okay. It seems, I don't know, about average. And then finally, Life from Death. Resurrects nearby allies with 1 HP and res sickness for a short duration. They gain immunity to all damage, and they heal themselves based on the direct damage they deal. So this one is pretty good. It has a huge momentum shift in a fight. If 2 or 3 people were to be killed, like let's say AoE down, like let's say a bomb group runs in and like AoE down 2 or 3 different people, you could just run and res everybody, and then they would start to heal based on they would have immunity to damage, and then they heal themselves when they deal damage to other people. You could also start ravenous attacking, and then after only 1 or 2 desperate strikes, you could also throw down like a Hellborn Resilience or a Way of the Flesh for a big AoE damage and heal. So I really like this line a lot. I think this is probably what I would do if I did flesh work. I would go 1 into Butchery and then 2 into Ravenous Attack. You could possibly get Scarification if you didn't really like Butchery. I think there's an argument to make that Butchery is pretty niche, and you're almost not going to want to use it because the damage is just so similar. But I just like having that little bit of extra efficiency if I really need it. Like sometimes, a few hundred DPS matters, and if you're going on somebody for, let's say they get in a 3 or 4 second stun, that means you probably get 3 attacks. So if I'm able to put out an extra 300 or 400 damage on a target, over 3 attacks, I could put out an extra 1,000 damage on them. Now, that's not accounting for guts and armor and all that kind of stuff, but just depending on the situation, those small efficiencies are what's going to win you the fight versus somebody else. And then if your group is all being efficient in that way, over 3 or 4 people, that can add up to 3,000 or 4,000 damage. So that's the way I think about it. I think there's maybe an argument for Scarification. I don't think I would want to give up Ravenous Attack for Barrel Down or Scrimshaw. If you got the physical armor rating and the Barrel Down, that would definitely give you some survivability, but I definitely don't think it would give you the same survivability that you get from a Ravenous Attack, where you're and that's the thing about Ravenous Attack that I didn't mention either, is it does spirit damage. So a lot of these attacks are doing weapon damage, but the fact that you're jumping out spirit damage there is really nice against a lot of different resistances. So you're going to have to look up the armor types to make sure you understand, and you'll figure it out naturally as well when you're attacking somebody and you're like, why is my Ravenous Attack not doing a lot of damage? So you might figure out that someone has spirit resistance, and you might want to switch targets or something like that. But I think it's pretty good. So this is what I would do, and like I said, this is the Fleshwork max build, and probably how I would spec it overall, with a couple of different options. If you really just I don't know what your setup is, but maybe one of your other Devouts has this already, and you find that you get a lot more value from the extra damage or the meat on the fire for the root. So you could do that, but I don't know. I think this line is just so good. Like, if 1 or 2 of your people die, you can just get them up instantly. They can jump back into the fight and start doing damage. I mean, they will have res sick, but it's still better than nothing. They could still use heals or abilities or utility or buffs or whatever it is. So yeah, super solid. So yep, that's Hellbound. All right, so we're continuing with Devout. We'll talk about Blessed Crow. We'll quickly run through the Devout general abilities. You got Rejuvenate, just heals target over time, grants you a judgment. So this is just a nice way to attack or heal and build judgment to use your other bigger abilities. Purify removes 2 debuffs from nearby allies. It's a great ability. You should be using this all the time. It's really nice. Stand Again. I actually think this is a buff in general now that I think about it. When I was looking at Crow, and I played them a couple of times, like 3 or 4 times actually. They had a cleanse from their cauldrons. You could cleanse in an AoE based on the cleanse. We'll go on that earlier. I think this is just a general buff though. Like you could get a higher top end from the purification, so you could be cleansing multiple debuffs based on your cauldrons, but you had to be close to the cauldron, so it can be tough. But so yeah, purify, 2 debuffs, 6-second cooldown. It was a great ability. You should be spamming this. Stand again, resurrects target ally with 15% max health and resurrection sickness. Just a standard res, 9-second cast time. Not too bad. Armor of Faith increases your physical armor by 70% for 8 seconds. Devouts use medium armor, so a physical armor buff for them for 8 seconds, 70%. It's pretty solid. It's almost like you're wearing 2 sets of armor, like 70% of another set of armor. So it's like having a pair of pants and a hat and a chest piece all at the same time. So yeah, a decent amount of value there. And then also Rally grants your party strong heal over time for 6 seconds. So this is a nice ability to use if everybody's at full HP and you're like maybe almost capped on judgment. Maybe you can't attack or something like that. You don't have like a great spender. You can throw that up and then it'll minimize the amount of overhealing you'll have. Yeah, it's also just like decent for healing in general. So maybe that's one of the better options depending on which spec you choose. All right, so we'll start with the skill lines for Burlesque Crow. We'll do Ritual here. Nature's Rebuke deals weapon damage and snares the target for 40% for 4 and 8 seconds. This is your standard attack. Snare the enemy for 4 seconds and then grant a judgment. So you're not quite as good as Crushing Blow from Helbound, but still pretty close because it's it's not an AoE. I think the duration is maybe a little bit longer, but 4 or 8 seconds is pretty solid. And you're just spamming it anyway to grant judgment, so that's pretty good. Summon Cauldron, you also get that automatically. Summons a Cauldron at the targeted location for 60 seconds, maximum of 4 Cauldrons total for all abilities. So this has changed a couple of times. Like I'm not sure if the tooltip is completely updated, but if you can have 4 Cauldrons like it says on the tooltip, then that's pretty nice. A lot of your damage and abilities scale off of the number of cauldrons you have. So think of your cauldron as like a coefficient, and that coefficient is applied to whatever the equation of your damage is. So number of cauldrons goes up, number of DPS and healing go up. It's kind of like the caveman way to think about it. Dark Work deals shadow damage to enemies near each of your cauldrons. So again, like we talked about, the number of cauldrons you have is going to scale with the amount of damage you have. I think in this situation it's linear, so if you're doing 600 damage with 1 cauldron and an AoE, if you have 4 cauldrons out, you're going to be doing 2400 damage based on whatever the cooldown is. That's pretty nice. I think when I was testing it last, it had like a 6-second cooldown or something like that, as long as you had the resources to spend. So you can really start dumping AoE damage. I think Blessed Crows in general are going to really benefit when you get organized groups together, and then the Blessed Crows start staying with the healers more consistently, and the healers know to stay near the cauldrons. And then so if healers are like kind of kiting through the cauldrons and people are applying all these different debuffs and AoE damage, I think it's going to be really tough. Just think about it like this: if you got a melee train attacking a healer, and the healer's near the cauldrons, and then you start hitting Dark Works for 2500 damage on each target, and there's, let's say, 4, you're doing 10,000 damage. That's a ton of value for one ability that costs a minimal amount of judgment. So yeah, I think you get a lot of value out of this kind of thing. Rite of Sickness deals spirit damage to and snares enemies near each of your cauldrons. So this is the same kind of thing, deals some damage, but then it also snares. So you want to, maybe you're not as concerned, maybe they're all a high HP and you'd like to maybe pull somebody off. You can apply that snare. That's going to require them to purge or use some other ability, but it's really nice. It's going to be even more effective in a small man fight where like 3 or 4 people, you can peel people more easily because they don't have access to those better strips and cleanses and control CCs. So yeah, pretty nice. Summons a cauldron for 60 seconds and deals spirit damage in the targeted area. This is just basically a targeted ground AoE, and then it also summons a cauldron on top. So, with the casting time and everything, it's okay. It can be a nice way, though, if you throw up a cauldron and it's on that 6-second cooldown and you just want to get another cauldron out immediately. It can be a nice way to do that, while also dealing spirit damage, which, I think is a nice damage type. Blood Offering deals weapon damage and summons a cauldron at the target location for 60 seconds. So you guys are kind of starting to see the trend here with Ritual. It's about summoning cauldrons and maximizing those. So you can increase the rate at which you're getting them out. So if you're in a team fight, you throw down that cauldron, 0.2 seconds to summon cauldron, you hit somebody with Blood Offering, and then you call down an AoE. You got 3 cauldrons in less than 5 seconds. So you can already start pumping out AoE damage. You can start snaring people around your healers or in whatever the area is. You got to be really smart about the way you're placing the cauldrons, right? If if you place one near an enemy, I mean, if they're paying attention, they're probably going to move away from it, right? They are pretty small, so I mean, it's not I wouldn't be surprised if somebody didn't notice it, but the other thing is you're going to be losing a lot of value if you're not being really strategic about the way you're placing those. And then, also if your team is not kind of working around them as well, I think you're going to suffer a little bit, at least with the spec. Conduit of Power deals spirit damage. Damage is increased by 50% for each nearby cauldron. So this is the big thing. It's kind of a nice aspect of this. Because this is on a 6-second cooldown, you can basically start using Conduit of Power after 6 seconds in a fight, because you throw down the cauldron, if you haven't already pre-placed them, right? But you summon a cauldron, you drop it, and then you blood work and call down, and then at that point, you're almost ready to summon another cauldron. Once you do that, you get that full scaling, because 4 cauldrons is kind of the max that you're supposed to be able to have. You can get that 200% damage bonus for Conduit of Power, so you're getting a decent amount of value. And then finally, Rite of Ruin creates auras around your cauldrons that cause enemies to take increased damage. This effect stacks. I think the Blessed Crow playstyle is super interesting to me. I'm not 100% sure how they wanted to build it. I'm not sure like what Derek's thought process was on it, but the way it's built, it's actually kind of it's really good at focusing down people that want to kill a strategic piece of your group. So if you know that people are going to target your healer, for instance, you take a couple of seconds to put down your cauldrons, and then if you pop something like Rite of Ruin, where everyone is taking increased damage, and then it stacks for each cauldron, and you got 4 people and they're taking that increased damage, it can really start to add up. So I think there's a lot of value in this line, and specifically this capstone ability. I think it's very strong, and I think it'll be pretty tough in like more organized groups where the Empath is pretty good, and then the Blessed Crow understands that they need to be strategic about how they're placing these cauldrons, and then you dump a bunch of increased damage, and then you've got like poison clouds, and like, I mean, how are you supposed to kill empaths, right? Like, good luck, man. I wouldn't be I don't know if I'd be focusing healers on TDD in a group that people really understand what's going on. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good ability. If I had to build a spec out just for this, I'd go all the way down to Rite of Ruin, and then you get 3 other abilities. So we'll just run through them real quick. Overwhelm is pretty good. So this is an ability that deals shadow damage, but then it also deals 50% increased damage if you use it again within 6 seconds. So it does cost judgment to use, but this ability does an insane amount of damage. It is very strong. I would argue it might be a little overtuned at this point, but I'm always like hesitant to talk about balance. There's always ways to deal with things, even if it's like a little cheesy, like popping a damage immunity. But I would be really scared if there were 2 or 3 Blessed Crows running this line. This would be scary. You could melt through anything, even Mjolnirs. Like they're no object. And then like it's even more gross if you were to like stack Rite of Ruin. Now, I've done some testing, and Overwhelm actually didn't work and synergize with Rite of Ruin for some reason, but other things did. So I don't know if that's intentional, but yeah, this ability either way is really good. So I'd probably end up taking this. Blessed Warrior increases melee damage dealt and parry chance. I'd probably take this. It's just a passive buff. You're getting increased melee damage and the ability to attack more. And then Living Symbol creates an aura that grants increased physical and magic armor and panic resistance to nearby allies. It's always nice when you're in a group to have these kinds of buffs. So, you might consider going these three. We'll go through the other ones really quickly. Rite of Healing periodically heals allies near each of your cauldrons. It's okay. Heals allies in an area around target ally and summons a cauldron at the target location. This is okay. And then increases movement speed for 6 seconds. Becomes dedicated pursuit follow-up when used. So when you use this for the first time, dedicated follow-up is what it looks like. So that's what it's saying. It's like you basically, it's like the Black Knight parry or stun follow-up and all that kind of stuff. So the reason I'm not a huge fan of the heals for the cauldrons is that it's a little bit harder when you need your allies to sit around it. Now it's pretty good if you're working around your healers, like we were talking about before. If you guys are kind of like, you got that symbiotic relationship going on, you know, to stick near the healers and stick near the cauldrons, and you guys are healing each other, that can be really strong. But I kind of just like the more consistent DPS, especially since Overwhelm is just such a strong skill. Like, I actually think Overwhelm should probably be deeper down here because this ability is just good. Like, I mean, you're probably doing 3,000 damage, 3,500 damage pretty easily when you start hitting, and then also getting that 50% stack debuff. And now some classes do have some shadow resistance that they can get, but still, I mean, it does a gross amount of damage. But yeah, I would probably end up going with the Living Symbol because you can give everybody that physical armor and magic armor, and then you don't have to be as concerned about the heals. And like, if you really want to heal, you could throw out a rally or rejuvenate. So you got options. But the line is about healing a little bit, so you can choose. Like, if you really feel like your team would benefit a lot more from a little bit of extra healing, and you got that melee train on your healer, you could always go healing. But I think personally, I probably get more value over here. Next, we'll go Dominance. We already kind of talked about Overwhelm. Very good. Blessed Warrior, just a basic melee damage stim and a parry chance. That's always good. Living Symbol, it's good. Just AoE buff. Gives everybody physical and magic armor. Sacred Pride deals weapon damage and snares the target by 40% for 4 to 8 seconds and grants a large amount of judgment. So this one is pretty solid. I think the last time I was looking at it, it was 3 judgment. It might be 2. I think it was 3 though. And it's really nice. I mean, basically what it lets you do is it lets you attack, it lets you snare someone, and then it also pumps you a bunch of judgment. So yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with this one. I think it's great. It's a good ability. Score in the week, snares the target and reduces damage dealt by 30%. This is great. I mean, you notice this line kind of is looking a little bit like a buffer and a debuffer. You're snaring people, you're reducing the amount of damage they do, you're giving people buffs, and then you're kind of debuffing your own damage type a little bit while also buffing yourself. So I definitely get that from this dominance line a little bit. And then finally, another buff, Avatar of the Brand grants 70 physical and magic armor ratings and increases weapon skill damage by 10 seconds. Your next melee hit during that time gains strong added spirit damage. So this is a great ability to like use Overwhelm once. Like, I guess maybe before that you'd want to use something like Scorn or Sacred Pride. It does give you that a couple of extra judgment points. I want to say 3 because I was testing at one point. But you can pop that and then pop an Overwhelm and then pop Avatar Brand. And then so your next Overwhelm is going to have that bonus 50% damage to the ability. You're going to get that next melee hit during that time, gain strong added spirit damage, and you're going to get the weapon skill damage increase for 10 seconds already. And then you just start cycling through. Now, what you could also do is you could just pool a bunch of judgment so that you have 6 or 7 judgment, so that you can get that full 10-second duration, and then maybe start with a Sacred Pride or something like that, and then pop an Overwhelm, and then pop Avatar Brand. That's giving you all that bonus damage, and then just start overwhelming for the max amount. If you're targeting someone down, I mean, if there's two Blessed Crows on someone, you are going to be doing an absurd amount of damage. I don't know. I mean, good luck, because you just don't even want to stand in melee range of these guys. Like, they do a ton of damage.
So if I had to pick the line that I'd go with this one, I'd probably go all the way. You have to go all the way down to Bran, and then from there you get to choose between a little bit extra healing. I think the extra movement speed here is really nice. When you're a more melee focused character, you're kind of, you're kind of like a melee hybrid a little bit with some of the buffs and debuffs, and then you want that extra movement speed to be able to close in on people. So I would probably end up taking this, and then you have a little bit of off healing if you need to use that. I would assume you're probably not going to end up using these very much, but you'll definitely use that movement speed. You could also go and go for call down or the snare on the cauldrons. I'm just not a big fan of this one as much, because if you're doing this melee build, you're not as interested in doing this AoE spirit damage for the cauldron. You're not really interested in the spirit damage snare. You could, but you already have a bunch of baked in snares. So unless you're kind of playing a couple of games and really being very strategic about how you place the cauldrons, I don't know if I'd be a big fan of this. Now, one thing I will say as well is if you're in a big group fight and you're really strategic about the way you do it, you could spread out your cauldrons. And then if you're doing that and you're snaring like 60 to 80% of the people in the fight, it can be pretty nice if you're able to just throw this out every so often. But I kind of personally like to stack them up and, do all that, get all that value out of it. If you're stunning the archers in the back or something like that, are you really getting any value out of that? Maybe, but they can attack like 70 meters. So I don't generally think there's a lot of value. But at least here in the heals, like, if you are the melee and then your healers maybe just needs a little bit of something extra, you at least have that option to, you've hopefully pulled your cauldrons out and you can dump a little bit of extra there, and then you have that follow up. So I'd probably go all dominance, and then I'd also go down to dedicated pursuit if that was me and I wanted to go the dominance route. Nourishment, so we'll go Branwen's Tears. A pretty nice heal. It grants judgment too, but almost a 3,000 heal to grant judgment. And this ability is really strong compared to some of the other ones. So I like this a lot. This is even as a melee character, you might want to be, depending on the situation, if you're only doing 881 damage, but then you're healing 2,600, right? You're getting 4 times the relative value there. So the problem though is this is a 1 second cast, but versus a 0.6, I mean, I don't know, there's a 0.4 difference there, but an X4 multiplier. So you're still getting more value, I would say, out of this one, but really up to you. It also grants faith, so this is one of those abilities that while it grants you judgment, I guess the thing here is it costs judgment, right? So you're getting the faith. So okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I think I misread it a little bit. Like, yeah, no, it makes sense. It's going to cost you the judgment. It's going to grant you the faith. So yeah, so this is okay. I mean, this is actually, compared to some of the other ones, actually maybe not that great. So yeah, we'll move on. We already talked ad nauseum about Rite of Healing and Bran's Aid. Dedicated Pursuit is pretty strong. A nice little melee follow-up kind of ability. This whole line is more about healing, so kind of nice to be able to move around as you need to. Regrowth heals nearby allies. This one is just a standard AoE heal ability, so really you're going for more of a group healer in this setup with the cauldrons. Strike of the Blessed deals spirit damage and heals over time. And heal self over time. This is okay. Like, I mean, if you're doing some damage and then healing yourself, that's all right. I think it's better for, on like a hybrid character like this. The problem is it's so far in the tree. I want to be like healing the whole group, or I want to be doing a bunch of AoE damage, or I want to be applying some like really nice control effect, but I'm not really doing that with this. So not a huge fan of this one, but it's it's something, and you get it's like a little bit above average, but I don't know, for as far down as it is, if I compare it to something like, oh, they deal 30% less damage and are snared, I don't know, is that self heal that great when I can just heal, like put a group heal on everybody for judgment, or I can heal myself for a pretty substantial amount. So yeah, not a huge fan there. And then Rise from the Cauldron resurrects allies near each of your cauldrons with 25% max HP and res sickness. So this is an interesting one. Unlike being rezzed at 1 HP and having some kind of immunity, here everybody starts with, it seems to not start with immunity, but then they get a higher amount of base HP. So these reses are always strong. They're huge momentum swings. You can't, like,
you end up having to kill 10 to 12 people when you're fighting a Devout like this, and they're just rezzing people. So this ability is always going to be pretty strong. I will say I think there's a lot like TDD is actually really interesting to me because they actually, because of the way Blessed Crow is set up, they kind of have a solid melee DPS outside of heavy fighter. You could argue that Hellbound kind of is, but like they don't have the damage really. Like, yeah, sure, you could go you can use Butchery to maximize the damage, or you can use Grimm's Blessing to get that one channeled stun attack, which is pretty cool. But in general, like you're just using Ravenous Attack to kind of heal, and the damage is not great. You're not really doing any spike or anything. But with Brands and all that other stuff, you're getting a lot. So I actually think that there's a lot of room to use both of these specs. You got, a bunch of heal AoEs. You got cauldrons where you're healing, and then if you're using nourishment, you kind of get to choose between doing that extra damage and synergizing with overwhelm. But if you are a healer spec, maybe you're much more interested in ensnaring people and like causing a little bit of disruption, as well as getting those cauldrons out as quickly as possible so that you can utilize the healing. But yeah, I kind of like Brands a lot. So TDD suffering from success a little bit. All three of these lines I think are very strong. They can either be rezzing people, you can be debuffing, or you can have Avatar Brand. And instead of running a Fianna, which I think Fianna's, like we talked about him earlier, kind of meh compared to where they've been traditionally. They still have a ton of CC, so I don't want to talk bad about them. But like as far as damage goes, that they're not dishing out nearly what this Blessed Crow is. So if you would like to switch up and have a melee team, you'd probably be wanting to run multiple crows over Fianna. And then, you're not as interested in the CC setups. But you could also run Rite of Ruin to increase the damage. You got a lot of options here. There's just so many options with Blessed Crow. I think it's hard to really narrow down a focus for them. They are they're pretty fleshed out with how strong each of these are, I think. So I think you're going to see a lot of dominance personally, because this all feeds on itself. Like you overwhelm, which buffs itself, which does damage. You just put this passive melee buff, which buffs you. You have living armor, which is a physical armor, which just buffs you. You have Sacred Pride. You're always going to want to stun people. And then it gives you a bunch of extra judgment that you can spend to overwhelm people more. And then you can scorn people like, oh, this guy might hit kind of hard. Just going to scorn him. And then, oh, hey, I want to go monkey, and attack people. Like this is a great ability. This whole line is very strong, I think. And then you can supplement a little bit, either with more AoE utility, or you can just get Pursuit and then maybe have a heal if you really want. So, yeah, I think these are pretty good. I'm not sure I would take Rise, but it just depends. I think these momentum abilities, though, are so hard to quantify. It's just so skill dependent. It's so dependent on like how quickly people can heal, what the other classes are doing, and things like that. But yeah, all three of these Blessed Crows is decent. All right, so we're talking about Devouts, and we'll go through Abbot really quickly, which is the Arthurian one. So quickly, Rejuvenate, heals over time. So this is just standard builder ability. Lets you heal, grants you a judgment, costs you a little bit of faith, like no big deal. Purify, removes up to 2 debuffs from nearby allies. Incredibly strong ability, 6-second cooldown. Like you can clear 2 debuffs in an AoE around people. Super good for 1v1, super good for team fights, super effective. Like great ability. Should be spamming this in a team fight, probably on cooldown. Stand Again, resurrects target ally with 15% max health and res sickness. So just a standard res ability, nothing too special. Armor of Faith increases physical armor by 70% for 8 seconds. So this is pretty good. You wear medium armor as a Devout, so yeah, standard and nice to have a little bit of a bonus physical armor HP when you're getting attacked by someone that's doing melee damage. And then Rally grants your party a strong heal over time for 6 seconds. So this ability is pretty good. Nice way to like overheal and get a little bit of extra value. If you're judgment capped and you can't really attack somebody, you can throw that buff up. It's pretty short duration, but inevitably somebody's probably going to get hit. So yeah, not a bad ability. So we'll start with Martyrdom. So Resolute Blow deals weapon damage plus 50% damage at max Zeal stack. So this ability is okay. It grants 1 judgment. It does pretty high base damage depending on how many Zeal stacks you have. So you're actually kind of pumping with this if you have max Zeal stacks. But I'm not too crazy. The damage that you're seeing at the base is assuming you have that 50% increase at max zeal stacks, but still, like 1800, even if you're assuming 50%, is still a lot. Like that's seems higher in general than some of the other ones. Blood of the Martyr spends 15% of max health and grants the target a health shield equal to 20% of their max HP. So you're getting a little bit of value here. This ability is, I don't think, too crazy or anything like that. In a 2 or a 3 man, I think there's some value to be had here because, most people are not focusing down the Abbot. You could, depending on the situation and what your damage types are, but they've got medium armor, they heal themselves, so they're always going to be the first person healing. Like, you're not going to get a whole lot of value in a group fight, I think, out of an ability like this, but it can be a nice little save. Like, oh, he's almost dead, like, but I have Blood of the Martyr, I can at least like give him some of my HP to give him a 20% max HP shield. The problem with this one, I think, is, like, if you're on an Abbot, you're a melee character and you're probably speccing for higher vitality. So the fact that it takes 15% of your max HP and then gives a health shield equal to 20% of their max health is not great value, actually. So if it gave a 20% of your HP max HP shield, I don't know, and I'm not saying do that, but then I'd be a little bit happier to use that. I still think it's okay. I still think it's probably something you want to use if a healer is about to get blown up. I mean, it's pretty nice to be able to just instantly throw a 20% heal on somebody. So yeah, it's all right. Not the worst thing I've ever seen. Righteous Fervor deals weapon damage plus 100 weapon damage if the target's current health percentage is higher than yours. So this is a nice comeback mechanic. Anytime somebody's hitting you and you've taken any kind of damage, you just hit them and then you do more damage. No complaints about this ability at all. Like, it has a decent use case. So if you're behind, you can use it to not be behind. It's going to struggle a little bit in the situation where you're trying to focus somebody down. So not a huge fan of it there, but maybe you're able to generate max zeal stacks or something like that to get a little bit more value out of Resolute Blow. But yeah, it's okay. I'm in general not a huge fan of abilities like this, but it has use. Self-flagellation spends 15% of max health and grants a large amount of judgment. Not a huge fan of hurting myself to build judgment, but the whole class is built around healing and doing that kind of stuff. So as long as you're using this and you're not the target of more than one person, you should be fine. Like, Devouts are able to self-heal 1v1 situation. I mean, I don't know, you wouldn't lose, right? Because you have Purify. Like, I don't care if you're being attacked by an assassin. I don't care if you're being attacked by an archer, if someone has an anti-heal debuff, whatever. Like, the fact that you have this and then things like heals and just a number of different things, a physical armor reduction that you could pop during like a burst window, you can survive long enough to debuff, remove any of that stuff, and then heal. So not a huge, it's doable, right? So really, the whole thing to say is, though, like, there is use for this. If you're healing everybody, you just pop it. It just gives you free, it's not free, but it gives you judgment for what you would already be doing in healing the group. So it has some value, but I'm always a little hesitant when I have to take my own HP. Grants a health shield equal to 50% of your missing HP. This is great. This is basically the Living Stone passive. It doesn't do damage, but that Fianna has, but it's only 4 down. So it's kind of interesting. I mean, that one does have more utility. It does an AoE damage nuke. But I don't know. It pretty strong though. 50% of your missing HP, really nice to use if you're low HP. You can kind of see the trend, right? Is this whole line is about spending your max HP to do things. I will say I'm not sure I see a whole lot of value overall in doing this, but depending on like which weapons and armor you have, what tier, and who you're fighting, you could get a ton of value out of this stuff. So yeah. Pariah, target ally takes reduced damage and you take increased damage for 20 seconds. So this is nice if you notice your healer or someone else, like your main healer or one of your other characters, being focused down. You can save them from that. Now, my issue with this ability is that it's so long. If someone, like, as time goes on, if people begin to notice, you could pretty easily be focused down after you put this on someone, right? Because it's 20 seconds, like let's say they spend 5 or 10 seconds trying to kill someone, and I was like, we're not doing any damage. He's got this buff. Oh, we put that buff. They got another 10 seconds where they can beat you up for increased damage. So yeah, not a huge fan of this ability, but it does have a use. This whole line is, kind of antithetical to what I like, but there's definitely uses if you combine it with some of the other stuff. Self-sacrifice, your health becomes 1, fully heal nearby allies. The key here is plural and allies, so it's pretty great for, a situation where everybody is low, and then you're able to do a full heal. There's going to be uses for this, but it's going to be tough because unless you've got like a really fat shield, everyone is immediately going to look at you. If you're healing everyone and then you got 1 HP, like guess who the new target is? You. And it doesn't matter how much armor you have or mitigation you have if your HP is 1, because everyone is always going to do at least 1 damage. So yeah. Overall, not a huge fan of this line. I just the way it plays to me is kind of whatever. Although some people probably would love it, so I'm not saying change it, but yeah, just not really my thing. Let's see. If I had to choose, I'd go all the way down to self-sacrifice. So you basically have a bunch of utility here where you spend your HP. So I think I would probably end up going for something like Unstoppable Zeal to get more movement speed. You can like break snares and immunities, so if someone decides to focus you, but you can also get out a little bit more healing, like Trust in Him heals you after a 6-second delay. You could time that so that maybe you put this on and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna have to use self-sacrifice really soon. You could hit Trust in Him and then maybe try to time the heal a little bit so that like as soon as you hit 1, Trust in Him hits and you get a delayed heal. And then also at the same time, you're using Light of Faith so that you have a periodic heal and for you and your allies around. So pretty solid. I would probably end up going for that, but we'll look at the other 3 really quickly. Death to Heretics deals weapon damage. Smite, your next 3 hits deal added spirit damage and grant judgment. This is a nice little stem, but in this situation, you're much more about utility. I mean, you do have some damage, but you're really only doing damage when someone has more HP than you. So like when you're the target of things, which it actually does kind of synergize with the abilities because you're always spending HP. So it looks like you're getting beat up, but you're really beating yourself up to get more value out of it. So I do think you get to use it, but yeah, the stem is probably nice, a nice little damage buff, and it grants extra judgment. So you can spend that to do more damage, or you could spend it to do heals. So yep, up to you. And then finally, Holy Fire periodically deals spirit damage to nearby enemies. This is kind of similar to Light of Faith where you're doing periodic heals. So instead of heals, you do damage. You'd have to choose for yourself if you really want the AoE damage. Personally, I always like the movement speed and things like that, so I'd probably end up going here if I had to go all the way down to Martyrdom. Next, we'll go Zealotry. So his hand deals weapon damage and snares. So this is your typical builder, and then you hit somebody for snares. We already talked about Death to Heretics. This is just kind of like butchery, right? You just hit somebody and deal damage, and you spend judgment to do it. So just if you're focusing somebody down, that's generally the ability you'd want to hit. Smite. This is just a way to generate judgment, and then also generate spirit damage over time. So it's like a stem. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty decent. Holy Fire, you're doing AoE damage. So much more about like dealing damage with this line. Fearless Charge, charges target and deals spirit damage to nearby enemies. So you're much more, you're turning, this is very similar to like Dominance from Blessed Crow. Like you're charging in, you're doing damage, you're kind of AoEing a little bit, you're stemming up. You don't have Overwhelm. So you're definitely not a Blessed Crow. But yeah, so a little bit of melee. Like charges are always nice. If you're a melee, it's nice to get in there and be able to do front load some damage. Might of the Faith creates an aura that it grants increased melee damage dealt to nearby allies. So this is okay. If you're teaming up with like a Black Knight or a Veilstalker in your group, and Veilstalkers are really a more viable option for group fighting in Camelot Unchained because they can pop in and out of the veil. And then because of that, like as long as they're focusing a specific target and they can get back into the Veil, at least they have the option to reset or like fast exit and then go stand near their healer or one of the healers that's not being attacked and regenerate some HP, and then maybe they can go on somebody else. And they do so much damage that you might be able to use some unorthodox strategies like actually focusing down an empath or attacking one of those healers that you might not be able to. And because of that, sometimes people kind of leave the healers unguarded because people don't want to attack them if they're playing really well. So yeah, you'd rather just kill the healer or something or the DPS or something, because it just seemed to be easier to lock down. And then finally, Purged with Flame deals fire damage over time to the target and periodically heals allies near them. This one's okay. You do AoE, you heal over time. It's a capstone ability. I don't want to say it's like Thunderhead because it's just kind of, to me, it's a little underwhelming, but the numbers could always change on this and it could become like an insane ability. So I don't want to say too much. I don't know, when Friday drops, this could all change. So take it with a grain of salt, but I don't know. This whole line in general, I'm not a huge fan of. When you're on a Devout class, you kind of want to be healing and just providing utility in general. And I just don't get that from this line. You're kind of like doing melee damage. And with the melee options that I'm seeing here in Zealotry, I'd probably just rather be a Black Knight, honestly. Like you don't have quite the utility to be like cleansing debuffs and things like that. So, I don't know. It almost feels like you're kind of mediocre on the damage side, and then you do have a really nice cleanse as a Devout, but you're kind of mediocre on the healing side as well. Not a huge fan of this line. At least with Martyrdom, you have some like really unique abilities that you could say like your whole group, right? Depending on the situation. Here, like you just do a little bit extra damage and healing. So, I don't know. And it's periodic too. So you start like cleansing things and then you're periodically healing people. Like it could be nice for a little bit of extra healing, but yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan. And then if we had to choose this one, I'd probably do the same thing and just get Unstoppable Zeal. I mean, you're already melee, you're already kind of getting in there. You might want to do that. If you want to focus more on the healing side of things, then you might consider getting Trust in Him and Light of Faith, and then also dropping over for Martyr Blood. So depending on which one you want to focus on, if you want to do more melee, I'd probably go down for Zeal and then take these take these two and then get Blood if you want to do healing a little bit more. So yep. All right, and then finally we'll do Miracle. So be healed. So this is really similar to the other ones. You just spend a judgment, you grant yourself some faith, so you get to like, it's interesting because the way Devout abilities and just like judgment works in general is that like you have faith and judgment and then you kind of swap between them and you never really run out of mana ever. So yeah. And then Trust in Him, we talked about this, just heals you after a 6-second delay. So gotta kind of time this one, but it does synergize really well with certain things like, you're going to drop. Or there's another one, Flame Warden has the ability where they take delayed damage. So, and they kind of recently changed that as well. So like some of the damage negation doesn't quite happen. So I got to test that now. Like I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we'll talk about that more in a minute. But yeah, you could use that to line up with some of those abilities. And then Light of Faith creates an aura that periodically heals you and nearby allies. So this one's just good. Like, just a standard AoE that you're getting healed on. Like, I like that. Unstoppable Zeal increases your movement speed and grants root and snare immunity for 6 seconds. This is good. Being able to just purge those roots and snares and then also move quickly. I really like that one. You can move outside of melee range. You can catch up to melee DPS. You can... if you see an AoE coming down, you can run out of it more quickly. Like, I like it. Divine Radiance deals spirit damage to nearby enemies and reduces their crit chance. This is a really unique debuff, so you don't see this very often, but the ability to debuff crit hit chance. This is going to be more effective against classes that build it a lot, but it's also going to be just a general DPS decrease for them. So I like it. You got to be careful with debuffs because they can generally be cleansed, but yeah, pretty good. Okay. Beacon to the Faith Channels up to 6 seconds to periodically heal nearby allies, increases your physical and magic armor ratings while channeling. So this is really similar to Drums of War, but instead of doing AoE damage, you're periodically healing people around you, and then you're channeling this magic armor and physical armor rating. So pretty nice in a situation where a bunch of people are trying to focus down a certain character. And you need to pump out some extra, basically a healing cooldown. But yeah, no, decent. The Righteous Never Die resurrects nearby allies with 15% max health. All nearby allies are healed over time. So this is interesting because I'm noticing that it doesn't say that they get res sickness. If you remember back to the Helbound and the Blessed Crow, both of their reses gave the allies res sickness. So here, they don't get the heal stim, they don't get the immunity, but they also don't get res sickness. So they can still DPS at full effectiveness. So if you have if you're resing people with like a higher skill, then you're probably going to get a lot of value out of this. Your healers can probably start healing them. You can have a big momentum swing. Now, the problem, though, is like they could get blown up pretty quickly, so it's not going to work all the time. But, decent. Okay. I like this one probably the most. Like if I was playing Devout, I would probably go here. And then you have to kind of choose what you want to do. It's kind of tough for me to say. I don't really like Flagellation as much in Righteous Fervor. I think I'd probably just like to use Death by Heretics. So what I would probably do is go here, and then you have a lot of this passive cleansing and healing already, and then from there you get to kind of I'd probably pick up the spirit damage, and then the AoE Holy Fire. You can do Death to Heretics. You could probably not take the AoE and then just take the max health shield. So like if I was in a group, I'd probably end up doing that. I'd take the smite because what that lets you do is build extra judgment. It's not so much about the damage. It's about building those extra judgment points that you can spend on healing and just doing some of the other utility that you already have. And then you can also throw down Blood of the Martyr to get that ability. I will say in general, I think Abbot is probably going to suffer a little bit after the changes. They had a lot of options, right? You had a lot of this stuff you could use in different situations to do different things. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. I still think these res abilities that the Devouts have are super strong. We'll just have to see with like the way the abilities are all changing, like what the values are, and then how the meta adjusts, because the damage and utility and all that kind of stuff is kind of based around everybody having all these abilities. So if you really think about it, it's like 8, 16, 24 people were in a group kind of, right? But each person controlled 3. Now, with everything being paired back, it's like everybody is only one person now. So I think fights will be much slower in general because you're not going to have as much of the burst. But some of the classes will maintain their burst. Like Veilstalkers are going to keep most of their damage. Heavy fighters seem to be maintaining most of their CC and damage and mitigation abilities. But I think you're going to see our archers are going to lose a lot of DPS, I think, because they could be so efficient with the way they were doing things. So all that just to say for the Devouts as a closing piece is, it's going to be interesting to see how they really respond in general. I said Abbot specifically, but really all of the Devouts are going to be nerfed for sure, because like before the Hellbounds had Grimm's Blessing, they had the AoE res. Like here you could heal everybody, you could res everybody, you could throw down extra stim damage when you wanted to, depending on how much judgment you had. Blessed Crow, you could brand, you could AoE damage amp everybody. There were multiple things that you could do. Now you can't do that, so it's just going to slow the game down in general. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Devouts respond. I do think a big part of them is going to continue to be this Purify, and I think Purify will actually become even stronger because there are less abilities in the game. There are going to be less debuffs going out, so the value of these debuffs is gonna continue to, or the debuff removal cleanses are going to continue to increase. So yeah. All right, let's talk about healers next. We'll start with Runehealer. So you get, these are the new abilities for each one. Regenerate, heals an ally for 2,000 health over 12 seconds. This is pretty nice because it it grants a judgment, but the heal itself is kind of small, so you're really going to be using this as a builder. I think in general, some of your other builders are pretty nice, like Freya's Prayer. It gives a heal over time and a shield, so you're probably going to be using that over Regenerate. I'm not even 100% sure you'll want to use it as an overheal, because the shield is a nice overheal too, but I guess you could double stack just to grant judgment. It has the same faith cost, and the cooldown is pretty low on Freya's Prayer, so you probably want to do something else. But yeah, not terrible as well, and it might synergize better with some of the other ones. Cleanse removes up to 2 debuffs from target ally, so this is great. This is up from 1, the way it used to normally work. It is a 2-second cast, so you're removing 1 debuff a second on average. This is definitely a lot worse than the Devouts. So the Devouts are just like the uncontested cleanse kings when it comes to general removal, because you remove in an AoE based on a 6-second cooldown, so you can be removing 24 debuffs every 6 seconds, versus this cleanse over 6 seconds. At most, you're going to be getting rid of 6, and you're using 3 times the cooldowns to do it, the 1 versus 3. So yeah, it's nice to at least see that you get a little bit more cleansing as a healer, but yeah, it's still not quite as good as a Devout. Resurrection, this is just a standard res, so yeah, just use that to get somebody up if they've died. Clear Mind reduces panic by 350. I feel like I don't end up using this very often. There's usually just like, or there were previously a lot of extra buttons that you can hit. With the changes coming up, it'll be interesting to see if maybe panic is a little bit more important, and you see those debuffs coming down a little bit more. I think just with like damage coming down in general, and utility for healing classes coming down in general, you might have a little bit of time to throw in some panic. Now, this was already happening sometimes, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. With the loss of some of this extra utility, though, I know for Runehealer specifically, I actually don't think I will be using this, because you need to be healing everyone else pretty much. So you'd probably rather just cleanse some debuffs or heal. But maybe at 350, it's not like a full clear, so we'll see. What must be done removes all control effects and grants immunity to control effects for 10 seconds on 120-second cooldown. This ability is crazy good. It is. It lets you get rid of everything. I'm pretty sure I can use this on silences, stuns, like whatever. Like, you have a key moment that they've locked you down, you can pop this, and you got 10 seconds to do whatever you want movement-wise without having to worry about any kind of control effect. So this is really great. All the healers are going to have all of this stuff. So yeah, these are all pretty strong. I think Cleanse is probably the biggest one, and then this was already there, but yeah, also a really nice cooldown. So we'll jump through the lines really quickly. We'll start with Runerbana for Runehealer. Rune of Chaos deals chaos damage and grants 1 rune, 1400 base with a 2-second cast time, and grants a judgment. This is just your typical rune builder. Like, this is the way you're going to get runes almost exclusively on Runehealer. There's the Rune of Lightning that you can do it with, but in general, this is how you're going to build runes up. If you're not, using the Freya's Prayer to build it as well, but your main DPS rune builder. Hand of Chaos deals chaos damage in an area around the target. Targets hit are snared for 25% for 4 and 8 seconds. Consumes runes. 100% judgment granted. 100% radius. Targets hit take 150 chaos damage over 9 seconds. So really interesting thing about this is it has a cooldown. It also has a rune cost, but it's granting you judgment to use this. So similar to the DPS, like, you're able to accentuate your healing by either healing and then healing more, or dealing damage and healing more, or you can deal damage and then deal more damage with runes. So kind of an interesting interplay. I like that they have some options to build runes while damaging as well. The big thing here that the runes are doing is it basically makes the AoE bigger. It's going to give you an extra judgment, so you can get 2 as long as you have that your rune, and then you also can put a dot on them. So that's just another control effect that they're going to have to cleanse off in an AoE. Might be kind of nice if you can catch a couple of them in an attempt to build 2 judgment. If you're not using some of your other rune builders, or your rune spenders, it might be a pretty good one to get. Shocking Grass deals lightning damage and an additional 4,000 lightning damage over 15 seconds. All of the healers have these like very nice dots. They can be cleansed, so you don't usually end up getting value out of them if you're in a group fight, but in smaller scale, like 1 to 4Vs, whatever's, like people can't generally keep cleanses up all the time unless there's a Devout, then, you know, you're probably not getting 15 seconds out of this. You'd be lucky to probably get 6, I would say, because they're going to hit it, and then in the 6 seconds they're going to go again, so they get 4 cleanses and an AoE on the whole group. I think pretty unlikely that you're going to be able to purge this or get the full duration. It's going to be purged off. So that said, it's pretty high value, and it does grant you a judgment. So you know, that's pretty nice. I've no real complaints about this one. I think if you can keep the damage going, it's pretty decent. Rune of Lightning deals direct damage and grants 1 rune. This one's pretty nice because it's generally an instant cast, so you can just throw it down and you get that extra rune. It's not huge though. I would say probably like below average actually. You do get a rune from it, so maybe it is average, but this ability is not very great. So you know, nothing to write home about, I would say. Damage is not super impactful. Control Fate grants ally 15% crit chance and reduces crit damage of hits taken by 50% for 12 seconds. So I like the dual nature of this one. If someone's being attacked, you can give them what's effectively a 15% damage increase depending on their crit damage, but you can also give them, and I guess their weapon speed and all that kind of stuff, but you can give them reduced crit hit taken. So like, for example, if you're being attacked by an assassin or something like that, they generally have pretty high crit damage, or an archer, you can do a 15% or a 15-second debuff on how much damage they're taking. So, you know, kind of a dual nature, kind of an interesting one. I don't think like a ton of value up front, but just the fact that you can buff someone 15% crit hit chance, I mean, that's already kind of nice. Like this ability almost brings some decent value, I would say. So if you pick this up, it's not bad. Pit of Chaos creates a zone of chaos for 20 seconds in the targeted area. Enemies take chaos damage over time while in the area. This one is kind of like area denial, but it doesn't do anywhere close to the damage that Poison Cloud does, or as quickly. Like Poison Cloud, I think, is like a 5-second duration dot, but it does like an insane amount of damage. Pit of Chaos lasts 20 seconds, and unless you're sitting in it the whole time, like it really is not, I don't think, any kind of substantial damage. So it is nice to add, and like if you're near a gate or something like that, and then someone's trying to push through the gate, it's pretty nice to area denial, but and the damage will add up. But yeah, it's not gonna give you the same kind of value that say like Poison Cloud would. So I don't know, kind of a mid one. So I'd say Rune Lightning and Pit of Chaos are kind of mid, and then Control Fate at least has some uses. So they're all right, but I'm not a huge fan of this line so far. The first two are pretty good, or at least have like some like above average use cases, I think. Word of Chaos deals chaos damage, negative 50% cost, so it doesn't cost as much to spend. Hits in a 15-meter radius, so it becomes AoE, and that means you can go 15 meters on any side of the target that's being hit. Disarms for 5 or 10 seconds. This one is huge. Like if you can hit this on a group of people, and I like the 5-second duration, because let's say you hit somebody that's panicked, right? And then you get that whole 10 seconds. They're probably going to get cleansed eventually, but 5 seconds is probably enough to 4 or 5 seconds is enough to get probably most of the value out of, because if you time it around the cleanse of a Devout, for example, it's every 6 seconds. So you're not going to be able to cleanse that in most cases. So yeah, pretty strong. Reduces the cast time, so I think it's like a 5-second cast, but if you have the tier rune, then it becomes like a 1-second cast. You get it out pretty quickly. And then 100% bonus damage. It's pretty decent damage. I want to say it does between 4,000 and 6,000. So I think about 5,000 damage when you do this. So you're doing an AoE attack in a 15-meter range that disarms for 5 seconds, almost instantly, and it does like 5,000 damage. So you can get a ton of value. You hit 4 people with this, that's 20,000 damage. They're all disarmed, and it didn't cost you really much besides your runes. And whatever the judgment cost is. So yeah, this ability is pretty solid. It definitely a capstone for a reason. This is build defining. I think I like it quite a bit. I'm a little hesitant about some of the other stuff, but Pit of Chaos does have a use, especially if you're hunting, you're leveling hunting. Like it's so nice to, you're fighting a bunch of wolves, you throw down a Pit of Chaos and you just kind of heal yourself or attack them and then kill them. Like it's and they only have like 4,000 or 5,000 HP, but it's got some use cases there. Not so much in PvP, I feel like. But yeah, no, pretty solid line. Like the first two abilities, Shock and Grasp and Hands of Chaos, have decent use. Word of Chaos is really a great ability. Like, I mean, this is like a top A or like S tier ability, I think. Very strong compared to, it's like Overwhelm strong or, not quite, it's probably not quite S tier. It's probably like A tier, right? It's not AoE Paladin bubbles that Black Knights get, but still pretty strong. So let's go. If I had to choose, though, I'd go all the way down Word of Chaos, and then from there, I would probably just go down to Runic Barrier. I'm not a big fan of Runes of Protection. It just gives you bonus physical armor. It which sounds great, but it's a 2-second cast, and I don't know. I feel like you don't see a whole lot of melee these days. It's usually you do see a decent number of archers, so I guess it depends. If you're fighting a bunch of archers, you could probably still get some value out of it. But you get a 2-second cast, and then you get it. So like they're getting all those hits in while you're casting it. You could just cast basically an instant shield, get value there. You could grant another shield and get value there. You could do an instant heal, you get some value there. You're not getting quite the same from the Runes of Protection, but I think if you can get value out of it the whole 15 seconds, it's probably worth. It probably adds up. Blessing of Freya, that adds 2400 heal over time for 12 seconds. So you're healing for about 200 damage a second, which on your whole group is going to add up times 8, right? So 1600 heal per second? Like, this is pretty strong ability. Like, group heals are always really strong in that way. The biggest thing is it costs 2 judgment. So, you're spending quite a bit. It does have that 90-meter range, though. So that's really nice. Well above some of these other instant casts. So that's nice. You're going to get that full range of your team. And then Runic Barrier negates the next physical hit the target would take within 120 seconds. So that's the thing about this line, right? Like if you go Rune of Bana, like you're almost kind of like a pacification healer a little bit from Dark Age. You get that disarm, which is, it's not a stun and it's not a mez, but I mean, people can attack unless they have that debuff cleansed. So I think there's definitely a use case for this. And then when you're not using it, you can already kind of do a little bit of damage here or there, but you can buff somebody with crit chance. You can area denial. So if someone's training down on your healers with 3 or 4 people, you will get some value from Pit of Chaos because you're probably doing something like 1,000 damage a second just from that. So yeah, okay. I like it all right. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for this one. You just got to be really careful depending on who you're fighting, because if people are cleansing this debuff, yeah, you did a really nice big fat nuke, but you're not really doing much. Like you try Shock and Grasp, you get cleansed. You Word of Chaos, your disarm gets cleansed. It just kind of, then you start, your value starts to diminish, and then you might end up just healing. So I would probably go here, like Blessing of Freya. Like at least if your debuffs are getting cleansed, you can still bring that AoE group debuff. You've got these AoEs. And then from there, you can either choose to get Freya's Command or Runic Barrier. I'd probably go with Runic Barrier depending on if you're the only healer. This is a really nice ability to throw up before combat starts. So like as you guys are running, you can cast this while moving. So you can put this up on everybody in your group. So you can mitigate 8 attacks right off at the start of combat. And then it's physical. So, you're negating any kind of weapon damage. Or you can just go for another heal shield. So I guess it depends. Like if someone else in your group, if you have another rune healer and they have Runic Barrier, then yeah, you might want to spec for maybe another heal or something like that. Now you still could go Runic Barrier because you guys are going to get them out twice as fast and you can keep casting them. So there's still a decent amount of value there. You're not mitigating any kind of spell damage or non-physical hits. So, you have to do that trade-off where if you do something like Freya's Command, it costs a judgment, but you're getting the faith refunded, so you can kind of just do a cyclical cycle where you're able to really pump it out. But I do like Runic Barrier because it has that pre-combat utility, as well as anybody that's getting melee trained down. You guys, like, if there's two healers, you could both start like rune barriering someone, and then like as you are granted more judgment, you could throw out a Freya's blessing of Freya, or a word of chaos or something like that. Most of these you're not getting granted a rune, so if you're not using Freya's prayer, you're not going to be getting those runes, but you get them a decent amount. So, but I will say it's a 4-second cooldown, right? So like, let's say you just spent all of your runes, you're gonna have some problems, like with Word of Chaos, for example. If you're just using Freya's prayer, it's going to take you 20 seconds, right? Because you have 5 runes and you have a 4-second cooldown. That's a 20 seconds you got to wait to get all your runes. So you better be using Freya's prayer and Rune of Chaos if you want to be casting that more. Now, Word of Chaos also has a cooldown, so it's not something you can just spam anyway. But yeah, so just be aware, though, based on which rune spenders you're going to be using, like Hands of Chaos or Shield of Chaos. But yeah, so I would probably end up I'd probably go Runic Barrier and then get Word of Chaos, and then you get some group heals, you get another buff, you have this crit buff over here, and then you can buff again with Runic Barrier before combat, or during, if you need to really pull some physical damage dealers off. So yeah, I like that one okay. And then next we'll go Runer, Skald, Borgar. Oh my god, what in the world? Yeah, just it feels insulting to even try. So you get Freya's Prayer. We already talked about this one. Grants a health shield and briefly heals over time, and it grants a rune. This is great. I mean, instant cast, costs 100 faith, grants a judgment. I mean, this is just all upside on this ability. I love Freya's Prayer. This is great. Freya's Command grants a health shield. This costs 1 judgment, has a 4-second cooldown, and grants a shield. Almost not as good, honestly. But it's not bad. Freya's Prayer is not like a huge heal or anything like that. So sometimes you're like, oh man, like I wish it would heal a little more. But yeah, no, I think it's pretty balanced for how much upside it has. It can't be a huge heal. But yeah, Freya's Commands, okay, grants a fat shield. Armor of Odin increases your physical armor by 20%. This is pretty nice. I mean, healers are cloth armor users, so anytime you can get that physical armor, you're gonna take less damage from piercing, crushing, or slashing attacks. So assassins and archers and heavy fighters, devouts, you're all taking less damage. You're taking less damage from all those sources. So yeah, solid ability. The only problem here, I guess, is that like your physical armor, because it's increasing by 20%, your physical armor is lower because you have cloth. So this is going to scale better depending on which armor you have. So you're going to get more value here if you're in tier 2 versus tier 1. And then as tier 3 and 4 and 5 are increased, you're going to get even more value. So any of these like kind of flat percentage based ones are going to get more value there. Freya's Embrace heals an ally, double effect of Bolster. Bolster, I believe, is the heal passive for Runehealer. It's just you get a shield when healing. So, I don't think I can do it right now, but yeah, maybe I can. I can't do it because I'm in the editor. I'll just do it. Yeah, so you get a shield there, like when I do Freya's, it heals shield and briefly heals over time. Let me see if I can do this. And then trying to see. Yeah, see, I got a shield there. So this just heals, but then I got a shield. So yeah, something to do with that. All right. And then Freya's Command we talked about, just gives you the shield. And then Odin's, we talked about that. Freya's Embrace, the bolster, it heals. So this is just like a fat heal. I think it's like 4,000 or something like that. It's a 2-second cast. But then it doubles the effect of bolster, so you're getting an even bigger shield there for your heal. And then Runic Aegis prevents the next physical hit taken by each group member within the next 120 seconds. This is really nice. It's very similar to Runic Barrier, but it's in an AoE for your group. So really good. It is a 2-minute cooldown though, so it's like kind of a save, but it's also not really a save because it's only absorbing one physical hit for your entire group. So like it is an overall DPS decrease that your group is taking, but I think it's in a good spot. Being fourth down, like it's a moderate investment that you could access if you really wanted to, if you didn't want to take a capstone, but it has in certain situations may be arguably decent utility. Stone Skin grants you a health shield equal to 25% of your max HP. This is pretty good. The problem with it is it's a 4-second cast. So you end up just like casting this thing forever. I'm not a huge fan. I don't think it's that great. Yeah, most people I talk to don't like this really at all, but it is nice if you can cast it before a fight starts, or like if you were in a keep defense, it might have a little bit more value where those seconds don't matter, but a 25% health buff based on max HP might be pretty nice. So yeah, I don't know, not a huge fan of this one actually. And then Runic Intervention, this thing is awesome. Grants each party member a health shield equal to 25% of their max health and heals them for 15% of their max health. So you're giving everybody a max shield for 25%, so they all have 125% HP effectively with that shield, and then heals them for 15% of their max health. So they're also getting a heal on top of it. So like somebody's getting trained down over here, there's another guy over here getting his butt kicked. You can hit that. They both get big shields. They both get healed, and you can get back into your normal rotation if you weren't able to keep everybody up. I like it. It's pretty solid. It doesn't have a cost last time I was looking, so yeah, you can just pop this whenever. I think this is a really solid heal ability. I'm not sure people are gonna go down here very often. Some people might. Like you do get a lot of like momentum swing from this. And you could also go all the way down and just get Runic Barrier. So instead of getting some of these other ones, I do think that there's an argument to be made. And if you want to diversify, like you don't want all your healers to have the same stuff, and you feel like you could use a little bit more save, like your consistent healing is good, but people burst sometimes, and you really could just use that emergency heal and that emergency shield to negate a hit, then I think there's an argument to be made here, and then you just end up going down Runic Barrier. So that's what I would do if I had to go all the way down for Runic Innervation. I'd probably just throw 3 into Runic Barrier as well. The only issue that I see with that is you would not have anything to spend runes on. So you have Shield of Chaos, you have Hands of Chaos, and you have Words of Chaos. There's no rune spender in Runer Skaldborgar. So that's my only thing. I guess you have a little bit less to worry about, but that was the whole reason I think I was originally not a huge fan. If you did want something to spend, you could technically cut out Runic Barrier and put in Hands of Chaos, but why? Like, I think Runic Barrier is probably better than the rune spend you're getting from Hands of Chaos. So yeah, I'm up to you. I'm not, like I said, not a big fan, but yeah, there's a case to be made there. But yeah, so that's based on going all the way down Runic Intervention. Let's see. Final one is Runer V2. So Rune of Healing, heal an ally for 2,000 health. It says base healing is 3,150. Based on scaling for attunement or conviction as well. So this is pretty nice. It costs a judgment, but you just get an instant heal. Like I really like this one, and you can run kind of a sequence with these. So you go Freya's Prayer, Freya's Command, Rune of Healing, and then you cycle through them all, and you're able to keep your judgment and your faith up. So hit Freya's Prayer and then choose between, okay, do I need to heal somebody or do I need to throw a shield on them because they're already max HP? And then do that, and then you kind of stay at equilibrium, generating infinitely like that. And then you can decide, okay, well, I need to cast Freya's Prayer, and then, oh, hey, I need to generate another judgment, so maybe I should throw in Runes of Protection or a Runic Barrier. I think generally what I do is I hit a Freya's Prayer, I hit a Runic Barrier right after that, so you start casting. Once you get the cast out, it's about 2 seconds. You can Freya's Prayer again, and then once you're there, you're sitting at 3 after about 2 seconds, I guess 4 seconds because you need to wait on Freya's Prayer. So if you did Freya's Prayer, wait, cast 2 Runic Barriers because it takes 2 seconds to cast, you could then hit another Freya's Prayer. Within 4 seconds, 4 or 5 seconds, depending on like recovery animations and all that, you could be up to like 4 judgments. So From there, you can decide, do I want to throw out a heal, or you could just do a Freya's Prayer and a Runic Barrier, and after 2 seconds, you could throw out Blessing of Freya. It's really up to you, right? So you can start to pool Judgment, you can heal immediately if you need to, or you can just start transitioning immediately into healing because, like, you're getting trucked and you don't have any time for efficiency. Like, you got to just keep them up as quickly as possible. You could also, like, if there's 3 or 4 people attacking someone and you give them 80 physical armor rating, you might get a lot of extra value out of that. So yeah, that's kind of how I would look at it. Let's see. So rune of healing and then runes of protection. We talked about this. This is physical armor rating. I haven't done any testing to see if like armor of Odin scales based on this. I don't see why it wouldn't. So you probably get a little bit of extra value if you have this on somebody. The problem is 2-second cast time, and you're not really healing at all. Like, you are giving yourself more effective HP because of the damage mitigation, but I find I don't use this as much. I probably will use this more because there are less skills. And if you're over healing and you've already shielded someone and you've already given them a hot, this is another option to just slightly increase that damage a little bit, damage mitigation a little more. But again, it does nothing if someone's doing magic damage. So, you got to choose the right situation for it. Blessing of Freya, we talked about this one. Really nice, effective group heal. Does like 200-ish a second, and then you're doing about 1600 health a second heal for your entire group. So that's pretty good value. And then Runic Barrier negates the next physical attack. We talked about this one. This is a great ability. You should be getting this out as much as you can on everybody. It lasts 120 seconds, so you can cast it before combat. Shield of Chaos. So this is going to be your main spender for Runer V2. You are able to apply an AoE shield. It is a 20-meter radius, so this one's pretty nice in places like the keep doors or something like that. If your main force is at the door, you can back yourself up a little bit so you're not stacked on them, but you are still within that 20-meter radius. And then you can throw it down and grant everybody a health shield. You can grant them an AoE heal, so they're getting that 100, and then you also get the shield increased even more. I like this ability quite a bit, but again, it does cost 3 runes to cast, so you got to be careful there. The nice thing about it only costing 3 runes, though, compared to something like Word of Chaos, is that you only need to cast 3 rune abilities to get it back up, and if you're not spending other ones, then you always get those 3. So yeah, it's pretty nice. I like this ability quite a bit. It's a little funky, though, sometimes when you're casting things like Runic Barrier, or you already have a shield up. It can be a little annoying to cast. So and make sure you have a target selected when you're doing it. But as long as you're targeting yourself, then you can just do a big PBAOE based on you, and it does have a 45-meter range. So just depending on, you get some options. I like it. Alter Doom removes all debuffs from target ally and increases their damage dealt by 5% per status removed, up to a maximum of 25% for 20 seconds. So because Devouts remove so many debuffs, I think in general you're probably not going to see a ton of debuffs grouped up on someone to get like the full damage value. But this is such a great ability when someone is being focused down and they have like a high cooldown damage healing reduction or damage amplification. So for example, if you're getting pinned down, or there's someone like, you can't use this as Vikings have Skalds, right? But Skalds have a damage amplification as well. There's just multiple classes that can apply that kind of thing. Or a heal like Neurotoxin from Forest Stalkers. If you see that applied, you can instantly get rid of it. And it does have a long cooldown, but you at least can counter it and you play the game a little bit, right? You might, with the way this has changed and Cleanse removes 2 debuffs, you might not need to worry about it as much. I haven't seen what it looks like in the game, but yeah, I think Alter Doom is pretty great. If for some reason someone, like a whole group, like switched and they all started debuffing and you just Alter Doom, I think it would be it'd be pretty great. Like, it's good. It's a good way to remove all kinds of CC and different things, or different debuffs. So yeah, pretty good. And then finally, Call from Valhalla resurrects target ally with 50% max HP, does not apply res sickness. Target takes 200% increased damage for 15 seconds. So it says it doesn't increase res sickness, but they take 100% increased damage, right? So that served cold Black Knight that is dealing 7,000 damage is suddenly dealing 14,000 damage. Yeah, I don't know. Be real careful when you use this one, but I think it's hard to sneeze at a res. Like, so for example, I think this synergy here could potentially be, and you'd have to have like a really good group, right? But it'd be really interesting if you had in your group a Shadow Walker or something, and then they could just blow all of their cooldowns and kill one person, and then they're probably going to get focused down, right? But then you could use Call of Valhalla to res your assassin, and then they have all those jump out of combat abilities, so you res them, they come up immediately, they pop into stealth, they kind of run away, they get healed up, and then they choose another target, and at that fight you're fighting a 7v8, right? So and then you have like a whole load of cooldowns ready to go when you want to pop back out. I don't know what the realistic use case for that is, but I think that that's the kind of thing that this allows. You wouldn't want to do that as much with a Devout because it's an AoE res, right? A lot of times they have res sickness, or they have really low HP or something like that. So it's pretty easy to swing back. It's kind of harder to focus that target down. So I was just trying to think of situations where this might be useful, and I think that's one. Maybe archers as well. Archers have they can get out of stealth as well, so maybe you don't need the assassin, but a consistent range damage dealer that you could use this on is probably an archer. So yeah, I think this is pretty good. The problem here is 300-second cooldown though. Like these reses are all pretty high. You're realistically only getting this one fight, so using this every 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean and I doubt a fight is lasting more than 10 minutes. So even I have seen some last up to like 4 or 5 minutes though. Healing has been so good traditionally. Losing. I guess I'll transition to that really quickly right after I say like this is what I would probably do if I go Runner V2, and it's probably what I will play when the patch is live. I like the utility of like Shocking Grasp, and then also the ability to cycle between the heal and Freya's command while spamming Freya's prayer. But then I think the overall healing for these are great. I do think that there's a world where Word of Chaos is really good, but I think if you take a Runehealer, you kind of expect them to heal, and you are going to have like basic healing. But if you go Word of Chaos, you might not have some of these bigger cooldowns that people are expecting, but I still think it works. I still think you can get away with going Word of Chaos and then, going down Runic Barrier. The problem is you can no longer apply that health shield, so you can really only heal and then heal, or apply the shield and then heal again. So you're not getting, I feel like the same value, but I still think it's okay because you can't really want to be. You don't always want to be stacking. So yeah, I think it's okay. And I think you can get away with getting Word of Chaos. Your just role is going to be a little bit different. And, your group might want to know. And I think it will work okay-ish. It just depends. You really end up losing Shield of Chaos, which becomes your new spender. And it's a really great ability. It's a ton of extra healing for what you would be spending basically on Word of Chaos instead. So you're basically trading these two out. And then you're also losing the battle res. So that's a lot of extra utility to lose. I'm not a huge fan of it. I do think this is a really big swing ability. And we were talking about it earlier. Word of Chaos, especially on a panicked enemy, is a noob crusher. This is the kind of ability, like, if you were fighting a bunch of people that didn't really know what they were doing, like 4 or 5 of them were there, like let's say a bunch of archers pop out. Word of Chaos can counter Stealther Zergs. I guess that it's one of the few abilities. The same with Black Knight. They can they can damage immune, so you can kind of counter stealthers in that way. But one of the few abilities Word of Chaos is where you can counter 4 or 5 archers, and there's nothing they can do. Like you splash them all with this, they're all disarmed. They can run away. I mean, and a few of them are going to die. So yeah, I really like this ability from that standpoint. It gives you just that little bit of extra strength that like you don't really have to worry about when it's 1v8 or an 8v8 situation. But, if it's like, 5 or 6 archers, which anybody that played Dark Age, that did happen sometimes. You get these stealth zergs and you can't see them. And then like 20 people pop out and start shooting archers at the back of your group. And it just ruins the time, because if you lose 5 or 10 people in the back, then it just diminishes the strength of the Zerg, and then you guys have to all run back. So this one ability will counter really an infinite number of stealthers, as long as you guys are grouped up in the way that you're supposed to be. So I like that. The Black Knight can kind of do that too. But you still do lose some of your strong healing utility. You will definitely be weaker, I think, in a your role really will changes. You become more of a debuffer at that point, a buffer and a debuffer, than really a healer. So just you got to make sure, like, you need to probably be switching out with like maybe a more hybrid DPS role. Like you probably need to switch out with a Devout or something at that point. If you felt like you didn't really need the cleanses as much, which I think you probably do, you probably want to switch out with your utility role more than anything. Like if you run a second Skald, maybe you want to run a Rune Bana Runehealer instead. So that's my thought on Runehealer. All right, so let's go through Empath really quickly. We already talked about it, but let's run through quickly. Regenerate, heals an ally for 2,000 health over 12 seconds. It grants you a judgment. It's basically an instant cast with low cooldown, but pretty low value. You're probably generally not going to be using this one unless you want to like throw it over somebody that's overhealed. So, mileage may vary. Cleanse removes up to 2 debuffs from an ally target ally. Pretty good. Grants you a judgment when you're using it. It's 2-second cast time. Removes 2 debuffs. Not as good as something like a Devout's Cleanse, but not bad, and definitely has its place in rotations. Resurrection gives you just lets you res, basically. Target gets res sickness. It's a really long cast, so it's something you're going to probably be doing out of combat. Clear Mind reduces target's panic by 350. Probably not super great right now. It looks like a little typo there too. It says it costs 100 panic. I'm pretty sure that's probably not true, but probably costs 100 faith. So but okay. I generally not usually worth it, because most classes can apply like a panicked debuff in 1 or 2 cooldowns. So you're not even going to have time to cast this. Like you're not even going to notice before they're already getting panicked. It's going to have more use for maybe a bigger fight where performers are randomly applying debuffs to people and then not spending it. You could at least decrease that depending on if everybody's overhealed, and it's a nice thing to generally decrease overall DPS if you already have heal over times and shields applied to everybody. And then finally, what must be done? Removes all control effects and grants immunity to control effects for 10 seconds. This is great. Most classes already had this, but this is an awesome ability. It makes you immune to stuns and everything like that. So absolutely use this liberally when you can. And it's only a 2-minute cooldown, so you could pretty easily use this multiple times. Maybe 2 or 3 times, depending on how long the fight is. I've definitely been in 5-minute fights, so if you use this early, you're going to have it again within 2 minutes, so you can pretty easily use it again at 4 minutes as well. So maybe 3 uses a fight, depending on how long they go. As people get better, I think you'll probably end up saving it as like maybe a more serious like save button, so you maybe only get 1 or 2 uses out of it, depending. But all right, so let's start with Tend the Enemy. I'm not going to try these names. All of these names are crazy. I'm going to say Kamal, you're going to deal spirit damage if target is linked. Reduces healing received by 25% for 4 seconds. This is pretty great, actually. You link an enemy, and then you just get a healing debuff. So let's say there's a melee train on you, and then your team is able to stabilize and there's somebody still there, you can throw a link on them, and then your team can target that person and they get a heal debuff. It's only 4 seconds, so even if the team is able to cleanse, like you're probably getting a decent amount of value without having to worry about it. It's only 25%. It's a 2-second cast that grants you judgment to do, so like you're able to continue healing, and not something you really want to do if you're judgment capped, but still really nice utility for a healer. Really like that one. Nosknam links you to an enemy, reduces their strength and attunement while linked. The keys here are that strength and attunement mean that they're going to be doing less physical damage or less magic damage. So you're going to want to use this specifically on heavy fighters, on devouts, on archers, on warlocks. So there's a whole range of enemies that you can do. Anybody that's dealing damage that scales based on strength or attunement, you're just doing a flat debuff. The values change here, so it'll be interesting to see what the numbers come out to, like how much strength or attunement you're reducing it by. But even if you're decreasing their strength or attunement by 5 or 10, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it scales linearly on damage output. So you're doing a 5 or 10% debuff right there, and sometimes the numbers go up to 25. So this ability is pretty good. So first two already in a great spot. Full True deals shadow damage over 21 seconds. It's a little bit of a longer cast, but just like Shocking Grasp from the Runehealer, this is a really great just damage over time ability. You're able to just throw this on an enemy. If it's some kind of archer or assassin, they're not going to be able to go into stealth. They're going to take a massive amount of damage over time. These are really good. I like them a lot. Rubad channels for up to 12 seconds, spends 150 health, and deals shadow damage to your enemy link for each second. As an empath, you're not really targeting people down as much. Like maybe you cast and you get the heal debuff, but I don't see a whole lot of value in this one. Like you could do it and you're able to do it, but it also costs you HP. It spends HP to do this. So I'm just not a huge fan of this ability in general, but if you end up going down this line, then it's something you can do. Anim True, it deals spirit damage over 21 seconds. So basically, it's like you get 2 dots. So these, while they do have cast times, like it can be really good. Or while this one has a cast time, it can be really good. So you definitely are doing a decent amount of damage. Instead of like buffing like the Runehealer did, you're putting it out. This really is going to excel when you're like 1v1ing somebody. Like it seems like a healer shouldn't be able to 1v1, but if you had both of those dots, I mean, you can throw them on people. Like if you're defending a keep, for example, and then you see a stealther pop out, you could throw both of those dots on them, and it will kill some of them. Just those 2 things. They don't do anything else. You get free RVR progression when that happens. So pretty strong if you're focusing down this line. Autry for 10 seconds each time your friendly link is dealt damage, 20% of that damage is prevented, and you are healed for that amount prevented. That is really great. This is a very strong ability. And anytime you can do that flat damage mitigation, you'll already have something good. And then if you're being healed as the healer with that, that's great. So a use case for this would be, let's say like both of the healers in a group are fighting, and then one of them gets trained down. If the one that is not being trained down can link with a friendly target and then do this, they're able to prevent the damage. And then if anyone else is attacking them, they can make sure that they stay topped up while they care for the healer. So I like this ability quite a bit. I don't know if it's top of A tier or whatever, but I think this ability is pretty solid, and there's some real value there. The worst part is like, I guess you would have to, you're really focusing quite a bit on damage when you get down to here. So it is interesting, and it's not really damage related. So I don't know, a little interesting. Nocta deals spirit damage plus additional damage equal to 40% of your missing health. Heals you for 50% of the damage dealt. This is pretty good too. You're able to hit somebody and then heal from the damage. The biggest problem with this is, like these other 2 dots, if you're just being cleansed, then does it really matter? The ability could say that you win the entire team fight, but if a Devout is just going to cleanse the debuff, then it doesn't even really matter. So, because of that, and because it's just a damage ability, not really anything else, I'm not a huge fan of it. But if I had to choose, I would go all the way down to 10 enemy. I'd get knock. And then from there, we'll read through these quickly. I definitely get Nos because you want to be able to link with allies. So you do that so that you can get that increased physical and armor rating, but then you can also get some of the bonus abilities for like heal links and things like that. So like for example, you definitely want link if you're going to use Autry, right? So yeah. So you get Nosk, and then channels up to 12 seconds. This one's okay. Not super great. You got to spend the health. Not a big fan. Heals your friendly link over time. That's okay. Not like the biggest fan. Aired free, grants 60 physical and magical armor rating. So this is similar to the one we talked about on I think Rune of Protection on Runehealer, but instead of getting 90 physical, you're getting 60 magical and physical. So you're getting 66% the value from physical armor, but you're getting 60 magical armor rating in addition. So like if you weight them the same way, you're getting 100 you're getting like 130% ish, that you're getting like 120% value out of it. But you are 10 seconds less. I think it's a 15-second duration. I think it all comes out to like this ability is like 80%. I did the math. 87%, 90% effective. I still think it's probably better though in general, because while you don't quite get the amount and it doesn't last quite as long, it's quite nice to be able to, it doesn't matter what the enemy is, whether you're fighting mages or, when you're TDD, you're going to be fighting Mjolnirs. They're going to be doing lightning damage. You're going to be fighting, you're going to have assassins pop out. They're going to be doing shadow damage. You're going to have archers popping out. They're going to be doing shadow damage or ice damage. So I think the ice side is actually usually weapon damage. But anyway, you get what I'm saying, like shadow damage, lightning damage. There's a little bit of fire damage built in, and that Black Knights, for example, definitely have shadow damage. So you're getting just like an overall general better defensive. I actually just like it more. You just have a lot more use cases, even though it is not quite as effective as that 90 physical. But yeah, pretty decent. So I'd probably grab this one, and then Seor, you get an AoE group heal. I mean, very similar to the other one on Runehealer. So that's probably what I would do. I would grab the link and then both of these if I was going down 10 the enemy, and then you have quite a bit of DPS. So again, this is not quite the same as Word of Chaos, but definitely a different set of utility, but you are still getting a really nice save ability, for example, with a 20% damage prevention. You have this really interesting heal damage, and then you have a bunch of different dots that you're able to apply to people. So I think there's value. I think with the current meta and the way people run Devouts and things like that, and just how Devouts and cleanses work, I really don't think that this line is super great, because 3 of your abilities are dots, right? And then you have a little bit of extra utility sprinkled in. I will say I do think these first 2 abilities are strong, but anybody can basically get them because they're in the beginning. So, outside of RT, I think this line is pretty underwhelming overall. So we'll jump on. Comfol sends 1,000 health and heals the target, 40 healing if the target is linked to you, 40% healing, sorry. So this is again kind of weird. Like you can heal people and then do more, but you're doing a pretty fat heal. So it's interesting though, because I feel like empaths, when you're fighting them, they don't take any damage. Right? And you could just apply debuffs. So, but I think this is just good in general. It's a solid ability, 4,000. You can use it on yourself. It generates a judgment. It does hurt a little bit that it does the base damage to you, but because I think it kind of makes up for it, because if you're linked with someone, you get extra damage. You got 40% more, really? Like, holy, that's what, 400 per 1,000, and you have almost 4,000 on this. So you're getting another 1,600. So is this really doing like, unless it's like two off? So like, it's like 3 off. So you're getting like 13. So are we really doing like 5,000 a heal, with this? If they're linked, like that's a lot of value. Especially for like a tier 1, no matter which spec you're in, you get access to this. Depending on how this works out, maybe you do want to go to the debuffs, because you're like, I can already heal really well. And we already have maybe another person going a different line. Like, I'd rather just have more debuffs, because they can already heal so strongly with the links. So yeah, this is pretty nice. We already talked about the link that gives the physical armor and the magic armor, and then allows some of those extra abilities to scale more quickly. Channels up to 12 seconds, spends 150 health, and heals your friendly target for each second. I'm not a huge fan of these spend your health things, but it can be okay. It's interesting that Devout on Abbot gets this kind of stuff where they spend their health, but then Empath is also kind of getting it with Tend the Spirit. So they're different archetypes, but interesting to see the crossover there. I think this is could be useful-ish, but you have to channel, so not a big fan. I don't think it's very good. Heals your friendly target over time. This is, it's just a hot, so it's pretty nice. It is only a single target though, so it heals your link target specifically, so you got to be within range. Not really a big fan of either of these. Reduces damage taken by your friendly link by 10% for 12 seconds. Double effectiveness while the friendly link is below 50% HP. So I think this is really interesting. So this prevents. So and you're also double dipping and getting a heal out of it. But I mean, you're getting very close to the same effectiveness because the 10% is doubled. You're getting 20% damage reduction, and this is not reducing the damage, but it is just preventing it. So it is effectively reducing it in the same way. Now you're not getting the same value unless the target is under 50% health, but you wouldn't pop these cooldowns if the target is over 50% health most of the time anyway. You might do it at 60% and then they get one hit or something like that. But in general, yeah, I don't think you would. And I think you'd get most of the value here because you'd be using it when someone is dying. But, I don't want to dismiss because you can keep someone from getting to 50% with RT, for example. If they're about to pop a bunch of cooldowns, that extra damage prevention above 50% maybe makes the difference. So I like that. But again, I don't know when you combine it with some of the other stuff where the utility is different. So yeah, some testing I think is needed, but I think this is a pretty solid ability for 4 points. Grants you immunity to fire and lightning damage, and your friendly link 30% fire and lightning resistance for 6 seconds. This is strong. Fire is the main damage type for Flame Wardens. Their combustion and their bolts and their nukes are all going to be stacking fire dots on you. So this is a really nice way if someone has put a really big dot on you and you really need to get it off, but you don't have time. You could pop this, get yourself another 1 or 2 group heals going out. So for example, this is 2 seconds. So you could cast this once. So you could do that for self heal, and then you could also do Seor to get that party heal out in an AoE, so that's pretty good. And then all while you're not taking any of that combustion damage, or for example, Thunderhead or any of the Mjolnir, any shock damage. And then you can also pass on this massive 30%. I mean, that's a 30% damage reduction right there. So, yeah, this is pretty nice. And assuming you're not just cleansing those debuffs and you're actually taking it, it's a nice little fallback. It is a little niche because it's just fire and lightning damage. So lightning is much more prevalent, I would say, on the Viking side because of Runehealers using it and Chaos Weavers using it and Mjolnir's using it. Fire is a little less, you get a little bit on Blackguard and you get some on Flame Warden, but in general you don't see a whole lot of other fire damage. I guess Physician does have a little bit too, so it's about the same, I guess. But yeah, we'll have to see how the specs work out too, and we'll look at those a little bit later on to see which one. But I think there's definitely a use case for this. It is a little niche though, so not 100% sure. And then Kamhi Anu removes all debuffs from your friendly target and heals them for 40% of your missing health. Heals you both for 2400 health over 12 seconds. So this is really nice to have a cleanse debuff like this, especially if you're fighting an archer with neurotoxin or consuming darkness that's going to heal debuff you. But with the cooldown and the fact that it heals them for 40% of your missing health, if you're a healer and an empath specifically, you're probably at max HP unless you're getting focused down. So it's kind of weird, you're not really getting any value there, and then you're getting what is equivalent to the heal over time buff out of your CO. Right, it does 2400 over 12 seconds. It heals you both for 1200 over 12 seconds. So it's a nice debuff removal, but I don't know. I think it's good enough, and it's like middle of the road. Like it has some utility if you are getting hurt. Like I think it has a lot of utility in a like 2v2 or like a 2v3 or like a 4v4 kind of situation. Like those smaller groups where these key abilities like removing debuffs are really important there. I think they're less important in big group fights because they just don't exist. Like if the devouts are cleansing like they should be and you're using abilities like this, I mean, why are you debuffed? Like, skill issue there. But yeah, so I think it's okay. I mean, there's definitely some utility, but this just line in general is not really mine. But if I had to choose, I'd pick all the way down here. And then from there, I would probably pick up a double line here to get the AoE debuff. And then from there, I'm not sure. I think I might just forego actually, you know what? I probably would end up taking the link because you need the link for the heal debuff. So I would probably end up going there so that you could access both abilities. You do miss out on this 4,500 heal over 6 seconds, which is very strong. If you feel like you need this, you might just get rid of it and have to give up the heal debuff. But I don't think it's the end of the world not to have that. But that's what I would do. Okay, and then let's see. So then we'll go tend the body. Uach Danu heals the target. This is just a fat heal, right? It costs some judgment to use. It has a 4-second cooldown, but it's really nice. Like you're putting out, if the target is linked, I mean, this is like what? This is 8,000-9,000 healing. In what? In a little over 2 seconds. I mean, that's a lot. That's a big swing for just a single target. So Empath has a tremendous amount of healing. So it's pretty good. Maybe there is an argument for this heal debuff a little bit, because if you can just cleanse those, and even just using this, you're going to be able to, especially in smaller scale fights, you're going to have a nice time, I think. Next is air. So we already talked about this one. Some decent value, and you just get an overall damage mitigation. Like physical and magical armor rating are good. I think like poison, for example, is the only thing you're not really going to be mitigating much, but not many people outside of Forest-Stalker are going to be using poison. So you don't need to worry about that because you're TDD. And Forest-Stalkers are TDD. This is a great standard heal over time for the entire party. It's like your bread and butter group heal. Athong, I think this is good too. You just do the math on this and you're looking at a little under 1,000 HP every, I think like 700 HP or something every, a little over 7, because what, 7 times 6 is 42, so you got 45 here, so a little over 700 health per second. So yeah, pretty nice heal per second for your entire group. So 7 times 8, so like 56 or something like that. 5,600 HP per second. That's nice for 2 judgment and a 2-second cast. Theo Dentos, heal an ally up for 1,900 health. So it's just a faster heal and it grants you a judgment and you're not spending. I think in general though, you're probably going to want to use Comfola. Now it just depends on, depends on the situation, but as long as they're heal linked, you definitely want to use this. I think there's probably an argument because it's a little bit faster. You can generate twice the judgment in that amount of time. So you got to decide, like, am I looking to maximize the amount of healing I'm doing in these 2 seconds, or am I trying to maximize my overall healing and utility over the entire fight? Because if you are, then more judgment is probably worth more. You want to be using those judgment spending skills more than you want to be using the others. So just depends. You got to look. I will say too, the damage you end up taking seems pretty low, so you might still just get value out of this one. But there's this is a fast heal, so this is going to be pretty competitive, especially if the target's not linked. Perilous deals shadow damage and disarms the target for 3 to 6 seconds. 50 damage if the target is linked to you. This is great. Like the 50 damage if linked to you is, who cares? Like doesn't do anything. But the shadow damage, and the shadow damage is pretty low. But the disarm, 3-second disarm, this is great. This is really good. And it's only a 20-second cooldown. So you have what do you have, like 15% uptime on this? Like it's nice. This is for when an assassin pops out, or somebody tries to jump your other healer, or they just try to jump you. Like 3 seconds, you can buy yourself a lot of time. You can get enough time for somebody else to stun. If you do this, you can get some other heals out and then maybe debuff them. This is really great utility. You'll use this multiple times in a fight. You're probably going to use this anywhere from 3 to 15 times in a fight. You want to use this probably on cooldown, just because it's so low, and then the duration is relatively low. It's basically a 100% damage mitigation as long as it's up. So, and it's a short enough duration that you can get it in between those cleanses probably pretty easily. And then C-Stun Dare reduces damage taken by party by 50% for 8 seconds. So this is not a paladin bubble, but it is a tremendous group mitigation tool, and it's on a 2-minute cooldown. So you could potentially use this 1, 2, or even 3 times, depending on how long the group fight goes for. So this ability is very strong, 50% flat damage mitigation. When you compare that to something like RT, which is 20%, or Atri, which is 10%, and then 20% if they're below 50% for the entire group, regardless of who's linked. This is an extremely strong ability. I think when you compare these, it's not even close. This ability by far wins. And then you combine it with things like a consistent disarm, like a better heal judgment ratio, a very, very strong group heal, another, a very strong group heal, and then the physical armor, magical armor rating reduction, which has some general utility. It's just strong. If I had to build this, which this is what I think I would build, would be go all the way down, grab this heal, this percent. This is really good. You can cycle this if you have two empaths in your group. You could cycle it, right? So you could have 16 seconds of 50% damage mitigation. It's a decent counter to things like the Black Knights bubble, right? So if they pop the bubble and then you guys pop damage reduction, at least like you are still maybe taking some damage, but you basically are equalizing things a little bit, because you're still taking damage, but they're definitely not. You could save it for big spike damage things where like, oh, okay, somebody's pinning me down, or somebody's popping a bunch of debuffs, and we can't cleanse all this stuff right now. Just pop this and we don't even have to worry about cleansing. We can just, take the damage or whatever and then stabilize. So I think it's good, but I would take Link. So you get that physical armor and magical armor. You can stack that with this physical and magical armor. So you're getting a lot of the Link target's getting a lot of value for that. You still have your normal heal chain, and then I would also get this. So you have the utility for the heal reduction, and then you also get a dot. So I think this line is definitely. I think this build is really strong. There's probably some utility and other things you can do, but overall, I think this is probably really good, and what I'll run if I say when I run this. So really good. All right, last healer. So we're going to look at Physician. We'll run through these quickly. Regenerate, heals an ally for 2,000 health over 12 seconds. So this is just generally a good way to build Judgment. It's a low cast time with a decent single target heal, but it's kind of outshined by some of the other heals. Cleanse removes up to 2 debuffs from target ally. This is pretty good. Grants Judgment, removes 2 debuffs, and only costs a little bit of faith over 2 seconds. Not terrible at all. A little less useful than the Devout's AoE Cleanse. Resurrection, this is just like a bread and butter resurrection spell. You'll probably use this outside of combat. Clear Mind, reduces target's panic by 350. So this ability is not super great. You can generally apply enough panic to panic someone in 1 or 2 abilities, depending on the class. And you're generally going to be concentrating on healing or shielding someone. So I don't think you'll always use this, but it is always a nice option to have if you want to continue to push your advantage. It's always nice to remove that panic in case someone might be able to turn the tide by panicking you. So a decent option, and more useful in lower in smaller groups, I would say. And then what must be done removes all control effects and grants immunity to control effects for 10 seconds. This is great. This is super strong. You get 10 seconds of being totally immune to roots, stuns, snares, all that kind of stuff. So if somebody pops out on you and stuns you, you can remove all control effects and be immune to them. So you're going to heal whether they like it or not. So really good, really strong for healer. Okay, so we'll start with the first line, Pharmacy. So Curative Vapors heals allies in the targeted area. So this grants you a judgment, and then it's just a point blank area heal. The nice thing about this is it's a super low cast time. So I think Arthurians are kind of motivated and rewarded for grouping up together pretty heavily. So when you do that, I mean, you know, even getting 2 or 3 people in here, you're doing 32, 40, 44,000 heal in a 1 second time, no cooldown. You can just spam it. It's a pretty strong ability. Scales linearly with the number of people that are in the area. So yeah, or I said 4,800 heal for 3 people. But yeah, no, super good. It is only a 5 meter area of effect radius, but you can still kind of see when you drop it down. So I really like this one. This is it's a really strong baseline heal ability, and only scales better with more people. So yeah, that's solid. Take one of these, grants an ally the Drink Restoration Potion ability, which heals them for 12% of their max health over 9 seconds when used. So you're getting a little bit more than 1% of your HP over time when you use this. So I think this is pretty nice for somebody that's being attacked, or for someone that just needs to top off a little bit and get back into the fight. So this is the kind of thing that I would want to apply and give to people before the fight started. I wouldn't want to be handing out 2-second cast time potions that only heal 1% of their life during the fight, but it's a nice thing that you can do before the fight. And then it's also something that you could do during maybe an immunity phase where you had 2 Black Knights that were stacking their damage immunity. Everybody's healed up, and you can just start throwing potions out in the middle of the fight because you're all immune to damage and you're all immune to CC and everybody's topped up. And hey, you got the extra time, so why not hand out a few potions? So yeah, this one's okay. It's nice. I think it's actually a little above average, but it's not. It's maybe average. It's not crazy, but it has some use. Preventative Medicine applies a buff to the target that heals them when inoculation next triggers on them, lasts until their inoculation expires. So inoculation is the physician passive. What it does is when you heal somebody, it pops up with a buff on them and they get a heal over time the next time that they're hit. So this is really effective for people that are being hit consistently. You can mitigate some of the damage over time by healing them. So what this buff does is that the next time that passive ability would proc, you can also heal them. So it's a nice heal. It's like 3,000 HP for this. There's no cooldown. It's basically an instant ability, and it costs 1 judgment. So it's pretty nice in that way. The only problem is it requires setup. So you have to have healed someone beforehand, and the inoculation buff needs to be on them. And then you need to press this and heal them to get the buff. And then they need to be hit again to trigger it. So it's a pretty efficient heal in that it's super fast, and it's a great way to just spend judgment really fast on somebody that's being focused down. The problem is there's a decent amount of setup, and you need to use heals beforehand to make sure that you get the buff going. So I'd say about average when you look at how much setup it takes, but it is strong in a situation where you find yourself a lot in group fights. So I like it. I think it's actually in a group fight setting above average. Cauldron of Restoration grants each party member the Drink Healing Potion ability for 5 minutes, instantly heals them for 11% of their max health when used. This is great. This is a really good ability. You could use this before fights. It has a little bit of a longer cooldown or cast time, but it's nice. Like an 11% heal is really good. This is basically a health stone from World of Warcraft that Warlocks get. You kind of giving everybody the same thing. The nice thing here is you can actually stack up to take one of these and then also the Cauldron of Restoration, because one is a max HP heal and then the other one is a max HP heal over time. So really good combination of abilities, and even really useful to use beforehand. If you want to spec into either of these other lines, and then you also just want to go all the way down and grab these, you can. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And depending on what your group setup is, you might find more utility in doing that. So yeah, I like that one a decent amount. It's not like a huge, massive heal or anything like that, but those little bits of utility that work outside of the normal debuff, like people can't cleanse these or anything like that. This is just extra utility that characters and people that have the general situational awareness to use are going to benefit from, and they're going to find a benefit, a compounding benefit from. So yeah, it's good stuff. Booster shot buffs your buffs your party, causing the next inoculation trigger on each member to deal spirit damage to nearby enemies. So again, inoculation, when you heal somebody, they receive an inoculation buff, which applies a heal over time. With this buff, what would happen is, instead of the next time that they're hit, they'll get that heal over time, but they will also take, they'll do a PvAOE of damage around them. So this one's okay. It's not anything crazy, but it is a really kind of funky line. You might find, it's going to be pretty good against a melee train, right? If you have 3 or 4 people that are meleeing down one of your healers or one of your DPS, and you heal them for the inoculation trigger, and then you throw this booster, it's a way that you can peel a little bit with damage. One booster shot is not going to pull a melee train off of you, but if you have access to this, it might be, in combination with some of their other abilities, you might be able to use it. I'm just not a huge fan of this or the preventative medicine because of that, but there are uses for it. So I don't want to downplay it too much. Protects target ally, preventing the next control effect they receive within 12 seconds. I'm not a huge fan of Adrenaline Tincture. It only removes one control effect that they receive over the next 12 seconds. Like, it's okay. Like, it is a really interesting, unique thing. But like, when I think position, I'm kind of thinking healing, and all of this, they're already kind of taking damage, and you're not really able to mitigate that damage for the most part. You're kind of relying on them to hit their own buttons with the potions and then do this stuff. You can use it as, like, I think this is again fills that slot where if you already have healers and you're really looking for some kind of like buffs and debuffs and kind of like changing the flow of an 8v8, I think there is a place for these guys potentially, but I don't think this is something that you'd want to run solo. But I would be happy to be wrong. So if somebody makes this work, send a video. Bloodstone prevents an ally's health from dropping below 1 for 6 seconds. So this is very similar to Valhalla from Mjolnir, except it's 2 seconds less. Instead of 8 seconds, it's 6 seconds. But you can also place this on any ally. So this is a really strong ability. Anytime you can prevent death is going to be decent. But the fact that you can, as the healer, place this on someone that's being focused down or yourself, I think it has a lot of utility. It less so on like something like a Mjolnir, because you're a heavy fighter. You're the last person that's going to be dying. Like, why do you need to do that? Here, there's a lot more utility involved, and just like the way that a normal group fight would progress, you're getting a lot of value. So I think this is pretty strong. Overall, this line is not my favorite. But if I had to go all the way down to Bloodstone, I would probably go down and pick up Healing Focus. This is just basically your group heal. You get Strong Bones, which increases an ally's physical and magic armor rating by 40. So again, similar to the other two healers, this one you get both physical and magic armor. It's less. It's 33% less than the Empath, but it is 8 seconds longer. So it's a pretty long buff, actually. You're getting quite a bit of uptime on this versus other ones. I think honestly, you could there's a world where you could keep this on the majority of your group all the time while they're taking damage, and you get a lot of mitigation compared to Runehealer, where you're only getting the physical mitigation, even though it's a little bit longer, or the Empath, where you're getting both the magical and physical, but you're not the duration is only 10 seconds, so you're only going to be able to get that up on maybe 4 people, and then by the time you get it up on the 4th person, you only have 4 seconds until it goes away on the other person, and you've done no healing in that time. So it's not as good as here, where if you get it up on 4 people, you still have 12 seconds where you can be healing, or like healing in between before you need to start rebuffing people. So I like that one a little bit. And then Healing Focus is your nice heal, so I would take these. And then I'd choose between either Essence of Wolfsbane or Fortifying Tonic. It's a 30-second cooldown. It can be really nice to just reduce the damage someone is taking, but also Wolfsbane is just an ability that you can use that also reduces the damage. So I guess the way I would think about this is, if you are trying to protect someone that's being focused down, Fortifying Tonic is going to be better because it's the same thing as debuffing each of the people attacking, and it can't be cleansed, right? While Wolfsbane, you have to target someone and then cast, and then you only debuff that single person. It does last for 12 seconds, but it's I still think you're getting a decent amount of utility out of it. So I would probably end up going down Fortifying Tonic if I was going Pharmacy. Getting Bloodstone, I'd probably want to pick up Strong Bones, Healing Focus, and then Fortifying Tonic as well. That's what I would do. Chemistry. So Dose of Poison, this ability is great. You can cast it while moving. You can stack it up to 3 times. So you're basically doing almost 4,000 damage. You're doing about 4,000 damage actually for 9 seconds. So you're doing something like 500-ish damage a second, and you are able to apply it while you're moving. So if someone's attacking you or whatever, or you're trying to focus someone down, it's just another debuff that you can do. And then it's such a quick way to build Judgment. I mean, it's a 0.2 cast time that you can cast continuously in less than a second. I mean, you have to account for recovery frames and all that. Like, you obviously can't cast this 3 times in less than a second, but in effectively 3 cooldowns, you're able to build up 3 Judgment. I mean, it's a very strong ability. You've applied this long debuff to somebody. Now, cleanses are a big deal, but it's just nice because you can just keep stacking and throwing it on. So I like this. I think this is strong for a first tier ability. Essence of Wolfbane, we talked about this a little bit. Just it's a longer cast ability, but you can debuff the amount of damage someone does. So, you're, even if you're really heal spec'd, you can still like focus different people in the group and debuff them. This feels much closer to like a traditional healer in Daok, like, where you were stunning and healing and mezzing. It's, you don't have that full control CC, but here you're really debuffing people while also healing. So to me, it kind of has a similar fantasy. Let's see. Flame Bearer engulfs an ally in flames, periodically dealing 200 fire damage to nearby enemies. This is not great. You can apply it and you're going to deal a little bit of extra damage. Again, that melee train, or if you're in a Zerg fight, you're able to apply a little bit of extra DPS, but I don't think this is really super great at all. Arthurian Fire deals fire damage in the targeted area and burns targets for 1350 fire damage over 9 seconds. Again, here, like, this damage will stack up, but it's an AoE for a healer that you have to throw down. I'm not a big fan of this one. If for whatever reason you maybe get the capstone, then I think it could be okay to have, but I'm not dipping for Flame Bearer or Arthurian Fire. I don't think they're very good myself. But Beguiling Mists creates a cloud that lasts for 15 seconds. Allies in the cloud are granted 8% evasion. Enemies in the cloud are snared by 40%. So this is really good. This is a way to peel people off yourself, to peel people off of a target that's attacking you. It also grants you, and basically effectively, an 8% damage mitigation. So pretty nice. You also have Toxic Miasma, creates a cloud that lasts for 10 seconds. Enemies in the area take poison damage each second. So this is, just another AoE. It's kind of like Pit of Chaos. You can throw this down, a little bit of area denial. It doesn't last quite as long, but it can be effective. And then if you start stacking this on top of Beguiling Mist, maybe you have damage over time and a snare and that evasion chance. So, you seems like similar to the, another debuffing line more than like a healing or damage specific line. Yeah, now you are stacking damage because you have the fire and the miasma, but just overall, I see a little bit more debuffing. And then Harsh Medicine buffs allies and debuffs enemies in an area around target ally for 20 seconds. Increases allies' damage dealt by 15% and decreasing enemies' damage dealt by 15%. So this is really strong. This is one of the stronger capstone abilities that I've seen. You're able to debuff basically everyone around them by 15%, and then you're dealing 15%. So the delta there is 30%, right? So you're basically effectively giving a 30% damage mitigation, which is huge. That's nice. And 20 seconds, that's good. Now, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't test it. And, if you want to drop it in the comments, feel free. I'm guessing maybe the debuff can be removed, but, um, even if that's the case, a 15% damage mitigation is great. So nothing to sneeze at there. I think it's pretty good. And if you were going to go chemistry all the way for this harsh medicine, which is pretty strong, and then some of the extra damage and debuffing that you can do, which, I think there's a place for this in certain group setups, then I would probably end up also just spending 3 more points to get Fortifying Tonic. I think you're going to get a lot more value out of that than someone having to like heal themselves with a heal over time or the preventative medicine. I think Fortifying Tonic, Healing Focus, and Strong Bones are probably going to be the way to go. But, going to kind of depend on your group setup. Okay, and then finally we got Anatomy. So Healing Word heals target. This is just a low cooldown, cost judgment to heal, like standard, just like the other ones. You're going to use this pretty regularly when you're probably going to be dousing people with poison or using the AoE cast to heal. So it is interesting though, Physician seems to have to do a little bit of damage with dousing if they want the most effective judgment building, or they have to be doing AoE if they want that higher heal. So it seems like they get a little bit of extra AoE natural healing to compensate for the fact that they're not building quite as much judgment unless they're actively attacking someone. And even if they're attacking, that poison can be cleansed pretty regularly. So, it's a trade-off for sure. And then let's see, Strong Bones. We already kind of talked about that. It's just basically an overall damage mitigation ability outside of something like poison. And then Healing Focused heals party members for 2400 health over 12 seconds. This is a standard heal ability that all of the healer classes get. So it's pretty solid. 2-second cast, deals a pretty significant amount of damage when you multiply that by each group member. And it has that 90-meter range. So definitely a bread and butter ability that you should be and will be using regularly. Fortifying Tonic, I think this is really strong. This is good when someone's bursting down, like you notice an anti-heal or something like that. You can throw this up. It's on a 30-second cooldown, and you're able to mitigate some of that burst damage and the cooldown to just overall reduce the damage that you're taking. Also, like we talked about earlier, if you had that chemistry and you did harsh medicine and someone had a 15% debuff, you had that essence bane on them, and then you were also doing this, could really mitigate quite a bit of the damage coming out without any healing or shields or anything. Invigorate heals an ally for 1950 health over 6 seconds. So this is an instant ability. It costs you a little bit of judgment, but it gives them a hot. I don't think this one personally is super great, so I don't think I would be using it very much. When you compare it to something like Regenerate, it's a 2000 heal over 12 seconds, and it grants a judgment. Where here it costs you a judgment, but you're getting about twice the heal out of it. But I don't know, like that. Is that judgment worth that? I don't know. I don't think it probably is. It might be a good emergency if you just need a little bit more healing on top of someone. But yeah, I don't think so. I unless you're being focused down and you just need every last ounce that you can get out of it, I don't think that you're really going to be using this one very much. Soothing Incense removes 1000 panic over 12 seconds for party members. I think this is a pretty cool ability. I actually I think this is more balanced around the way panic works in general. Performers can apply a massive amount of panic. So if you notice that panic is getting a little bit out of control on the group, you can just pop this, or at the start of a fight, you can pop this to make sure that you're not getting a heavy CC and your performer is able to apply these debuffs and then start the chain of getting enhanced debuffs. I kind of like this. I think there's a little bit of utility here. A little less healing than maybe some of the other teams, but I think overall there's some it's decent. Like it's probably average-ish. Still a little unique because a lot of classes aren't applying panic at all anyway. So there are matchups where you're really not going to use this at all. Maybe even slightly below average, if I'm being honest. But I do think there's a situation, especially in bigger group fights, where you'll find some use for it. And then finally, Iron Constitution grants your party immunity to all damage and control effects for 4 seconds. So not only do Black Knights get 6 seconds of damage and control immunity, but Physicians also get 4 seconds of damage immunity and control immunity. So I think this is a pretty substantial buff. It is only 4 seconds, so you're not gonna. You're only getting 2 or 3, maybe 4 cooldowns depending on what kind of abilities you're using. out of this, but it's a big swing ability. I mean, it's really strong, but then you combine it with things like you probably have 1 or 2 physicians and you probably have 1 or 2 black knights. So you combine this, you're basically getting 10 seconds of immunity, and then you could get, with 6 and 4. But then if you, for every other healer, maybe you get another 4, you get 14 seconds, or you get 16 seconds, or if you have 2 black knights and 2 physicians with it, you get 20 seconds of damage immunity. It's really nice. If like, let's say an Abbot does an AoE heal and then you pop this, like, it doesn't matter that they start with 15% HP. They're immune to damage now, so you just get to heal them. So there's a lot of synergy with those kind of abilities. I think this is by far the best one. You could get Bloodstone so that somebody doesn't drop to 1% HP for 6 seconds, but if you just sacrifice 2 seconds, they can't be CC'd, they take no damage. So what that means is you can use this in any situation. If someone's 100% HP, if someone's 1 HP or like 2 HP, you can use it in both situations, and you're getting the same value because you're mitigating the same amount of damage. You could use it as a way to, if you know somebody's going to get locked down and you're about to get the kill, but if they get stunned or CC'd or rooted or whatever, you're not going to be able to put out enough damage. You could pop this so that they are able to put it out. There's a lot of use for this. I think this is very strong. If I were to max this one out, which I think you absolutely would want to, my call would be to get Essence Bane for that debuff so that you can debuff the damage of other people by 15%, and also grant yourself a judgment while you're doing it, and then probably take one of these and Preventative Medicine. So this will give you a little bit more healing, and then you can also give everyone in the party the ability to just throw a heal on themselves. If they just, they're getting a train on them, they can get a little bit of extra healing, might make the difference. If they just want to top themselves up, it can be really strong. If you're outside the group and like someone's running away, it can make the difference in certain situations. And then Preventative Medicine is just like basically a quick instant heal. So I like that one quite a bit. You already get this Word of Healing, so I do kind of wonder, the utility is a little rough there. So in a perfect world, you might end up just going Flame Bearer, because that little bit of extra damage is going to be worth it over Preventative Medicine. But Preventative Medicine, what it's going to do is it's going to help you spike heal, because you can toss this on someone and they don't know that they're getting healed yet, or you can hit this, and while it's on the 4-second cooldown, you can also hit Preventative Medicine. So you've got the heal, you get the inoculation buff up, you hit Preventative Medicine, you give them the buff, they've just been healed, they get hit again, they get healed again, and you're healed for like something like almost 6,000 damage. So big swing in DPS there. Pretty nice combo, I think. But yeah, that's what I would do, and I think that rounds out Healer. All right, let's talk about Warlocks. So we got Chaos Weaver here. Start with the main line for all archetype. Warlock, so Font of Energy grants your party plus 10 spirit. This is pretty good, similar to the current food buff for spirit. So it's just going to give everybody more regen and some additional mana. So that's always nice. Enchant Humanoid, deals mind damage and stuns the target for 2 to 4 seconds. This is good way to peel people off of the target, and then hit a little bit. Increases your party's movement speed while out of combat for Aether Currents. This is good. All the classes already had a speed buff, but this just homogenizes it over to the left side. I think this is good because of their change, so that Skalds or Performers and Warlocks speed buffs stack. So yeah, pretty solid. Like this one, nice to have. Reality Rift teleports forward. So this was exclusive to Flame Wardens before. Now all of the Warlocks have it. I think this is a good change, honestly. Chaos Weaver and Druid were kind of struggling a little bit. They did have a little bit of burst here and there, but I think they definitely needed a little bit of love, and moving some of the better Flame Warden abilities over, I think is going to be helpful. Sleep puts the target to sleep for 6 seconds, deals damage if the target takes damage while they're asleep. This is actually really good. This is basically a mez. So I don't know if we'll see more of this in the future, but your Warlock classes can now do single target mezes to, at the very least, peel people off of targets, and maybe heal, or you can sleep specific healers so that they're not able to heal. Now, I'm sure you can just cleanse this kind of stuff, but maybe someone's running a setup with only 1 Devout, and then someone sleeps and the Devout has slept, and the healer now has to, at the minimum, cast a 2-second cleanse to do it, so you get 2 seconds of no healing. I think it's going to be a pretty strong thing to do is sleeping the Devout classes, so that they're not cleansing stuff. Now, off the top of my head, I'm not sure you can cleanse through the sleep. I don't think so, but yeah, maybe. So I'll have to take a look. So we'll start with Weave the Chaos. Throw the runes, deals chaos damage, and grants 1 rune. It's just your basic nuke and grants you 1 rune. Rune of Thor deals chaos damage in an area around the target and grants 1 rune. Consumes runes and adds a number of benefits in reducing the cast time, increasing the damage, and then also delays chaos damage in a 6 meter, applies chaos damage in a 6 meter radius. So basically gives you kind of like extra damage on top of more damage and a faster cast time. So this is pretty solid. AoE ability. You have some other AoEs later on for capstone abilities, but this one's pretty nice for spending runes. I think these are probably higher like base DPS, but when you add these extra benefits, Rune of Thor is going to be pretty strong. Let's see. Rune Bolt fires a bolt that deals chaos damage and grants 1 rune. The thing about Rune Bolt is it is a 3-second cast, so while it does do a decent amount of damage and it's fairly mana efficient, you don't really want to be casting for 3 seconds. So this is going to be nice to do if you really need to hang on to your mana, but yeah, I don't know. Not my favorite ability. Rune of Pain slows the target's movement speed by 60% for 6 seconds. You can increase it to reduce the cost to 0. You can increase the duration by double, so you can go from 6 seconds to 12 seconds of a 60% snare, which is pretty big. And then Tear becomes an instant cast. So you can cast this for free for 12 seconds while moving, as long as you have 3 runes. That's pretty solid and good. And then I guess I'll mention the Chaos Weaver passive is every time that you use a rune, you will gain a 5% stacking damage buff for your group. So it's pretty strong. In general, you have to use a couple of spells like Rune of Pain or some of your runic bolts, but yeah, it's pretty solid amount of DPS. So I gotta double check actually. Did they remove that one? Oh, it looks like maybe they removed the Rune Bolt. So now Rune Bolt is just it doesn't generate, you don't get any bonus damage based on this. Okay, well that's kind of a nerf a little bit, I guess, but you know, at least you can still spend your runes here every 12 seconds and you can build a little bit of extra DPS, so that's good. And you can also spend here on Rune of Thor. So you got Freya's Breath, heals the party for 600 health over 6 seconds, consumes. So if you empower it with runes, you can regenerate mana as well for 50% of the amount healed. You can get a longer duration, so instead of 6 you get 12 seconds. Becomes instant, so you can cast it while moving instead of using that 2-second cast time. And then also you can increase the tick rate, so it will increase, you'll basically get it looks like another tick out of it probably for 20%. So that's good. Maybe you'll get more than that actually. Now that I think about it, I think it does tick pretty regularly, so you know, maybe when it's increased, you might end up getting like a tick a second or something like that. So yeah, that's pretty good. And I will say, Warlocks run into a lot of mana problems right now, so this ability is definitely something you probably want to weave in. The problem is that it is pretty low cooldown, and you're using all of your runes, which you do build your buff with. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely something pretty important to play with. And then Rune of Odin deals chaos damage in a targeted area and grants 1 rune. Consumes runes, 2-second cast time, 50% damage bonus, and negative 50% mana cost. So this is okay. I mean, it's just another AoE, right? That you're getting, like Rune of Thor here. So it's probably a little bit more efficient. I still kind of like this one a little bit because of you know, it still has a 2-second cast time, but yeah, don't really know why you would need to. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. You do get to target the area, so that's part of it. So this one, you need to target somebody, and then it hits everyone in the area around them. Here, you're able to target the area, so around gates and things like that. So there's a little bit of utility there. And then finally, Wisdom of Yggdrasil grants 1 of each type of rune. So it's a pretty strong ability. I don't know if it's a capstone level ability, but it is nice if you're running into a problem where you're out of runes and your rune passive is about to expire, or you really need to get off one of maybe a clutch snare or something like that. definitely not a 6-second group damage immunity for you and your party, but yeah, it's okay. Not a huge fan of this one, but if I had to go all the way down to Yggdra, I would probably go down into Weave of Hodor. It gives you another Shadow Nuke, so you can use that consistently on top of your throw runes. You can use Lightning Strike here, but it has a 5-second cooldown, and it's an instant cast spell, so you're not really going to use that consistently. Hodor's, I think you're probably not going to use this very often, just because you build runes on top of using Chaos throw runes as well. So you're not even really choosing between your damage types here. Like, you're just getting a little bit of extra flat damage. You might want to do this if you are just really trying to nuke somebody down quickly, like you're in that last 2 or 3 seconds of attacking someone. You might want to do that, but over the long term, you definitely want to build those runes and keep them stacking. So I think throw runes is what you're going to be using consistently, unless you're maxed out. And then you could transition over to Hodor's. Piece of Hodor, this is just another delayed damage ability, so just think of it like a dot that lasts for 4 seconds, and then it only ticks once at the end. So this is pretty solid. And then you also get a buff. Eyes of Night grants the party members plus 25 critical hit rating. So crit hit rating doesn't scale exactly with like point per crit, but you're probably getting something like 10 or 12% crit. They always change these numbers, so don't take it for gospel, but it's a decent buff, especially when you're applying it to your entire group. That's pretty nice. And it's on a cooldown, so it's not permanent, so you have to like kind of choose when you're doing it. So if you're going to attack a target or somebody's going low, it is nice to always pop it. Could pop it at the beginning too and just kind of try to keep it up. But kind of up to you on that one. We'll go over the other 3 too, just really quickly. Actually, we'll just start with the Weave of Thor, and we'll go run down. So Lightning Strike deals lightning damage. This is an instant cast, has a cooldown. We already kind of talked about it. Thunderbolt fires a bolt and deals lightning damage and applies 3 stacks of shock. So this is pretty good. It's not quite the same as like Rune Bolt or Darkness Bolt, but what it does do is it applies those 3 additional stacks of shock. It's actually pretty similar to Hands of Hodor. You can get it pretty fast. It has a projectile, so it can miss. I have had this happen a couple of times. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it can be really good at stacking up shock stacks on a specific person. So if you're trying to like cleave somebody down, I could see some interplay when working with other rune healers that are casting shocked on someone, or if you are throwing down, or you're fighting with a Mjolnir, and then you're able to pack up with Thunderhead or something like that, do multiple stacks of shock. Like, I could see that working. If you guys are all synergizing for it, you just got to make sure you're not getting cleansed, or the people are not getting cleansed, right? And you're getting the full value there. Blessing of Thor deals lightning damage and doubles the number of shock stacks on the target. So again, this is another nice buff. You are attacking someone, you're passively cleaving a bunch of damage in an AoE around them, just for doing your natural damage. So I think the math on this one is really nice. I mean, it just really turns into free damage. The problem is you got to keep those stacks up, so you're never really getting the full value. But if someone's not cleansing it, yeah, you're gonna get a ton of value out of it. Thor's Vengeance deals lightning damage in a cone. This one is really good. Thor's Vengeance and some of the other warlocks have these conal AoEs. They're like fast casting, and I really like them. They go off fast. They're conal AoEs, and the DPS is pretty high. I think I usually get like 2,500 out of this. So if you have the mana for it, I'd almost probably cast this over maybe Hodor's Hand, as long as you're like within range and you're close, and you can start attacking maybe 2 or 3 people in a melee train. It's pretty good. Thunder Weapons adds 25 lightning damage to your party's direct physical damage. Now, this one will add up over a fight if you were to just look at the static number, but I don't think it's really that great. Like, 25 damage is almost half of what Thunder Weapon does for a Mjolnir just by itself. And, I get that there are 8 people in a group, so really it's like having 4 buffs when you think about it like that, if everyone is attacking with direct physical damage, but they're not, right? So you maybe have like I'd say like 4 to 5 people that are doing direct physical damage, and then you're getting like 125 damage versus 40, which is still is a little over 3 times the damage. But yeah, I think you can really pass this one up if you want to. You're not getting a huge buff here, but it's not bad. It has a little bit of utility. It's always nice to build a little bit more. Voice of Odin deals lightning damage and knocks back nearby enemies. Voice of Odin is great. This is a really great ability. Does a 360 AoE of damage and then knocks back a bunch of targets. So if an assassin pops up on you or anything like that, you can Voice of Odin. Let's say they teleport back to you, you could then jump away and stun them or something like that. If let's say somehow they were able to get back on top of you, you could then teleport, and then let's say they got on you again, you could maybe sleep in between then. So you got a lot of like pull off abilities, and I think Voice of Odin synergizes really well with a lot of the natural abilities. The problem I have with it kind of is just the line overall, like we were talking about. Unless you're like really getting in there in AoE, you're not going to be doing much damage. Now, you do kind of have the tools to do that if you need to. Like if people start focusing you and trying to get you down, you can kind of get away from them. So I will say, if you really want to run in there and do Thor's Vengeance, there might be a good argument for doing that, depending on how positioning looks. And then finally, Thunderstorm. So this is just a ground target AoE that pulses for 10 seconds. It does have a pretty high mana cost. The mana cost ticks every time it goes off. So I think this ends up being actually pretty inefficient when it comes to damage and mana. I kind of wish that when you casted it the first time, it wouldn't cost mana anymore while you're channeling it. But yeah, it's all right. Really good for like popping stealthers out that are farther away, for protecting a point of interest or a doorway or something like that. You can just, if you had multiple warlocks, you could just keep this buff up all the time, and no stealthers are going to be able to make their way through or anything like that. So I like it. Good for choke points, and good for like attacking people through doors and that kind of stuff. If I had to choose a Thunderstorm spec line, I'd go all the way down to there, and then I'd probably pick Rune of Pain. I'd probably go down and I'd grab Rune of Thor, which you're probably not going to use as much, and Rune Bolt you're not going to use as much, but having access to this anytime snare that it does have a 12-second cooldown, but it's such a good way of building your passive that you're going to be able to maintain the damage buff that you have. So I think there's some value there. The biggest issue though is you're not going to have any other real utility. Like, you're going to be able to last okay, and you will be able to buff like 25 lightning damage, but 25 in the sense of when everyone's doing 1,000 or 2,000 at a minimum, and some people are hitting for like 4,000 or 5,000. Yeah, this is not my favorite line. And then finally, you got Weave of Hodor. You get Darkness Bolt, fires a bolt that deals shadow damage. It's really not great. 2-second cast time for 2,000 damage is okay. You have 3,000 damage here for 3 seconds, so pretty similar there. And then again, here is about 3,000 for this, so you're getting about 1,000 damage a second for DPS. You get a little bit more than that on the nukes, which I find interesting. Like, wouldn't you think the bolts, like, you have to invest more time standing there? You should probably be getting that damage multiplier. Like, here you're getting 1.5 damage per unit of time. Here you're getting like 1.3 or 1.15. So I don't know. You should probably be getting at least 1.5 here. So this, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. If this, you should be doing at least 3,000 damage, I would say, with this bolt. And then because it's a bolt and you have to cast it longer, you'd say that there's probably some kind of like lost damage there. So it should either be mana efficient so that you can stay in longer, or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it is kind of, it's not even really mana efficient because it is 150 more, but you don't get the commensurate amount of damage. So yeah, not a huge fan there. Hodor's is pretty good. You already have Throw Runes, which is going to build your runes, like I said. So you're not really going to be using this, but or you're going to use it if you're full runes and you want to wait on Rune of Pain or something like that. But yeah, not terrible. Piece of Hodor, I like this one. It ends up doing like 3,000 or 4,000. Like, I've seen it click pretty hard. Now you have to wait 4 seconds, and like, people can cleanse you, so it ends up maybe not being the best ability in the world. But in like smaller scale fights, it's definitely pretty good. Like, if an assassin, like, you're in a keep siege and you guys are running around and you get separated from the group, and an assassin pops up on you, it is a nice little ability to throw on them, and kind of keeps them out of stealth, because even if they do get back into stealth, it's going to pop and explode and they're going to take some damage. Eyes of Night grants the party members 25 crit. We talked about this earlier. Pretty good. Just gives everybody some increased crit chance. So I mean, you're looking at like at least 10% damage bonus to everybody. I like this one a lot. Hodor Shroud adds 10% bonus shadow damage to your party's melee hits. This is really good, really solid ability. It's not doing physical damage, so anybody's like physical armor reduction is not mitigating this. Now everybody has magic armor, so they will get that mitigation, but it's pretty solid. I like it. It just brings more utility to your passive that already builds damage buff. Cloak of Darkness grants 100% evade chance for 4 seconds. This is pretty good. It lets you basically dodge abilities. You when someone hits you and you evade, you still kind of like take the stuns and things like that. So it's not gonna help you get rid of dots or anything like that, but it will help you evade those big physical hits, and that's really strong when a heavy fighter is bursting on you, or an assassin is popping out and doing a ton of damage. It's always nice to be able to survive. And then finally, Hodor Spear. Hodor Spear deals shadow damage in an area around the target. So very similar to Rune of Thor here, except you're just doing AoE shadow damage. The damage is pretty good. I just find that, at least in the setup we're in right now, where there's not huge RVR fights, I don't have a lot of use for an AoE ability like this. I'd rather use something like Rune of Thor, where I'm getting a pretty similar amount of damage, but then I get some extra points. So for me, if I had to, and I went Hodor Spear though to finish out Weave of Hodor, I'd probably just also go all the way down to Rune of Pain. I don't think I would take Thor's Vengeance or Thunderbolt. Not that they're bad, or Thor's Blessing, which I think is also an instant ability, but I think Rune of Pain is such an important part, and like you don't really like. That's kind of one of the questions I have about it. Is like you don't have a lot of ways to spend runes, and that's like a whole secondary system that you have to interact with on Chaos Weaver. So if you don't take Rune of Thor, then like how are you spending runes? You're not. So if I'm already getting Rune of Thor, like I can't get Thor's Vengeance, and then I'm left with Blessing of Thor and Thunderbolt. And I think I would rather just like, if I want to get Blessing of Thor, I'd rather just have Rune of Pain. I mean, that's a snare. It's another way to build your passive. I'd want to do that instead. And then, Thunderbolt, like Rune of Pain is definitely better than Thunderbolt. And like I said, I already need to take Rune of Thor. So yeah, I would like to maybe see a way to spend runes. Like I'd like to maybe see the old Runic Bolt added back, so that you could, in one of these lines at least, that you could build, even if you change Darkness Bolt to cost runes or something, you know what I mean? Like I just feel like people should have a way to build the passive, but the passive is really strong. So I don't think it's too crazy that you need to dip at least 1 point into Chaos to get it. But it is a little weird to me that the class, you can't get the passive unless you get something from this line. So yeah, just my thoughts. And then as far as like an extra spec that I would do, I think I would go with 5 into Weave, and then 4 into Chaos. So the big thing here is like you could really switch out Freya's Breath for Hodor Spear depending on the setup. Like later on, if we get more people and you're having these like really big fights, and you find that there's a ton of value in Spears of Hodor, like you're hitting 15 or 20 people at a time, like yeah, take that over Freya's Breath 100%. Freya's Breath is just a really nice way in like 8v8 fights, which is about as big as it gets right now, to maintain your mana, and Warlocks have a ton of mana problems. So that's why I would say at least right now do this. But I could see a world where maybe Hoarders is pretty good if you're looking for consistent AoE outside of your rune windows, because you got to remember you don't have Yggdrasils right now. So at least with this setup, you would have to you don't get to spend those runes one time for that enhanced DPS. And then if you wanted to continue to do damage, you'd need to do Hodors. So yeah. Hold the door. All right, yep. All right, let's talk about Druid. So we'll quickly run through the Warlock standard abilities. Fond of Energy just gives you a 10 spirit buff. This is similar to the food buff that you get right now, so just a good way to increase mana and mana regeneration for any class. Enchant Humanoid deals mind damage and stuns the targets for 2-4 seconds. This is really nice. You can cast it while moving, so you can hit somebody with this while you're on the run and create some distance and create a game of kind of cat and mouse. Aether Currents increases your party's movement speed while out of combat. This is just a standard caster speed buff. It also stacks now with a performer buff, so you can get up to 66% movement speed before your buffs to Conviction. So that's pretty solid. You can get Reality Rift now. It's a 4 teleport, so it's the same thing as the Flame Warden's old ability to teleport. They've just given that to all the Warlock classes. Seems pretty solid. You also get Sleep now, which puts the target to sleep for 6 seconds. This is great. This is it's basically like a single target nuke, or a mez, excuse me. And then if they are hit while they're slept at the very end, even, you can put a small dot on them. So if it's like a stealther or something like that, you can keep them from re-stealthing. Pretty strong. I really like this ability. I think it gives you a lot of potential to maybe like silence into sleep or something onto certain classes. And if they've already gone through some of their CC removal, then you can create a burst window and actually kill someone that can't just be healed through permanently. So we'll jump through each of the individual lines. First, we'll go Void Calling. First is Void Strike, deals void damage, does about 1,000 damage, has it's an instant cast ability with a 5-second cooldown, so kind of similar to Chaos Weaver, but it's void. It's pretty nice, pretty standard instant ability. Void Bolt fires a Void Bolt that deals void damage, so you're getting about 3,000 damage here. For 2-second cast, so pretty good. Seems like about what a standard nuke gives. So, yep, like that. Whispers from Beyond deals 3,750 void damage over 15 seconds, ramps up over the duration. So what this means is you're going to take like lower damage at the beginning, and then as the dot continues on, you're going to take more, the greater part of the magnitude at the end of the duration. So it really incentivizes this to be cleansed away, so you don't take that extra damage. But a 4,000 damage dot is pretty good. It's pretty similar to Shock and Grasp, or one of the other ones that you see on the healers. Void Shield grants your party magic armor rating, so this is pretty solid AoE buff. Your whole group is going to get extra magic armor, which is going to help you deflect lightning damage from Vikings. It's also going to help you when dealing with fire or spirit damage on Arthurian, so I think this is a solid buff overall. You probably want to keep your Druid in your party just for this buff. And then, as well as you'll want one for the Aether Currents anyway. So hopefully, if you only have one, you can at least get both of these buffs and just have depending on what you're fighting, but I think you'll get some value there. And then Void Comet deals void damage. You do 5,000 damage with a 4-second cast. So the cast time on this, it's not great for like a cast time to base damage, but what it does do is it's pretty mana efficient, and it's also is a big burst damage. So you can kind of like, okay, maybe you're not hitting somebody and then getting healed, and hitting somebody and getting healed, but that's kind of happening, and then you throw this down on top of like maybe say an anti-heal or something. It's a really great way to either finish someone off or to start finishing someone off, right? You get a big nuke out of it. And then speaking of the next one, if you can cast this after you've built up some debuffs. So Void Sight, your void damage applies -3% void resistance to targets hit for 6 seconds. Debuff stacks up to 5 times, so 3 times 5 is 15. You get a 15% up to a 15% damage increase, basically, to your void spells. So this is pretty strong when you can debuff your own damage type. And then you combine that 15% with something like the Comet, you're getting another 15% out of it. So that's pretty good, right? Like 10% is like 500. So you get another 750-ish damage. So your ability is getting real close to 6,000 at that point. It's a really pretty good hit. Now it does have a 4-second cast time, and decent range though, 70 meters. I mean, that's nothing. That's not too bad. So I like that a decent amount. And then finally, Forbidden Pact greatly increases magic damage dealt. Each time you cast a spell while active, you lose a percentage of your max health and max mana. Becomes end pact after use. So you end up doing a decent amount of burst damage with this. I think it definitely has a place, so I don't want to discount it too much. What I think, though, is Warlocks right now have a real problem with mana management, and the fact that you're using this, maybe you can get a kill or something like that, and it ends up being worth it. So I don't want to discourage anyone from using it. If you like this line and you want to try out Forbidden Pact, I think you should. I think there's definitely some use cases, especially in like smaller, like 1v1, 1v2, like 3v3, 4v4s. Which you get a lot. I think you can get some value there. I'm just a little hesitant if I'm in a bigger fight and I start just using all my mana, right? I think it can be kind of tough to rationalize that. So, yep, that's my thought. But if I did go Void Calling and I went Forbidden Pact, I think you can gotta go either way here. Danu's shield is going to give you a little bit of extra increased physical damage. You can also get you have 2 poison nukes over Nature's Weaving, and then a damage reduction buff. So I think you get a decent amount of utility if you were to put 3 points here, but I also think there's an argument to be made for getting some of the earth damage. Danu's Rebuke is a nice little knockback that you can cast, so you can knock a bunch of people back, and then Rock Slide is basically a conal AoE where you can do a good bit of damage as well. So yeah, I like both of these abilities, and yeah, they're solid. I think we could argue either way on it. I like Danu's Shield. I think, as a caster, you kind of get focused down a decent amount, so it's nice to also have this utility. There's a place for some of these other ones, though. I don't like that you have to be so close to use them a lot of times. Like, you're not getting any value out of the knockback if people aren't close to you. You're not getting any value from Rock Slide if you're not right on top of people. And you have so many tools now to get away. You can stun someone off, you can teleport away, you can sleep somebody. I'm not sure I really need another tool to knock someone back, or if I'm really even going to be close to use some of this other stuff. And the Hand of Danu is just another bolt, so I'm debuffing void damage over here, and I also have access to like poison damage, which has less mitigation in general. So yeah, I don't think I would want to take the 3 here. But yeah, I mean, you could kind of go either way. The only argument I was going to say is if you have a group that's stacking earth damage, you could do that. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Let's see. So next is Earth Shaping. So you have Danu's Embrace, deals earth damage. It's like a normal nuke, 1 second, about that 1.5 to 1 second ratio. So that seems about normal. It's also going to deal earth damage, though, so you got to remember you're generating the aftershock stacks, which someone can fracture for the damage. So if this does 1500, you're going to take aftershock for 1500, and then someone could fracture that. So basically getting like a double nuke for this. I think earth is pretty strong. The problem, though, is like you can cleanse those debuffs. So in a bigger fight, if you just have a Devout running cleanses, like you are running into an issue. Now, there are a lot of debuffs in the game, so I'm not saying it's 100% something that's going to happen, and it's not like, maybe it only happens 80% of the time, and 20% of the time it works for you and you're happy with that. I'm just not the kind of person I am. Like, I want to maximize what I'm doing. So yeah. But it's still, if you can make it work, it's very effective. I think it's very efficient, and it's especially mana efficient because all that extra damage is not costing you anything but the initial skill use. So yeah, I think there's an argument for sure. Hand of Danu fires a bolt that deals damage. We already talked about this. Outside of the earth damage, I don't know why you'd be doing this unless your group was like purely focused on aftershock and then like fracturing very quickly, because I think that's something people try to do, and maybe we'll just talk about it for a second since I'm kind of downing on earth shaping a little bit. There might be an argument for regular fractures. Like, you don't have to save up like a 10,000 damage hit or a 20,000 damage or a 30,000 aftershock and then just one-shot somebody. You could be continuously fracturing, and then you guys would be doing really regular extra DPS. I mean, it's basically like every skill you're doing gets an extra skill, and some of them, they get even more value out of it. Like, you get a 100, 200% extra. So yeah, I think there's an argument. I probably wouldn't go on like an assassin or something, because probably not going to be an 8v8 as an assassin. Just in general, I don't think, but could be, and maybe you make it work. Danu's Embrace, we already kind of talked about this. It, like we were talking about earlier too, it fractures. So, you're able to get the value out of those stored aftershock charges. Rock Slide deals earth damage to enemies in a narrow cone. This one is right now, I don't know if it still does, but this does quite a bit of damage the last time I was looking. Like, you can you can really start to stack damage. The problem, though, is you have to be standing in melee range, and if people see a caster standing in melee range, you're really asking to get hit. So not always the best thing, but if you can make it work and your healers are good at healing, and maybe you have something like Danu's Shield where you're getting that increased physical armor rating, maybe you can make it work. I think there's definitely an argument for it. Now, if you did something like that, you might have to sacrifice Void Shield, but it's a possibility. Next, we got Rathadanu, deals earth damage, applies 200% increased aftershock, and then fractures them. So here we're starting to notice that Earth Druid has multiple fractures. You can use Danu's Rebuke, you can use Rathadanu. This one is pretty nice. It's like a nice little finisher. So you're really getting like triple Rathadanu damage and then a fracture on top. So it's almost like you're casting the spell 3 times. That's quite a bit of damage. I think I might want to test it a little bit. The problem though is like, I actually kind of like this for Rathadanu because it's immediate, right? Like you apply that, and it's kind of what I was talking about. You apply those fracture stacks, and then you just spend them, and then you fracture immediately, and it's like you're playing poker, and then you take your chips, and you sometimes you fold, and it gets cleansed or whatever, and then other times you just keep taking it back. So yeah, I think there might be an argument here. I really, if I was TDD, I'd probably be doing the math to try to figure it out. Nobody is really running Earth right now because poison seems to just be so good. Like, why even think about it, and why worry about the cleanses? You can just poison people and they just die. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe an argument there. And then Weighted Danu roots the target for 12 seconds and deals 1200 earth damage over 6 seconds. I love this. Like a 6-second root is really strong. I think that there's a real argument to go up to Weighted Danu, and then you could even spec for one of these others, like grab the disarm here or something like that. So yeah, 6-second root, especially on a caster, is great. I really like this quite a bit. You get a lot of utility. Root is really strong in this game because targets are going to face a specific direction, and they can't use any ability that requires them to face the other way. So yeah, I really like 6 second, and this is forcing people to use cleanses. Now, if you're fighting Vikings, I think you might have a little bit of trouble because they can cleanse roots like every 12 seconds with Avalanche, but I still think there's a decent amount of value, and if you notice they use it, you can just root, or they can cleanse, and then you can just root again right afterwards. So, yep, some value. And then finally, Unstable Ground for Earth Shaping deals earth damage in the targeted area and snares targets by 40% for 4 and 8 seconds. This is okay. Like, I mean, it does a lot of damage, but and it does snare too. I like it okay. Like, it is an interesting idea because if you're going like for this fracture build, or you're going for if you're going for an earth aftershock damage build and you have like your whole group running it, it's actually really kind of cool that you could have just like a whole, or you could have like an earth style guild and you guys all run earth abilities, and like I don't know how viable it is in like the grand scheme of min-maxing things, but I think you could probably get pretty far, and I think it might actually be good. But let's just say you're doing all that. On top of all that aftershock that you're doing, you can also root for 6 seconds. You can get this snare. You have a knockback. Like, you have a decent amount of utility on top of like a high damage frontal nuke ability, this triple attack here, and then you can dip for either that standard magic armor rating that you want for the group, or maybe you already have that. Maybe there's another void, or maybe someone else grabbed that. Maybe they're going earth shaping too. You have another druid and they already grabbed that, so you can go with increased physical armor rating. So it really just depends on what the group is doing and how it works. I think it's okay. I think probably Forbidden Pact's a little bit better just because it lets you front load that damage so much more. Like, well, I'm gonna die if this fight goes on any more than 10 seconds. I might as well Forbidden Pact and then just start like dumping as much of my mana and my health as I can. So yeah, I like it. But it's okay. But yeah. We'll jump over to the next. Nature Weaving is the last one. So Scorpion Sting deals poison damage. Like this a lot. This is, most people are not going to have poison damage resistance. So, yep, I like throwing this up a decent amount. Deals spirit damage in an area around the target. Targets hit, deal reduced damage. So this is an AoE debuff. So unless there's a Devout specifically cleansing, like has their cleanse off a cooldown, which is very regular and is going to happen a lot, but you could get a good 5 or 6 seconds easily out of this kind of thing, because you would have a window of 5 or 6 seconds, I should say, where you can debuff a group of people's damage. So if you're pulling 15% damage off of an entire melee train of 3 or 4 people, I mean, you're basically like almost nullifying more than half of one of those characters, because they are, you're taking 60% total damage out of out of the total damage equation, because there's 4 people, right? And each one's 15%, so that just sums up to 60%. So 60% is going to equal, like, about a little over half of one of them. So yeah, not bad. Let's see. So deals poison bolt, fires a bolt that deals poison damage. So again, really like this this damage type. I will say this bolt is a little bit lower, kind of suffers from that issue where you're only getting about 1000 damage for the 3-second cast. So it does have the advantage of the poison damage, I think, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one outside of maybe mana efficiency. So you're getting you get a little bit better mana efficiency here, but your damage per second is suffering because of it. Next is Danu's Shield, increases physical armor rating. Yeah, I like this ability. It's pretty decent. Anytime a cloth user can increase their armor, I mean, that's good. Anytime any class can increase their armor is good. Like Devouts get that 70%. It's solid. Disarm, disarms the target for 4 and 12 seconds. Love this ability. It is a 1-second cast time and it has a 60-second cooldown, so it is it's pretty niche, I would say, but you should get 2 or 3 uses of this out of a fight, or at least like an 8v8 fight, I would say. And it can come in really clutch in smaller fights, like 1v1s, 2v2s. Being able to disarm someone for 4 seconds that they can't cleanse is huge. Being able to disarm an archer is huge. So an assassin is huge. So, and the 1-second cast time is really enough to like get it out and then do whatever you need to do. If you do, I mean, you're effectively stunning them in a lot of ways. Like depending on how close they are, and as long as you can maximize your range, you could easily get 3 or 4 attacks out while they're disarmed. So really like this. It's decent. It has a lot of utility for people attacking you, people attacking a specific target in groups. I like it a lot. Revitalize heals party for 2400 and grants them 1200 mana each over 12 seconds. So I really like this if you had multiple druids in a group and you were running this as a mana sustain. Like you could almost solve your mana problems if everybody was able to continuously revitalize. Pretty sure this one has like a little bit of a longer cooldown, so you can't use it all the time. But it's a healer level group heal on top of having the mana sustain. So yeah, I actually really like Revitalize as an ability by itself. So Nature Weaving is like really not a bad line. And then Return to Earth resurrects target ally with 15% health and res sickness. So this is like a group it's an instant res, group res. So, or not group res, sorry, like a single target res, but it's an instant res for your team in fights and things like that. So obviously this is not good in 1v1s. You're not grouping, you're not rezzing anybody else in a 1v1, but that's not really how the game is based. So, I wouldn't think about it like that. I tried to think about it it's really effective. Like the lower number of people there are, it is still really effective, right? Like if it's 3v3, 4v4, you can get this out. And as long as someone is still healing, like you could pop a Revitalize, or if you have another healer, they could heal. Like, there might be an argument to be made to like, we'll just let them die. I can just res them real quick. Now you do get res sickness and things like that, but that's what I really love about games like this is there's a lot of different options that you have. And there's going to be a meta and people are going to figure things out. But at the same time, if you get enough people that are doing a certain thing, then, it can maybe work. So yeah, I think this is a pretty strong ability overall. I don't know if it has the same overall utility that something like Forbidden Pact does, because Forbidden Pact is really letting you do the thing you want to do when you need it, which is kill someone. But Return to Earth, I think, could have a lot of utility if you really, like if your team really needs just like a little bit of heal and you really want that disarm and you want the weaken and all that kind of stuff, there's an argument to be made to go down and just grab the instant res, and you have that, like, if one of your healers dies, you can pop that up and you can throw a heal on them, and everybody can keep moving. Maybe somebody can hit the 50% damage reduction while they have the reduced health and they're being healed, so on and so forth. And if you res another empath, they have their passive, so they're taking reduced damage with the guts multiplier and all that stuff. So yeah, I don't know, pretty strong. If I had to pick a line from here, I'd probably end up just going down Void Shield. Like, like we said before, you could do a little bit of Earth and you would get a Fracture from Dawn's, but, assuming nobody else has the armor rating buff, you probably want this in most situations, because you're either fighting Vikings with lightning and you're fighting the flame wardens with fire and shadow damage and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, you probably want some magic armor rating. But yeah, and then I just came up with kind of a build myself. I was thinking if I was running druids in a group, I'd probably want to stack a couple that were doing void sight so that they could all stack this buff up really quickly, and then they could all just start nuking, and then they would all have access to this disarm, which is kind of like a pseudo stun. A lot of melee characters really get in there right now, so having this disarm as an option in between those cleanses and things like that can be really helpful. I like that a lot. You could also go, I thought there was an argument for maybe grabbing pack too. Like, it just depends on the setup, because I think you could easily not get disarm and you just go packed, because disarm has a 60-second cooldown. Like, it is very long and you might not really see the value of it. And if you have a bunch of the void druids in your group, you might want to get packed, because then you could all pop packs and you could probably just blow somebody up. So, there's an argument there. I was kind of messing around with it a little bit, and disarm is just, I think you would get a little bit more value out of this if you didn't have a whole bunch of voids, because, you do have those extra options, and, but you could get packed and then still keep Danu's and all this other stuff. So yeah, really up to you. But like I said before, I think that there's a lot of options on Druid. I would be remiss to say that I know what the best setup is, because I do think this class has a lot of options that a lot of the other ones don't. I'm not sure, just because TDD in general just operates in a kind of a different way. So yeah, a lot of theory crafting that you could do here. And I would be interested in seeing some of the numbers if anybody has the time. All right, that's Druid. Whoop whoop. It's official. Arthurians have a pulsing blade turn. All right. We're going to talk about warlocks here. So we got Flame Warden, Spirit buff, just similar to food, gives you more mana regen, really solid. Enchant Humanoid, it's a good stun, good way to peel people off of you, gain a little bit of distance, or peel someone off of your healer. Aether Currents is a movement speed buff you can use out of combat, also stacks now with performer buffs, so you would be able to stack with a Minstrel and you would get 66% movement speed. I really like this change. It never really made sense that it didn't work either way, or that they had lesser form, so I like that you can do both now. It kind of it gives you a little bit of build, and you can still be pretty fast with a performer. But yeah, I like it. Reality Rift teleports you forward. This is just a great way to gain distance. They already had this before, so nice to keep it. Sleep. Flame Wardens also had this before. Really solid ability. Basically a single target mez that lasts for 6 seconds. It's not your grandpa's Dark Age of Camelot where you're going to get mez for 40 seconds. This day and age, with the way DPS and the way abilities move, 6 seconds is so long. So if this doesn't just get cleansed or something like that, this is going to have a lot of value. This is, one step away from a stun, because if you hit somebody with this, they're going to wake up. I do think it's interesting because of the new sleep changes. I think people are going to have to be a lot more cognizant of who they're dotting and how their AoE damage is coming out and things like that. So, I hadn't really thought about it, but as I get farther into this review, I think sleep on warlocks is going to be really interesting. So I'd love to see it throwing in between Devout purges. You can have a sleep put up. The healer can't heal anymore. It creates this damage window where you can attack people. Could be really interesting. So we'll go ahead and go through destruction, right? So Firebolt fires a bolt that deals fire damage in an area around the target. So Firebolt is it's only got that 1-to-1 cast ratio, but the big thing about it is it deals fire damage in an area around the target. So this is actually a bolt AoE, an AoE bolt. So it's imagine a fire wizard that's shooting out 8 bolts at the same time. That's basically what this is. It not exactly I'd have to look at all the damage individually, but it still is kind of doing that. And then anytime you're dealing fire damage, there's this hidden property where you're spreading it's kind of like Aftershock, but it's a dot, right? So yeah, fire damage is pretty solid in Camelot Unchained. Fire Shield deals 100 fire damage to attackers. This is whatever. I don't really care. It will add up over time, but there might be instances where you want to cancel it, right? If you for whatever reason, if there's some kind of interaction in the future where taking damage is a negative, like, there was a little bit of latency in Dark Age, and if somebody attacked you, and you had a blade turn on, and they were either rooted or mezzed, as long as they got that attack out, they would take the damage and it would break those. So if an instance like that pops up, you might want to not use this, but yeah, this ability basically doesn't matter. It will do a little bit of damage, and I bet it will stack up to a fair number in a group fight. But with the way that fights go and the amount of overhealing that happens, I just don't think that this is going to have a huge impact on people. We'll have to see. It might be pretty good for peeling assassins off because they have relatively low HP and there's a lot of extra healing that's going on. Like maybe they take that melee attack, but yeah, I don't know. Not a huge fan though. Flame Strike is a quick flame nuke. So on top of the bolt being able to stack fire dots, you can also use Flame Strike. It's pretty nice. It has that 1.5 to 1 cast ratio of damage to cast time, so that's pretty nice. And most of these will seem to be a 60 and 70 range, so you're dealing at that like almost archerish range. Combustion deals fire damage and an additional 2,000 fire damage over 12 seconds. If this ability crits, the dot is also applied to nearby enemies. So this is pretty nice. You're getting a fat little fire damage nuke. You're getting your natural fire damage propagation. You're also getting another debuff that you can apply. And if it crits, you're doing an AoE. So a bunch of people are taking this 2,000 fire dot. So you could easily apply this to 3 or 4 people, and you start getting into like 6,000 or 8,000 damage. Now again, you can cleanse this stuff, so it's not the end of the world. But if you take one healer down, you can really just start to win the fight by pressuring. Or if their group isn't set up correctly to counter it, you can crush them. Meteor deals fire damage in a targeted area. This is just like a standard AoE. It's a little bit of a longer cast, but because fire damage applies that extra dot, that you do a fair bit of damage and you get a fair little bit of dot. So it's okay, pretty standard. When you compare it to something like Firebolt, it's like, am I really getting a whole lot more value? And it depends. But I think it might be similar to the Void one, where it's a longer cast time, but you can get a pretty big flame amount of damage, like a burst damage out of it. So a good way to start a fight, good way to end a fight. Power of the Sacred Flame increases your party's crit chance by 5%. This is great. You're increasing all of your DPS by at least about 5%. So I think you're going to want one Flame Warden in your group at all times carrying this buff. So you're probably going to want, Albs are probably going to want at least 2 Flame Wardens, I would say, in your group, because you're going to want this crit buff. You're going to want this blade turn. And then finally, Flames of Immortality prevents and records all damage taken for 7 seconds, deals the total damage prevented at the end of the debuff duration. So this one is pretty good to at least like trade with an assassin. You could be almost dead and you can pop this, and then you have so many dots, you can get it out. You can also get yourself to live in a group fight long enough so that anyone that's focusing you down, maybe you would have died, but now you're going to a healer can top you off, and they can shield you, and they can do all kinds of other things to make sure that you're able to survive. So really strong ability, really similar to Valhalla, right? From Mjolnir's, but it's on a caster. So very, very strong ability. Also, I think it confuses people sometimes because they see this and then you don't take any damage after this, right? So it's like, why am I not hurting them? Like, are they immune to damage? It's like, no, but like they'll take that damage later. So pretty interesting. If I had to choose a spec with this, I'd go all the way down. And like I thought about it because Power of the Sacred Flame is great. Like, this is a good DPS ability. You get Flames of Immortality, and then you can pick 2 other ones. So we'll just run through the first 3 real quick. So you get Merlin's Hand. It's just like a standard nuke for arcane damage. Fires a bolt that deals arcane damage. So this is pretty similar to your Firebolt. Just you deal arcane damage instead. You have deals arcane damage to nearby enemies and creates a protective area for 15 seconds that reduces ranged physical damage taken by allies in the area. So this is really good against archers. If you're running up against a group that has 2 or 3 archers, or maybe an archer and a dark fool, they basically are archers. So they're doing that ranged physical damage. Yeah, you get a 20% damage mitigation, so it'd be really nice if a bunch of them are focusing you. You can outlast them. It is only 15 seconds, so it's not a super long time. Not my favorite ability in the world, but there's at least some value there. I think you could do it, and it's really going to be good against if you're like in an 8-man and then a bunch of stealthers pop out. It's got a decent amount of value for as long as they're archers. Seeking missiles channels to fire 3 bolts that deal arcane damage. This is cool. It's like arcane missiles from D&D. Yeah, pretty cool. I don't know about crazy or anything like that, but it does deal 3 bolts, so you get a little bit of value there. But I don't think I would probably take most of these. I'm gonna go with Corroded Soul. This is a 2800 spirit dot over 21 seconds, so really great if you are able to throw this onto an archer or an assassin. They're not gonna be able to hop back into stealth, and you're gonna do a pretty good amount of damage no matter what, as long as they're unable to cleanse it. Merlin's Shield grants you magic armor rating. So this is just a good all-around buff. I would probably, if I'm going destruction, I'm getting this Flames of Mortality, I'd want just some other standard magic armor, like lets you just pump out more of this fire damage while you take less from other mages. You can throw this high value dot on top of your other damage. And then from there, like you can grab Spirit Bolt or Arcane Bolt. It's really up to you. I don't think that there's a whole lot of extra value. I'd probably end up going with Spirit Bolt because you're going to deal spirit damage, and you're going to do area effect damage. So you probably would just never even end up spending either of these if you go all fire. But you at least get this magic shield and you get this dot, which I think you will use both of these. And also the other thing about the spirit is really nice is it will synergize with some of these other spirit resistance debuffs that maybe if you're grouped with somebody that has a void fate, you can both kind of play off of each other. So I like that. Next we'll go magic. Let's see. We already talked about Arcane Bolt, Sanctuary, and Seeking Missiles. They're okay. Arcane Rift deals arcane damage in an area around the target. Only usable while on a level 3 arcane sigil. So this does like a pretty good amount of damage, right? Like you're on this level 3 arcane sigil, which is kind of part of the passive of the flame wardens. Like you're dealing this arcane sanctuary or your arcane sigil, which you can ramp up and helps you ramp damage and things like that. So this has a prerequisite, which I'm not a huge fan of, but you can do some decent damage as long as you're going with it. And like you do build arcane sigils okay as flame warden. So it's really up to you. I'm always hesitant. Like in the game, you really got to be very mobile, and you don't really want to be locked down as much. But this would really this would be better in a keep siege for sure, because you're not as worried about shooting bolts and things like that when you are on the walls. So yeah, pretty decent. And then Zephyr Spirits empowers the nearest arcane sigil, granting it 3 charges and causing it to increase the damage dealt of allies affected to it by 10%. So again, your arcane sigils, you're now synergizing. So I guess if you had multiple arcane arcane sigils, and then you had multiple ranged damage dealers that were inside of it, this would be really nice if there was a melee train that you'd had on Arthurians on a specific target, and then you pop this, you'd all get 10% increased damage. So you get some synergies there. I think it would be really good though if you have like a flame warden or 2, you had a Blackguard or 2, and then a Minstrel. So that'd leave you with 5. So you could have like 2 Devouts and a healer, or something like that. And then, or maybe 3, like a Blackguard and 2 flame wardens. And then you have your Minstrel, and then you have 2 Blackguard, or a Devout, a Blackguard, and 2 physicians or something like that. Just depending on what your setup, maybe 2 Devouts. Depends on what you want to do and how long you want to sustain for. If you did that and then you popped this, you're getting like 40% bonus damage on just those guys, not counting the other people. So yeah, I like it. It's pretty decent buff. It's like a good group buff, really. So there's really an argument where you could run 3 people in groups. Again, overall, I don't really like having to sit down for the sigils. So like, I feel like in reality, while the fantasy of it is pretty cool, I'm not sure how realistic it is. That said, there's probably some people that can make it work. So if you have like a group of 8 guys and you want to do it, man, go for it. That's awesome. So yeah, that's what I think. Arcane Destruction deals arcane damage in the targeted area and knocks back targets. This is pretty good. Like you could you can focus this on certain areas and like knock people around, or maybe knock them off a wall, or pin them against something. And one thing about movement in the game is you got to build up a little bit of acceleration. So anytime you're getting displaced, it can be super annoying, right? And like you're moving in the opposite direction, so like you almost feel like you've got a mini stun going on and things like that. I think this ability is pretty strong, even more strong in an area like the TDD keep, right? Like where you have to go up those ramparts and then there's like a small little path that you run over. Like if you're standing over in the keep lord room and people are running through that little gateway and you just knock them off, I mean, you've effectively stunned them for 8 seconds or something while they get knocked down. They have to run back up the side, and then you start chaining that. You could really, you could hold a gap pretty strong or pretty well. You could also do that right outside the second gate as well, because in between the first and the second, there's that drop off, so you can knock people off there. There's the whole walls on the top. Like there's a lot of different places. It is a little funky. You can't always like aim it up and around, so like you got to kind of be on the same level and be able to see and be in range. But yeah, as long as you can kind of ground target the area, it does kind of work. So yeah, I think there's a lot of utility in this. And like I said, Zephyr Spirits, I think you can get some good ability on top of, if you're in the level 3 Arcane Sigil, you're able to dump a pretty good amount of damage. One thing you don't really have versus the other ones is there's a lot of passive damage that you're getting out of fire, and then you also have some of these debuffs for your own damage types and like buffs for your own damage types. So outside of Sigil, which you're kind of getting anyway, I'm not really sure. You do get this 10% and it is group, but I almost see that more as like a group buff than really a buff. But I think that there's actually, it's really cool that there's an argument to have 3 different Flame Wardens with different specs in your group, right? You all get like pretty decent buffs, and they can all kind of do their own little thing. If anything, like maybe the flame and crit buff is the weakest one, because it's only 5%. Now it is consistent, right? So you're not worried about the sigils. So I would probably rank the fire a little bit higher, but there is an argument that it's double the value, so you only need half the uptime. So anyway. Finally, we got Spirit. Spirit Nuke deals 800 with it's basically an instant cast Spirit Nuke. This is pretty nice. You have Combustion over here, which is an instant, gives you a good nuke. You have the Spirit Nuke over here, it's an instant. You getting some instant burst damage. Crota Soul, we talked about this, 2800 spirit damage over 21 seconds. Nice little nuke. You're basically doing more than 100 damage a second, just at the base. And then Merlin Shield grants you a magic armor rating shield. Talked about this one as well. It just gives you natural magic damage, so you're going to be able to fight off specifically Vikings with all that lightning damage, but you're also going to have an easier time in general against magic. And then Spirit Bolt fires a bolt that deals spirit damage in an area around the target. This is pretty good. This is kind of similar, like we said, to the Firebolt. It's Spirit, though. But as we talk about in a minute, you get some self buffs, so that's a little bit better. So it increases your party's spirit damage by 10% and grants 8% spirit resist. So I don't know later on the game, once itemization is more fleshed out, if this will be a lot better. Like, will people's... I mean, I don't know why Arthurian templates wouldn't... Assuming this doesn't go over the cap, like some buffs used to be able to go over the cap and some couldn't. But if you were going to template out once the end game's in, I don't know why you wouldn't just factor in this 8% spirit resist, assuming it can't go over the cap. This might kind of be required. Like, and you get a double buff because you get the party spirit damage increased as well. Now, that's a little bit more like a self buff because most of the other classes are not dealing spirit damage, but you are, and you're giving them a spirit resistance buff. So I think in general it's decent. Not a lot of other spirit damage, but we did talk about a couple of classes that could. So I'm not saying it's useless or anything like that, but at the very least, it's a 10% damage buff to your own damage type if you're going. And this Corroded Soul is pretty good. You can do some decent AoE. It's all right. But then as we go down, we get Merlin's Curse, deal spirit damage in an area around the target. Targets hit have their spirit resistance reduced, and they take spirit damage over time. So now you're debuffing your own damage type. You have your own damage amplification. And then you're dealing a bunch of damage over time through Corroded Soul and Merlin's Curse itself. So I think that this really starts to amplify itself. It's only a 2-second cast time, so you're able to apply this debuff. There's an argument where you could stack a bunch of Spirit Mages. They can, they can make sure Merlin's curse stays up and they're able to do a bunch of damage over time. Maybe you can overwhelm even a Devout at that point. Like if you guys are applying a bunch of these debuffs, like this is one of the few times where I'm thinking maybe they could, right? If you have archers applying dots, it's a little bit harder because they run out of focus pretty fast. But if you're a mage, you have a pretty big mana pool. Now you are going to run out like at some point and you can't do anything. But I don't know. Some argument here for maybe stacking this as well. And then finally, Avoid Fate. I made that joke at the beginning. Periodically negates the next melee hit each member of your party would take. This is really big. I tested it earlier. It has a 6-second refresh. So every 6 seconds, you're negating a melee hit automatically. So I think this is pretty strong when you combine it with the group buff over here for spirit pathways. You're giving everybody that 8% group spirit buff. You're giving everyone a melee reduction. You can debuff your own damage type. You can apply multiple debuffs. You have like a little AoE nuke. I think it's pretty good. And then if I were going to go this way, I'd probably just end up dumping everything back into fire. This way you have even more dots that you can apply with like the AoE bolt. You have Flame Strike, which is going to apply a natural fire debuff, and then Combustion, which you can hit for like even more debuff. So you are extremely debuff heavy with this spec, as well as bringing some like huge damage mitigation to your group. Because even if someone is like, let's say you got a melee character that's chasing one melee character is chasing one person in your group, they're gonna every, I don't know, like let's say it's a second and a half, usually maybe a second, but every 4 hits, you're gonna negate one of those. So you're effectively reducing their damage by 25%. Now that's not necessarily 100% true, because while you are mitigating the damage, like maybe if it's a heavy fighter, they're still building the courage, even though they miss, and they're still applying negative effects like stuns. But still, like, especially like this is gonna noob crush people too really hard. Like if people are not really being cognizant of the buffs on the person that they're hitting, like they're gonna start using like 3,000-4,000 damage HP. Like for example, if you have a Blessed Crow that's overwhelming people and they use Overwhelm, like try to use it a couple of times while Avoid Fate is up, it's not going to work. Like it's just going to be missed. So they're going to have to weave in some Crusher's Mites, which is really going to nerf their damage quite a bit. And it's going to be even more effective when you have something like Avatar Brand, where their whole setup is based around buffing themselves and then unloading all that damage. If you're able to mitigate that, now it's not going to do much if you have like 2 or 3 Blessed Crows on you, but it's still pretty strong. So I really like this one. Pulsing Blade Turn was always, I felt like, insanely good in Dark Age, and in my mind is probably going to continue to be pretty good, because melee in the Viking side, heavy fighter Mjolnirs are pretty good, assassins are pretty good. You have TDD, so Fianna, they're pretty good at like CCing, and if you're mitigating a bunch of that, it's good. Blessed Crows, like we already talked about, I think you'll get a lot of value out of this. Less value if you're fighting a bunch of ranged characters, so you might find that you don't want to run this as much. Like if you find if there's a meta where melee fighters are not really doing very much, you might actually want to just transfer over to the damage. But I have a hard time believing there's, at least in the current setup, where you're not using this all the time. So, yep, I really like this one. And then, like I said, I would just dump into a little bit of extra fire damage so that you can build more dots. And yeah, pretty good, especially with this, these other abilities you get. Just make sure when you're applying all these debuffs that you don't try to sleep somebody, because you're just gonna wake them up, right, if you hit them. So, yep. All right. But that's it for Warlock and for Flame Warden. All right, last archetype. We're almost there. So for Skalds, we'll just run through the right or the left really quickly, and then I'll run through each line again. So Skald, you got Song of Travel. This is just your standard speed buff. It can also stack with some of the Warlock speed buffs, so you'll want to run those at the same time. Grip of Terror inflicts panic. So this is a 75 focus. It's, less than 10% of your total focus pool, and it inflicts a little bit of panic. It is single target, so you really only want to synergize this with certain abilities, like say Break Their Will, so that you're dealing that mind damage and inflicting panic, and then also inflicting the Grip of Terror at the same time, so that you can hopefully apply a panic debuff very quickly, and then get extra stun duration on something like a Jotun's Hammer or one of the other abilities that scales, like Voice of Bragi. Just wanted to talk about that too really quickly. Voice of Bragi, it doesn't really talk about the fact that it has a different stun duration or charm duration based on whether an enemy is panicked or not. But I would be willing to bet this actually happens in other classes too. I just haven't played them all. Specifically, I think a prime candidate for this is probably the Dark Fool. I'd love to see somebody test that out and then post the numbers in the Discord. I would not be surprised if the fears and other things, for example, this one that does say it's 2 and 5, operate in the same way. So, but Bragi does do a 2 and then 5 second charm based on that duration. So if you're able to get a big panic debuff on a couple of different people and then nobody clears that, and then you get a charm, a 5 second AoE charm on like their healers and other things, you're just going to be able to burst down an entire group if you're coordinated. So yeah, I think it's pretty strong. So yeah, just keep that kind of thing in mind when you're inflicting panic. It's the kind of groups that you could build towards. Raise morale, grants your party 10 spirit and reduces their panic by 75 every 3 seconds. I think 75 panic over 3 seconds is generally pretty low, and 10 spirit is not too bad, but warlocks already get that buff, and the only class that really needs mana regeneration, you could argue maybe some focus regeneration would be nice for archers, and maybe some of the other classes we get a little bit of bonus, but really only the warlocks need mana regen right now. So I don't think in general you're ever going to use this buff. Like, I don't know why you would ever use it unless you were outside of combat in a keep, because if you're outside of combat, you'd probably be wanting to run your speed buff. So I almost feel like this, if you applied this as a flat buff, it's a little bit better than the warlock one, but I mean, I don't think that would change almost anything. It would just make regen a little bit easier for certain classes, and resource regeneration would be higher in group fights. So groups would just have a little bit of a multiplier on top of what they can already do. Terrify deals shadow damage and fears for 2 to 5 seconds. This is pretty awesome. Like, the fact that all of the performer classes, so minstrels and Skalds, are going to have access to this now is really strong. Dark Fools have been enjoying this for a while, so I'm going to be interested to see how they feel when they start getting knocked off of walls and things like that. It'll be interesting. Next, we have Energize. Removes all control effects from your party and grants them immunity to control effects for 3 seconds. This ability is so strong. Like, you got to use this sparingly because it's such a short duration and it takes 2 minutes to regenerate, but it's basically SOS without the speed component. You can run into a fight and not take any CC at the beginning, or you can save it for a point where someone tries to sleep your healer or tries to stun your healer and then go for one of your other teammates, or like the melee train attacks them, assist train attacks them. So yeah, really strong ability in general. So we'll start with Sagas of Valor. Inspired Strike deals weapon damage plus 50% damage while affected by a greater chant buff. A greater chant buff is just the increased duration of some of these buffs. So Twist Fate, like Avalanche, Ward against ill magic, sorry. It's the 3, like it's a Roman numeral. And then Unafraid of Blade or Claw, Our Voices as 1, Bring Down Ruin, and I think those are it. So those 6 are the ones that will grant you a greater buff. So that greater buff is that 5 second buff that is applied. And while that's up, you'll get a 50% damage bonus on your Inspired Strike. So keep that in mind. When you're popping these buffs, you also want to be using Inspired Strike because you're getting it costs no focus and you're getting that bonus damage. So you do hit pretty hard during that time, or at least competitively for the short duration. So it is only 5 seconds out of 12, so it's a little under 50% uptime that you can have it, assuming you don't need to use something else with the squish on abilities. I think you'll get a lot more use out of this one, or a lot more uptime because you don't have a lot of other stuff going on. So yeah, you can do that one. Twist Fate grants you a health shield, grants your party increased guts and guts threshold for 5 seconds, then a weaker buff. This is really great when people are focusing down someone in your team. You apply this and their guts threshold goes up. So let's say someone's attacking your teammate and they're at about 50% health. You can hit this. They'll get that. I don't think they get the shield, but they will get the guts threshold. So they'll have about 40% HP, because a lot of classes have somewhere between 15, 10, 15, 20%, and then you stack this on top. The enhanced version, I think you get 20 or 25. So you're looking at somewhere between like 35 and 50%, depending on if it's like a heavy fighter, how much command you have. So it will impact the values of all your buffs and things like that. So yeah, I think it's pretty strong. Now, it's not going to save you all the time, and it only lasts 5 seconds for that larger version, but you can mitigate a ton of damage and you're not really thinking about it with Twist Fate. So I like it. It's also pretty nice for you. If you're getting attacked, you get the extra benefit of that shield. So yeah, 5 seconds of mitigating burst damage is pretty good. Split the Land deals weapon damage plus 50% damage versus targets suffering from control effects. So this does really good damage if someone is stunned or snared or rooted. You always want to combine this with something like Jotun's Hammer, or if you have them terrified, or if you have them charmed with Voice of Bragi, or any of those kind of effects. Just maybe someone else has some kind of control effect on them. You want to be pumping this. It does cost a decent amount of focus, but you can do quite a bit of damage. And if you're critting, I mean, I have hit for over 5,000 damage before. If I crit and I have Bring Down the Ruin, which is you can get a 25% damage buff, on top of, maybe a damage amplification or something like that. Like, so if you had another Skald in the group with Rip and Tear, they debuff the HP or the damage taken, and then you hit Bring Down the Ruin, and then someone snares, or the target has a snare or is stunned or something like that, and then you split the land. So you have 3 or 4 prerequisites to hit that kind of damage, and then you crit on top of it, right? You can hit really big numbers, but you can still get 2,000 or 3,000 HP hits, which are really good. I mean, that's good burst damage in general. Skald does not have very good output, so a little bit of spike damage here and there is nice. It is a little reminiscent actually of Skald's in Dark Age. I feel like I don't think it was intentional, but you had the same kind of thing where you could shout, hit your hammer, and then instantly mez, sit, wait for both of your shouts to come back up, and hammers have a long refractory period on attacking. So then you could get right back up and you could hit it all again. So double shout and melee attack again. So you get 4 shouts plus 2 heavy melee hits. Most casters can't live through that, and then even if they can, if they don't root you or something like that, you can snare them and do all that kind of stuff. You could also kind of wait and maybe get a little bit of extra, maybe another hit in if they don't just mez right before they get another ability or an attack or something like that off, and it can be really useful. And then if you need to run away, you can, if it's a melee character, you could probably root. You might get slammed or something like that, but you know what I'm talking about. This is a different game. I'm kind of going off, but yeah, so I think it is a little reminiscent of that. Next is Endless Stamina, grants you health shield and heals you. Should be grants you a health shield and heals you for 1,200 health over 12 seconds. This is pretty useful. I think it gives you about 1,100 HP with a shield. If you have, when I was looking at it, I had max command and it gave me about 1,100. So I like it. It's effectively a 2,400 effective HP bonus over 12 seconds. You can also recast it pretty regularly. So I really like this ability just from a self-sustain standpoint. It does use a little bit of focus, but yeah, no, it's pretty decent. I like it. Unafraid of Blade and Claw heals you and grants your party increased physical armor for 5 seconds and then a weaker buff. This is just good in general. You're gonna give everybody the ability to resist archers and other melee attack characters. So yeah, no, pretty decent. Definitely worth using occasionally. You're gonna have to fit it in between Avalanche, which is gonna let you remove roots and snares. And then if someone else is being attacked, you're probably gonna use your cooldown on Twist of Fate. I guess I should talk about that too really quickly. So when you are using these buffs, these lesser and greater sagas, you can they have a shared cooldown. So they all 6 of those abilities have a shared 12-second cooldown. So if you use one of these, you're not going to be able to use the other ones. You can't twist them or anything like that. Minstrels can, other classes have the ability to kind of twist a little bit, but not Skald. So you don't get that dual utility at all. So, kind of that sucks, but yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, you can get this increased physical armor if you feel like the value there is a little bit better. Maybe a full HP target would get a little bit more value out of that than say a half target starting with gut. So up to you. what you're going to use. It's okay. It's pretty good, but not my favorite. Like Jotun's Club, deals weapon damage and stuns the target for 2 to 5 seconds. I think the first class I made when I started playing Camelot Unchained again about a year ago was Skald, and I remember the first bug I reported was that if you use this on the keep doors, it would give you a div error or something like that. So I'm a little sad to see it in Saga so far, but I like this. It's a good stun. 5-second stun is like slam level, and Scalds are really good at inflicting panic, so you're able to really capitalize on some of those extra buffs. Jotun's Club is pretty decent, and even though it's only 2 seconds, you can generally get a 5-second stun pretty easily. And then finally, for Sagas of Glory, you have Odin Sees Our Deeds, grants a party health shield, removes all control effects from them, and grants them immunity to control effects for 3 seconds. If this sounds really familiar, you look over at Energized, it does the exact same thing, except it does not give them a shield. So you can have 2 of these, which I think is pretty strong. It's not anything to sneeze at. If you find that you guys are running into a lot of debuffing, you could get some value here. One thing I will say is like the Avalanche already kind of takes care of this for you. It gives you root and snare immunity from yourself, and then it gives your group a speed buff. So if you're only getting debuffed by like 20% or something like that, but then you get this greater buff, which is a 25% movement speed in combat, or a 10% in combat movement speed buff, you can mitigate some of those snares and things like that. So yeah, I would just say, at least for removing snares and roots for yourself, it can be good. And then if you need to do the whole group, Energize works as well. If I had to do a whole line on this one, I'd go down here. I'd grab Odin's. Just looking at it, I know that if I'm able to apply extra panic with Trip of Terror and Break Their Will, I would pretty easily be able to get to that 5-second stun duration with Jotun's Club. So I might, at the bat, start with that, hit a Jotun's Club for 5 seconds, depending on what all the values are. I might need another Grip of Terror to get that panic buff up, just depending on what it is. I think I tested it earlier, and I did need 3 instead of 2, like I was able to do before with some of the other abilities. Get that 5-second stun, and then once I get that 5-second stun, depending on what buffs I have, I would start laying into a Split the Land. If you had access to bring down Ruin, you could technically do that. Like if you didn't want to use Voice of Bragi and Fangs, you could go all the way down to Jotun's Club and then pick up Ruin as well. So kind of an option you have. But yeah, that's probably, I'd probably, if I went all the way down to Odin Sees Our Deeds, I'd probably grab Avalanche for sure. And then I'd probably want to go Our Enemies Falter. So this is going to give you a 30% AoE debuff. It can be cleansed, but if you're getting melee trained or something like that, just intermittently throwing this one out every 4 seconds is really great value. You get a lot of extra damage mitigation, and if you can catch a Devout at the end of their purging cycles, then you get a little bit more uptime. All right, let's see. Next, we'll go Sagas of Glory. So we'll go Carve Your Saga, deals weapon damage and snares targets in a cleave. This one's pretty good. Just typical spender or builder, I guess. You don't build as a Skald, you just spend focus, but it's pretty good. It's nice that it hits in a cleave, so you get a little bit of extra value depending on enemy targets. We talked about like the Avalanche earlier. This ability is really good. Movement speed in any combat situation is strong. Like, reposition is on a pretty long cooldown. You lose Song of Travel while you're in combat. So the fact that you can get a 25% greater buff and a 10% buff as the lesser version, I think is really strong. I think like the Avalanche is a great ability. Love this skill. Iceworm's Roar deals mind damage in a cone and snares by 40% for 4 and 8 seconds. This one is also pretty good value. The fact that it's an AoE snare, I like. You can get pretty, you can apply panic pretty easily, so it's not hard to get up to 80%. So you always got to be mindful of the cleanses, but not a terrible ability, and it does mind damage, so that's always a positive one. I like this line. Warrior's Wisdom increases melee physical damage dealt by 10%. This is like a self-stim. Scalds hit for a pretty low amount of damage, like usually like 5 or 600 regularly, so you're really only getting like 50 or 60 extra damage out of this. Generally not a big deal. If you do get one of those big combos going with split the land and you're critting, you could potentially get like 500 extra damage from it, which will add up over 2 or 3 hits. So maybe you could get an extra 1,000 or 1,500, but I think in general it's not super great, but at least it scales like that, right? It gives you that bonus damage as you do more. So yeah, I like it. I'd say average, like okay. It only is OU too, right? So you can't really amplify or multiply your group's damage. Our Voices as 1 deals mind damage in an area around you, and each of your party members grants your direct damage hits added shadow damage for 5 seconds, a weaker buff, and then a weaker buff, it should probably say. So I like this one okay. I think it's kind of whatever. Like the direct damage it adds as shadow, I think it's changed a little bit, but it's somewhere between like 50 and 80, and that just really suffers from the same problem that Thor's hammer and kind of what I was talking about with Warrior's Wisdom. It's a really small amount of it's the same thing with like Flame Shield and Thunder God's Challenge and those other abilities that you're really only getting somewhere between like 50 and 200 damage a hit. Like, okay, sure, but you don't really get to target it, and it doesn't really sum up to anything. And when you're in a group fight and heals are constantly going out and overhealing is happening, that 50 damage just kind of gets absorbed. Could it make the difference in a key situation? Maybe, but I'm not a huge fan of it personally. Scatter the Weak deals weapon damage and knocks back targets in a cleave. This is really similar to what Mjolnir already gets. I don't think you're going to get like a huge amount of value all the time, but you could use it to knock away healers or create an opening and like knock people away from you if you're getting attacked by melee. So yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of utility here, above average for sure, not just like, a terrible ability. And it does AoE basically, right? Like knocks back targets in a cleave. So yeah, you're doing AoE damage and you're getting a knockback. You kind of get a little double dip there. So I like that. Finally, for Sagas of Glory, you have Rip and Tear. Deals mind damage to nearby enemies and increases their damage taken by 30%. I love this ability. You do mind damage, so you got the panic build up, and they're taking 30% damage. So like all the enemies are taking 30% bonus damage. It is a capstone ability, so I feel like it's fairly balanced in the way that it is. You could, before the changes, you could get some like really fun combos going. Like I hit. I was doing a good bit of damage. A lot of people not expecting a Skald to hit them very hard. So yeah, you could do that and combine those and get quite a bit of damage. So I really like this ability. I think this is going to be really good in groups. The only thing you got to watch out for is anybody cleansing debuffs or whatever. So just don't sneeze at it. And like, if you can build a group around like bombing, like that, and this is, I guess, the first time since we're finally here, I'll talk about it. I think you could do certain setups where, and this is for like most classes, right? But I've just thought about Vikings, for example. If you use Voice of Bragi, that charms everyone for, 2 to 5 seconds. If you hit that, you get a bunch of Mjolnirs. You have another Skald with Rip and Tear, and then they do the AoE for 30%, and then they all start AoEing. Like you can do things that you could not otherwise do. So I like it. I think there's different levels to the game, and I think there's a decent amount of complexity. So I'm happy to see it. And I like Rip and Tear as a utility ability. You're not gonna, just by itself, I don't think you're gonna get a whole ton of utility out of it, but there will be opportunities to use it that will synergize if you want to. So yeah, if I had to go Rip and Tear, you already got Avalanche going down this line, so you can either go all the way down to Thunderous Shout, or you could go Endless Stamina. I would probably end up going Thunderous Shout probably here. You might want to potentially grab Twist of Fate and then just go Our Enemy's Falter, because Twist of Fate is, the more I've played, I find that this ability is actually really useful when people are, attacking somebody and you can't really help them. You're giving them thousands of effective HP, depending on who it is. Like, especially if it's a heavy fighter or someone like that, and they really shouldn't be attacking them anyway, you can make it even harder for them to kill that person. Or a Devout that's in medium armor. So yeah, I like that combo. So really up to you on whether or not you want to get that extra stun because you don't have Jotuns with a setup with Rip and Tear, or you want to be more group focused, and you want Twist of Fate to kind of help with a save, and then our enemy's falter to debuff people if your like bombing goes longer than it needs to, or whatever. You also are going to, I think, have a better time solo with a build like this, because you can debuff someone with a 30%. You have the self stim for wisdom, and then you can kind of, maybe you could go split the land and then grab endless stamina. Like, yeah, if you were soloing, I probably wouldn't go any of this. I'd grab all the way down here and then grab this one. So it lets you self heal, lets you heal over time. I'm really sad this one's level 3, because it is really nice, consistent healing and damage. And even if the hot is still on and it's only gone like 6 seconds or something like that, you could still reapply and get another shield. So it dramatically increases your effective HP. All right, and then finally, Sagas of Victory. Break Their Will deals weapon damage and mind damage in a cleave. This is really nice because it's inflicting panic because of the mind damage. It has an 8-second cooldown, and it does cost 200 focus, so it has quite a bit of cost associated with it, but it's really nice to be able to apply panic in an AoE, basically. If you had, 2 or 3 Skalds applying this regularly, I mean, you could be panicking 3 or 4 people at the same time. So, a lot of setup. You got to be in melee. They all have to be together. You guys have to have this ability off cooldown, and then you have to have a group that can like kind of do stuff. But if you had this, and like one of you had Rip and Tear, and then maybe 2 of you had Voice of Braggy, and you could get 3 or 4 people panicked at the same time, that one person could Voice of Braggy for panic. They could Rip and Tear. You got 5 seconds to attack people and their CC, so you're contributing extra DPS with Split the Land, and then you could have another person Voice of Braggy again. You get another 2 seconds, so you're looking at a pretty considerable amount of CC time. Now, the other performer could just energize during this situation, so it's not like there's not any counterplay. But if someone's already energized for whatever reason, like that's how the game goes. Like it's based around cooldowns and damage, DPS and healing. So I don't know, just like a lot of really fun options with performers. I see that with the other 2 as well. So yeah. But that's mostly it for Rip and Tear, and then we'll just run through sagas. I think I said Break of Will, actually. Sorry. And then Ward Against Ill Magics. Deals lightning damage to nearby enemies and grants your party increased magic armor rating for 5 seconds. Then a weaker buff. I don't find a lot of use for this one. I think there might be a world where if someone was running like 4 or 5 casters for some reason, you might get some like extra value out of that magic armor, but the AoE damage debuff doesn't do much. You have to use the cooldown for the other abilities, and you almost want to use every one of these except for this one. So yeah, I almost never use this. I don't think this one's very good. Our enemy's falter, we talked about this earlier. It just decreases the damage in an AoE for 8 seconds. This is great. This is really good. It has a 4-second cooldown, so you can keep it consistently running between Devout debuffs if you're able to kind of pay attention to what they're doing at the same time. You can just mitigate an entire melee train's damage. So yeah, this one's really good, especially for being a 2-point. I like that a lot. Thunder Shout is good. Stuns nearby enemies. This one is good. It's a pretty short duration stun, but it's on a longer cooldown, and it's basically a melee range. It's a little over a melee range. It's 8 meters instead of 6. So I like it. I think it's a good, you can use it 2 or 3 times in a fight, most likely, depending on how long it goes. If it's a 1v1, no, you're going to get to use it one time. But yeah, pretty good. Bring Down Ruin, like this one a lot. This is basically a 25% physical damage, melee damage, buff to your team. So any of your assassins, if you guys are taking keeps, if any of your archers are attacking with their physical damage abilities, not their shadow damage and things like that, it's good to use. It's good for your Mjolnirs. Really a bunch of people. It's good for you yourself. So, at least 4 different classes are Devout it's good for. So there are 5 classes that are getting benefit from it. So definitely something you want to be running in general. Your healers and your Chaos Weaver don't get it, but they also kind of buff other people too. So seems okay to me. Voice of Braggy. This one is good. I actually think this one should be the capstone ability, if I'm being honest, because I actually don't think Fang's Offender is very good. I'm not a huge fan as a capstone. I actually think it's one of the weaker capstones in the game. But it kind of makes sense, because I will say that Sagas of Victory seems a little balanced to me, because these are all pretty good abilities. Like Voice of Braggy, Bring Down the Ruin, Thunderous Shout, and Our Enemy's Fault are good, but Ward Against Ill Magics and Fangs of Fenrir are very mid, like at best. Fangs of Fenrir, it requires them to be attacking. If somebody is being attacked in a melee train or being focused down by archers, they're probably not really hitting anyone, so it actually gives 0 value. The only thing this ability is good for is making sure that people that aren't being focused down can continue hitting someone else and keeping themselves up so that the healer can focus on what they're doing. So, and even then, it probably doesn't heal through some of the higher hitting dots in the game. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this one, and I do think that there's a world where you don't take Fangs of Fenrir and you choose Endless Stamina. I did think about that. I also thought about Iceworm's Roar if you're going all the way down to here. I think that there's an argument for taking one of these two. I wanted to take Fangs of Fenrir because you have a pretty decent uptime on it. It has 33% uptime, so you only have 30 seconds where it's not down at most, right? And so you can kind of get a decent amount of passive healing for your entire group going, and I think it probably has occasionally more value than Endless Stamina. But because it also doesn't cost focus, right? Like that's the nice thing here. When you're spamming Endless Stamina, it does kind of start to cost you. So, and I need to double check some of these because maybe the focus cost doesn't exist anymore and all that kind of stuff. So, but I think based on everything I've done and what I've played, I like this one. But again, you could drop Fangs of Fenrir if you wanted to go Endless Stamina. Even if this does cost focus in whatever world, you can still spam Inspired Strike for two to three buffs every time you pop one of these greater chance, and then you can also weave in your Break the Will and things like that. So it's pretty good. I will say Skald in general, you do run into some focus problems, but yeah. Okay, we'll jump over to the other. All right, let's talk Dark Fool. Quickly run through. So just archetype in general for Performer. Song of Travel lets you travel faster. It can stack with the Warlock speed buff, so you want to have 2 of those in your group for 66% movement speed. Grip of Terror inflicts panic. This is just a good way to stack with other bits of mind damage to get the panic debuff going so that you can get a farther or a greater duration on some of your stuns and other CC. Raise Morale. This is kind of not a really great ability. You really wouldn't want to use this outside of like resting in a keep where you're not trying to move around a lot and you're not actively fighting, but you'd like a little bit of extra passive regeneration. 75 panic every 3 seconds is just really not great, and any kind of performer or other mind damage user is going to be able to apply these debuffs so quickly that this is really not going to do anything passively for you. I guess there might be a small benefit if you were like in kind of a Zerg fight where you're only very rarely getting stuff, but I'd just much rather run another song. So yeah, I don't think you're ever going to use this. I don't think you'd use this on any performer. Terrify deals shadow damage and fears for 2 to 5 seconds. We all know about Dark Fool Fear, so this is great. Energize removes all control effects from your party and grants them immunity to control effects for 3 seconds. This is awesome. Love this ability. It's really good. You're going to use this consistently, either at the beginning of a fight so that you can get in on top of everyone without getting CC'd and snared, or you're going to save it for when one of your healers is being locked down or something similar. So let's talk Night Terrors, the first line. Cutting Whispers deals mind damage. So this is a high amount of base mind damage, but it does cost 150 focus, so you're not going to be using this one consistently. With Claws that Tear, your party's direct damage also inflicts 50 panic. So 50 panic doesn't seem like a lot, but if you have 4 or 5 people attacking, you're starting to apply 200-300 different panic with their direct damage abilities, and you wouldn't even have to be attacking. Like I could see a world where this is really useful for running with one of your setups. You just have to make sure that the specific thing you need makes sense, because I think some of the other ones, like 20% increased damage, like that's gonna make more sense because you can just snare anyone whether they're panicked or not with most melee attacks. So yeah, I think there's probably better ones that you could run in general, but there might be a world here. I think this is probably average at best though. In the Darkest Dreams creates a cloud for 12 seconds that deals mind damage per second to enemies in the area. Again, this is a really great way to area denial. You also build a little bit of panic at the same time. Not the best thing I've ever seen. but it's an AoE ground target ability. It doesn't really do some of the other work that, say, tragic betrayal, stuns, or dark allure charms. Which, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been dark allured, but man, is that not one of the most annoying things. Next, we look Upon Oblivion. This is an instant cast, 3,000 mind damage dots. So this is pretty strong. It is a 60-second cooldown, though. It doesn't cost any focus, so that's a double dip, a high dot, short duration, and no cost. That's instant. That's for positives, but it's a 60-second cooldown. So you're only going to get to use this twice, maybe in a fight, maybe 3 times, depending on how long it is. In a shorter, 2 or 3 man, like, you're only getting to use this once. So I'd say average based on all that I just said, but there are situations where you're going to do a significant amount of damage with it. A Grand Tragedy, your party deals 20% increased damage versus targets suffering from control effects. I think this is really good. You're getting a flat 20% damage increase against most people all the time, because even if the Devouts are all cleansing, and even if the healers are cleansing when they can, you're still going to have snares and different things like that on people, and they're mostly going to get that 20% damage increase. It's just going to happen. So I like this. Even if you only have 50% uptime on it, you're still getting a flat 10% damage increase. It does take one of your song slots, so I think you might want multiple Dark Fools running around with different specs. I'll say that in general about the Dark Fool. And I said kind of the same thing about Skald. I think there's a lot of different builds that you can do with them, and because there's a lot of buffs that I really like. I like a Grand Tragedy. I also like that Stalk the Knight. So this is similar to Avalanche, but it also decreases non-melee damage taken by 40%. So for 6 seconds. This is a really great ability. It is a 60-second cooldown, but you can use it on top of the other songs that you're doing. So you can have that 20% damage. You can also mitigate maybe a big nuke, a meteor, or whatever is coming down from a Flame Warden, or there's a big bomb that came out from Mjolnir, like he drops channel power or something like that. A couple of them are dropped, and you guys don't have your Devout cleanses up. You can do that, and it's non-melee damage. You'll reduce it by 40%. That's thousands of damage, that tens of thousands of damage potentially, depending on how many that you can mitigate. So really strong, I think. And it also gives you that party buff. The speed is okay. It's pretty similar to the reposition from archers. So it's always nice to have another one, and it's only 60 seconds. So I think there's a place for this. I think the mitigation on top of the speed is just really nice. Like, for when someone is being attacked and you want to try to save them, it's pretty solid. But I think someone's going to want to grab these just because someone's going to want to run a Grand Tragedy. I mean, this is a really good damage debuff. Maybe not everybody will, but I think you definitely will want somebody with this. The Cruelest Joke. Snares for 40% for 5 and 10 seconds and deals 1,000 shadow damage over 5 seconds. If the target dies during the dot, their nearby allies are feared for 2 to 5 seconds. I actually really don't like this ability very much. It just has too many prerequisites. The snare is nice, but there's so many abilities that just remove control effects, and especially depending on who you're putting it on, they might be able to. Most archers have an ability to cleanse. Heavy fighters can just cleanse. You probably have a pretty good time putting it on, say, a Warlock or someone like that. But if you put it on a healer, they can usually cleanse. Snares and roots can be cleansed from other performer, like Skalds can do that with just their avalanche. So I don't know how much utility you're getting from the snare itself. The damage is fairly low, like 1,000 over 5 seconds is not great, and you're almost never going to kill somebody with this, so you're almost never getting that extra fear. Now, you could, I'm not saying it's impossible, but and if you do a 5-second AoE fear, that's no joke. But when you do the math on the probability multiplied by the value of it, which is pretty good, I don't think that probability is going to equate to much value here. So I would pick it up if you're going to go down and grab Stalk the Knight and Grand Tragedy, because at that point you're 4 deep, and you might, there's another build I was thinking about too that I'll show in a second when we get over there. But I would do that. And then as far as the other 3, you can get Dance Through Flames, Tales of Woe for an extra buff. This is grants your party 15% to all resistances, and a Tragic Betrayal. The Tragic Betrayal is pretty nice. So if you get a 3 or 6 second stun, that's arguably pretty good. Personally, I wanted to come over and grab the Silence and Disarmed for 4 and 8 seconds. The fact that You can both silence and disarm for 4 and 8 seconds is huge. If you can get a big mind debuff on somebody and then apply this as well and get a full 8 seconds on it. Now, people are able to remove control effects and things like that, but depending on whether or not they can cleanse it, you could have major value for this one. I think there's a big potential in this ability. I really like it picking it up for 2 points versus another low damage dot or small party 15% resistances. And then also you can inflict fear and deal mind damage to target in a 25-meter cone. This one is pretty good. If you can do AoE fear, we kind of talked about how AoE fear down here is pretty good with Cruel's Joke, but it has a lot of pre-recs. This doesn't. You just have to be in a cone and you use it. It is a 75-second cooldown, so it's a little longer. Both of these are longer cooldowns, so once they're used up, they don't have access to it, but they generally are not going to need to, because if you can lock somebody down for what is effectively like 6 to 12 seconds, depending on if they're panicked or not, if somebody can't act for that long, I mean, the game's over, right? So it just depends on how you use it and what clear abilities are being used. Pretty skill heavy, I think, actually, while also being just strong in general. So like, it's kind of just a naturally good ability, and then if you can use it well, it's you get that full value. Very nice. You could also go and just go for the stun. It is nice versus in certain situations where you don't want them running or moving or anything like that, and then maybe you want to pick up that resistance as well. So we'll jump over to Dark Fables. Dark Comedy deals shadow damage plus 40% to target suffering from control effects. This is a free ability, so if you get that plus 40% damage when they're suffering from a snare or a stun or whatever, then or root, it's okay. You might want to use that over Screaming Shot if, like, say they're already panicked or something like that. But I think you might find that you get plenty of value using Screaming Shot more often than Dark Comedy, especially since this is mind damage versus shadow damage, and there's certain classes with a decent amount of shadow damage immunity, so you've got to be kind of careful there, like Black Knight or whatever resistance they get. And then talked about Tales of Woe. This is a pretty mid dot, honestly, like kind of meh. The Tragic Betrayal is deals mind damage and stuns for 3 and 6 seconds. This is awesome. This one is really good. Like, Mjolnir has to go 5 down to get a similar ability. So I would say pretty nice to have this slot. Like Flitting Shadows, every 6 seconds negates each ranged attack each member of your party would take. So this is kind of like a Pulsing Blade turn, but it only applies to ranged attacks. So the way that Flame Warden was getting that Pulsing Blade turn against melee, it looks like Dark Fool also gets that 6 second ranged Pulsing Blade turn. I think a little bit less value because you're really only applying this versus, like, say, archers in most situations. So, you could find some use for it. I mean, there's definitely a lot of Viking archers, right? So I feel like TDD might really like this one, depending on their setup. Like, I think you would get a lot of value out of this if you were running. I know that I've seen like a Dark Fool run with a couple of Rangers before. So if they're having a lot of like Archer v Archer combat, you might get extra value there. If you don't have a healer, it might help you live long enough. And our hero falls, causes target to take 45% increased damage while below 50% health for 6 seconds. This is very strong. This ability is going to make you take a tremendous amount more damage when you're low. So when you're going on someone, and if the other healers are locked down, you could probably really chuck somebody. So you combine like Strike and Fade on top of having like the Grand Tragedy, and then you debuff for this 45%. I mean, you hit somebody really hard. Like I wouldn't be surprised to see numbers in like the 10,000s if you start combining those different debuffs together. So yeah, this ability is strong. It is a short duration, but it's pretty good. Die a Lonely Death snares an enemy by 70% and deals shadow damage at the end of the duration, plus 100 damage if the target has no allies nearby at the time. This one is just a snare, and it's just it is a pretty heavy snare, so you're on the way to rooted at this point when you have a slow this heavy, and you're also taking shadow damage. But I think in a group fight, like, you're probably just gonna cleanse, right? You're not gonna you're not really super worried about this kind of thing. So it just depends. And they're always changing things. So like, if at some point it gets changed where like maybe this can't be cleansed or something like that, I don't know. Maybe you get more value there, but that also doesn't really make a lot of sense to me either. So um, yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, but I just for a capstone ability, it only snares an enemy, right? A single person, and then deals a dot to them, and the dot does a little bit more if they don't have anybody else close to them when it's cast. So yeah, not a huge fan. But I will say that if you combine that with the stun and then the Our Heroes Fall, you could definitely synergize with somebody else, and then take your Bin Seeds Whale, Ben City, and the Darkest Hour, and you've got a bunch of CC and then maybe some Go. So that's the thing I really like about Dark Fool is like you can really choose any of these spec lines, and you're going to bring value, and then you can dip for some of the other stuff if you really need to. And then Mummery, yeah, Screaming Shot just deals mind damage, so another way to inflict panic, increases your party's block value by 25%, and grants a plus 10% parry chance. So this has a cast time and things like that. So I mean, it's okay. I not the greatest thing in the world, but hey, we take what we can get, right? So I don't think you're going to get a ton of value out of this, but your Fianna will be very happy. So yeah, why not have it? Especially if you're in like a more melee heavy group, like a 10% chance to parry might be pretty nice. It's a self buff that only takes 3 seconds to cast, so you see how it goes. Like, I mean, when you're looking at it, I mean, it looks like a 10% flat damage mitigation, right? Like, who cares about the block value? Just look at the parry chance, and then you start to see like, oh, maybe some value there. So yeah, I think this is good, and the fact that you don't have to really worry about it is nice. So above average, I would say. The Darkest Hour deals shadow damage around the target, and we already kind of talked about this one. Silences and disarms. So it's AoE, right? It says enemies hit are silenced and disarmed. This ability is very, very strong. The fact that you're basically forced to use something that purges control effects at this point, because if you don't, you're just going to die. Like if your whole team is not doing anything and they're just getting trucked, you start to almost be as good as some of the capstone abilities, like the Black Knight when they had the AoE shield. So yeah, I think there's a lot of strength here. At the same time, if you don't really have a lot of debuffs up, and then a Devout just AoE purges, then you're really not getting any value. So you really got to be thinking about when you're using it. Ben Seeds Whale is just that conal fear. Death by 1,000 cuts. Your party inflicts a stacking buff for 5 seconds when dealing direct damage. This buff increases damage taken by 3% per stack, up to a max of 24%. This is really good. You combine this with something like a Grand Tragedy, and then your whole team is dealing 44% damage on top of like anybody that has these buffs. I think 2 Dark Fools actually are maybe mandatory. One that's running this Mummery line, and then dipping in maybe for the stun, or yeah, probably the stun, I would say. If I was going here, I'd dip down for the stun, and then someone over here that wants the movement speed buff, because you got to remember movement speed in combat is super important. Like you can have these really nice abilities, but if people are able to kind of even out with you and then they're faster, you really need to be able to counter with that stuff. So with Avalanche being a movement speed buff that Skalds have, having this option and combining it with reposition from archers and things, I think might be mandatory. But then yeah, having another one that specs down to get Tragedy, and since they're down here, they grab the speed buff and then Joke as a little bit of extra DPS, and then you could always go stun if you really wanted to. But I feel like the DR on stun is on fear is really helpful. So you can get a lot of like chain fears going and things like that, or like you can go fear, charm, stun, like, so just having a little bit of diversity there is nice. And because like most people have stuns, but less people have fears, so you're going to get a lot more value by being able to chain different fears that you have. So I like that. You could also argue like, hey, maybe I want to stun too. So it's really up to you. I also think if you don't have another Dark Fool in your group, then you're going to get more value from the disarm and the silence AoE, as well as that fear, than you are just going down and getting the stun. But yeah, I think the last 2 that we talk about is Dark Allure channels to charm an enemy and deal mind damage each second for up to 6 seconds. So this is extremely strong. You basically just charm them. You don't get to really do anything at this point, but you basically both stun each other. It is very strong in like a a 2v2 or a 3v3, because if you stun one other person and then you have another two of you are like kind of hitting them, and they're taking that mind damage, and then they're kind of just out of the fight, and while you're hitting them, and then your teammate is hitting them, so you have a greater DPS output at that point. So I think this ability is really strong, really good at using at targeted times. And it's just super annoying to be feared because you lose control of your character. You can, depending on how it happens, or charmed, you end up, you can walk off ledges and all that kind of stuff. So this charm is really good. A cautionary tale deals shadow damage and an additional 2,000 shadow damage over 10 seconds. For the duration, the target's allies take 300 shadow damage each second while within 15 meters of them. This is okay. Like if you can get the full duration of it, then what is that? Another 3,000 damage. So it's an AoE 3,000 damage attack. So you're looking at, just based on that, like if you're hitting 3 or 4 people, it's like 9 to 12,000 damage. So that's pretty good if you keep it up. But the problem is this probably gets purged, right? So it just depends. Like if they screw up, you're going to get a ton of value from this. You're going to feel great doing it. So, your mileage may vary, but I wouldn't be against doing it. Like especially if I was going all the way down here and grabbing this, I would probably grab Dark Allure, and then I'd grab Cautionary Tale. The only time I might not grab Cautionary Tale is if I wanted to grab Grand Tragedy 2, because maybe I want to have the option to work between these. I'd probably want to have Death by 1,000 Cuts running normally, but then if someone else had it already, I could run Grand Tragedy 2, and the only thing we're really missing out on is that speed buff, and the non-melee damage, and then I don't get a stun. Or you could go all the way down Mummery, grab this extra damage, and then grab the stun too, right? Because you don't really want most of the early stuff here. Like you get the Cloud, which is a little bit of mind damage, and you can inflict panic faster, and it deals damage over time. But yeah, I don't know. And you do get a better dot. But again, if we're talking about these like bigger fights, you got cleanses and all those other things coming out. So yeah, I think those are all pretty solid. Yeah, like the biggest thing I'll say is plus 15 on elemental resistances. You got to remember elemental is like fire and that kind of stuff. So I think in general, like you're really only going to get value from something like that if you're fighting like, something that does elemental damage. So anybody that's dealing spirit damage or whatever, like there's nothing happening there. So just got to make sure, like I think this kind of thing can be a trap a little bit sometimes. But yeah, if you can make it work and you find that it's useful for you, then pick it up if you think it's better than, like Cruelest Joke or whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Dark Fool. All right, guys, last one here, Minstrel. This is archetype, the end of archetype 7, right? My voice is so hoarse. I've been doing this for like 10 hours or something like that. So we have Minstrel here, just the last of the archetypes. So I'll run through the left really quickly if you just skip to here, and then I'll go through the rest of the lines. So you got Song of Travel. Increases your party's movement speed while out of combat. This is just standard movement speed increase. You can stack this with Warlocks. You want to do that. In Grip of Terror, this just inflicts panic, so you can combine this with other attacks that do mind damage, and it's a quick way to build the panic debuff. Raise Morale, it adds 10 spirit and reduces panic by 75 every 3 seconds. In general, you're never going to use this, so I wouldn't really use it unless you're just like chilling in a keep and you guys just got out of a fight and you want to regen a little bit more or something. Like you don't really fight mobs. Like I could see a world where this would be useful if you were sitting at a POI that had a bunch of PvE combat and you wanted to increase your resources and you weren't as concerned with moving around, but it doesn't really exist in the game, so not really a great use case for that right now. Maybe if they add the depth. Terrify deals shadow damage and fears for 2 and 5 seconds. This is awesome. Minstrels getting this now is going to be a really big boon for them. Energize removes all control effects from your party and grants them immunity to control effects for 3 seconds. This is awesome. This is really good to have access to. You can use it like Speed of Sound when you're going into combat. You can use it to save somebody that's being CC'd and locked down because the healers are disabled or whatever's going on. Really great ability to have access to and keep the fight moving. And then we'll go ahead and start into Tales of the Body. Vicious Duet deals shadow damage to enemies near target allies. So This one's okay. I mean, it's basically you do AoE damage, so you might like if you guys are bursting down a group of people that are on top of your healer, for example, you might get a little bit of use out of this. Like maybe you guys have a really nice combo where you can apply extra damage, and you want to pull somebody off, or they're away from their healer, so you can deal damage and they can't heal, and or an assassin, a couple of assassins pop out or something like that, and they can't heal, but you want to do that. It's okay. I don't think that there's a whole lot of super use for it, but it is a 1 second cast time for 1,000 damage, so it's kind of on the lower end, I would say. But yeah, I don't know, maybe below average in my opinion. But the more people you're hitting, the more useful it could be. Probably more useful in something like a Zerg. So, but it gives you a little bit of access to AoE, which is nice. Increases the party's range damage by 15%. So minstrels can kind of twist songs a little bit. So this might be useful depending on how many archers you have to weave in occasionally. I think when I look at some of the other stuff, I probably wouldn't use it as much, but you might get some use. It's also pretty early on. So if you're one of these other specs and you want to dip, you can do that. Jarring Beat deals weapon damage and snares target by 25% for 3 to 5 seconds. This costs 200 focus and doesn't really do a really big snare. But it is a snare that you have access to, so it's basically a controlling effect, and there's a bunch of other things that scale based on controlling effects, so you might find that you have a little bit of value there. I think in general, it costs a lot, it doesn't do a lot of damage, and it just snares, so I don't think you probably want to use this. I actually don't think this is very good. You're probably not going to find yourself using it very often unless there's like a specific niche use case that you find where you can synergize based on control effects and doing extra damage. But yeah, in general, not great. I think below average as well. So this line's not starting off great. Clashing Resonance deals weapon damage and disarms the target for 3 to 7 seconds. Boom! There we go. So we're dealing weapon damage and disarming the target for 3 seconds and then 7 if they're panicked. Hey, we're a performer. We can apply panic. So we can pretty reliably get that 7% disarm going. If we're in a bigger fight and people are cleansing, you might not get the full duration. But yeah, even 3 or 4 seconds is a nice duration for a disarm. You're stealing 2 or 3 turns basically from somebody else. So or cooldown. So yeah, no, I think this is a really great ability. The big downside for it is that it's a 45-second cooldown. So you're really not getting to use it great, and you have these other mediocre abilities. So not my favorite. Rousing Apregio increases your party's movement speed by 15%. This is awesome. If you're able to twist these kinds of things going in, like keeping your party moving at a speed buff, this is going to make you faster than Skalds most of the time. So Skalds can use chance every 12 seconds, and you can use it. You can use this consistently. But their greater chant gives them movement speed for 25% for 5 seconds. So you're going to have 7 seconds where you're able to move at 15% versus their 10%. And so for 5 seconds, they're going to move faster than you by 10%. And then for 7 seconds, you're going to move faster than them for 5%. By 5%. So there's going to be an interesting interplay there where Viking groups are moving like they're bursting with speed, and then Arthurian groups are actually moving a little bit faster in general than Viking groups. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. You also have, like, we just looked at Dark Fools, so there's the interplay where you can throw in repositions, you can throw in that Stalk the Night ability. So some volatility being thrown in. I think it's pretty heavily skill based, if I'm being honest. Like when you get into these group fights, the complexity really adds up, and I think there's a lot of room for groups that work together and synergize abilities. If you're not doing that, like, I think you're not really experiencing a lot of the game. But solo is a really common experience for people. So I don't know. I still think there's a decent amount of variety depending on what you want to do. Maybe you want to go like a Void Druid or something so that you can debuff your own damage type, and you can kind of enjoy some of that along with like disarms and other stuff like that. But yeah, so this one's pretty solid. I like this. Definitely an above average. Movement speed in general is just, it scales really well. So like that a lot. Elemental Concerto increases an ally's elemental damage by 30% for 8 seconds. This is really great way to boost your damage. I like it a lot. And it scales really well with Violent Crescendo. So increases your party's damage dealt by 35% for 9 seconds. So if I pop Elemental Crescendo for 30% and then I hit Violent Crescendo for 35%, I have a 65% increase to my elemental damage, and I have a 35% generally. So if I have like, munitions that are dealing some kind of damage, or like flame wardens, they're throwing down fire damage. It's awesome. Like, you're doing a ton of bonus damage. Now you might you might have somebody that's spirit, but you might have somebody that has that crit buff as well, so they're getting a lot of bonus from it. And then depending on what the damage type is, like, yeah, I think I like this one a lot. And I think if you're running a group with multiple flame fire wardens, like, it could be pretty good. And even the spirit one that dips into fire as well, when you're hitting crescendo, if you're getting all that extra damage, yeah, that's pretty good. And you might be able to apply so many debuffs that someone couldn't even cleanse at that point. So yeah, I think there might be a strategy where you go elemental concerto into violent crescendo, and then you have 2 or 3 mages that are applying, they're hitting with fire, you're getting that fire dot, and then you're applying another subsidiary dot. You might actually, like, you might be able to debuff somebody through even like devout buffs, and then on top of that, you start throwing in some of these other abilities, and you might be able to kill somebody pretty fast, on top of like a black knight being able to immune for you during certain situations if it doesn't work out, and you can kind of stabilize a little bit. I like it. They have Arthurians have very strong group combat and synergies. So if I had to choose this one, I would probably go Violent Crescendo, and then I would probably go and grab Face Mortality. So this increases the target's damage taken by 30% for 6 seconds. So we were just talking about that. So we get 30% elemental, 35% party damage, and then 30% Face Mortality. So, like, let's just say there's 2 of you. If you're a Minstrel and you pop Violent Crescendo, you have to be within 90 meters, and you could have a Veilstalker pop out with a 35% damage buff on top of all those other things we talked about earlier. And then if you are within range, you could hit Face Mortality, and you're looking at 65%. And then if you're in a group fight with 2 or 3 Flame Wardens, you could also have Elemental Concerto, and you got 65 and 30. So you're looking at 95% bonus damage just based on one class that's hitting their ability. Now these are cooldowns, right? And you have to pop this stuff, and if it doesn't work out, like, you're weaker. But just the fact that you have access to this, I think, is incredibly strong. I think these are good abilities, and if you can find a group to synergize with, yeah, you're going to get a lot of value there. Now, you could also dip if you don't feel like, maybe you feel like you have enough bonus damage, and getting this other cooldown out is not really what you want to do. You could also dip over to Sound of Silence. This is going to give you an AoE silence ability, which is also very strong. So if you want, you can go for that, and I think there's some value there. I think you want that bonus damage, but just to each their own. You can also twist this and get direct physical damage on top of maybe your movement speed, and then you can twist those or whatever you want to do. So, those are options. You could also twist the crit hit rating and the crit damage multiplier. You probably want to do this one because crit 20 hit is like, what, 10% damage, and then you're probably getting, like, depending on how much, maybe 9% extra damage. So you might end up, the math might work out that staccato rhythm is working out a little bit better for you. But yeah, this is probably what I would do, at least right now. Since we just talked about those 3, and I did talk about this one, we'll just finish out this line, and then I'll talk about Tales of Mastery, and we'll finish up. So, Destructive Reverberations grants your party a buff that reflects 50 shadow damage to attackers when hit. This is not great. I wouldn't almost ever use this. You might have, there might be some weird situation where you're debuffing shadow damage or something like that, but I think in general you're just not really going to want to use this. I'd be happy to be wrong, but yeah, I just don't see a world personally where you're using that right now. Tolling of the Dead roots an enemy for 4 and 8 seconds. For the duration, direct damage dealt to them also deals 800 shadow damage to their allies within 8 meters. So this is really good for peeling off of healers and things like that. If you can throw this on and nobody is purging these buffs, then you can pretty quickly, because the other enemy has grouped up, you could apply this and then maybe toll the dead or something like that, and then they start taking AoE damage, and you're able to hit that target quite a bit. The healer isn't able to keep up with all of it, and they have to refocus their cooldowns, and then because of that, maybe one of your other melee characters or someone can target some of the long range characters and do a bit of damage without being able to keep up with healing. So yeah, I think there's a decent amount going on here. Just the root itself is really good. Oh no, I got kicked. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, so we were talking about Tolling the Dead. I think it's okay-ish. Not the greatest thing in the world. It's a root, so you're always going to get some value there, and it's short enough that you can kind of get it in between that purge window. But yeah, I don't know. I'm never going to complain about a root, so I would say above average for sure. And then you combine it with some of the other stuff like Face Mortality. It's pretty good. Encore debuffs an enemy for 8 seconds. At the end of that duration, repeats 25% of the damage taken during the effect of shadow damage. I think this is pretty good. What I don't really like about it is two things. One is that it's only 25%, right? So I think that's fine. That's like basically a 25% damage debuff. But you look at something like Violent Crescendo and it's 35%. So why would you wait 8 seconds to get a 25% buff and lose 10% overall, right? So you're losing something like 25 to something like 30% of the damage, 30 to 35% of the damage. So or like yeah, it's about 30. So I don't like that for that reason specifically. And then the other thing is like you're taking that less damage, and then you have to wait, right? So yeah, those two things, less damage, and then some of the other ones like Face Mortality is 30%, so that's 5% less. It doesn't have all these prerequisites. Maybe if it did damage to the target and in an AoE, that would be pretty gross. I mean, it might be overpowered. So I'm not saying buff minstrels, but yeah, I don't know. Just for like a capstone ability, I almost feel like you'd rather just have Face Mortality. And then you could switch these, and I think it actually would make more sense to me. So not that Face Mortality is super exciting, but yeah, whatever. I mean, I'll take it. If I was a minstrel, I'd go Violent Crescendo into Face Mortality. So yep, that's what I think about this one. If I had to choose a spec for Tales of Death, I'd probably go down here, and then I'd probably just take the Disarm. I think you could choose the Silence if you really want to, and then maybe come down and grab the extra snare and shadow damage. So yeah, I'd probably just go down there. But I don't think I would want the Silence. I'd probably end up just going for the Disarm. But you might find a situation where you get a lot of extra value out of Silence, and you can catch you like to catch the healers a lot. So it just kind of depends. But yeah, I mean, you kind of get a snare with both of them, and then you can kind of choose between, oh, do I want that extra range damage, or do I want the physical armor rating? So I don't know, a little bit of a choice. I feel like there's a decent number of like. You get a lot of high value out of Disarm because you could disarm the Blessed Crows. You could disarm any assassins that pop out that try to kill you, like in a smaller scale. You could do all that kind of stuff. In a group, like healers don't usually stand on top of each other, and even less so, the Devouts are kind of spread out. So you're probably not getting a ton of value. Like you might catch a bunch of the melees, but that's really not going to do a lot. But if you can catch a bunch of crows, you might. So you'd have to play around with it and see. I do think that there's some room for that, and I think that's a good thing. So finally, we'll do Tales of Mastery, and then we'll be done. Insidious Words deals mind damage. So again, just another way to build that panic up over time. It doesn't have a focus cost, so you can continuously cast it. Resolute March, we talked about the physical armor rating and the health regeneration. So, okay-ish. You might want to run it if you're not already running something like your movement speed and your twisting song. So, yep, kind of up to you, depending on what your group composition is. Like, if you're fighting a really heavy melee composition, then maybe you find that extra value works out. I'm a little hesitant to say that because if you're running a squishier group, then they're not getting as much value from the health regeneration, but they are getting more value from the physical armor, and then vice versa. If you have a bunch of melee like a Black Knight, they get less relative value from a flat 40%, but they get more value from the health regeneration because they have more, so they have more vitality. So up to you. Sound of Silence, I know I've been picking the Face Mortality, but this is a great skill. I mean, being able to AoE silence people, I really like that quite a bit. Decelerado increases shadow damage in the targeted area, and snares targets by 40% for 5 and 10 seconds. So this is AoE snare, does shadow damage in the area. Like AoE snares are pretty rare, I think. I know some of the other classes like the Winter Shadow gets slit with they get multiple AoE snares, but yeah, just casting it in a big area like that, like you might find that you get a decent amount of value. I don't know, any kind of casting like that though, I don't know, not always a huge fan. Increases your party's elemental and magic resistances by 15%. This is pretty good. You're it seems like you're, I don't know if you're double dipping on this. I'd have to double check. I mean, I guess I could check really quickly. Do I get level up on here? I don't think I do. Dang. Let me just double check. Oh, I do. Cool. Sorry about that. Let me just double check this really quickly since we're almost done. And I'm like, I just kind of want to know. So you're going to learn with me. Yeah. So, no, what I wanted to do is, so I'll do this and we'll shift R. Oh, I don't know why. Oh my gosh, you're going to be kidding me. All right, I'm going to cut again. All right, so we did Aria of Warding, so that increases your elemental resistances and your magic resistances. Let's just double check here. If I go Shift R, Aria of Warding, I look at my resistances. So it doesn't double stack. I was thinking maybe it applied a elemental resistance. Okay, all right. So okay. So Aria of Warding, 15% elemental and magic resistances. Jarring Syncopatation. I hope Kevin helped do these crazy names, like use some kind of like niche music theory names and they all mean stuff and they're not just Syncopatation. Jeez. I'm not Googling that, by the way. Deals mind damage in a targeted area and stuns targets for 2 or 4 seconds. So you can see this line is really big about control. You got an AoE snare, you got an AoE silence, you got an AoE stun on top of doing mind damage and shadow damage and more shadow damage. So yeah, a pretty big AoE focus class. So if you're looking into doing area denial and other things like that, this might be the spec for you. I kind of like some of the other ones, like, Violent Crescendo into Face Mortality for a group. But if you're, maybe there will be a niche you can carve out as like a keep defender or something like that, and you can be super annoying with all these AoEs. So there's a place for it. So that one's pretty good. And then Break Tempo deals weapon damage and silences and disarms for 2 seconds. So this one, not a huge fan of this. It's a 6-second cooldown. It costs 300 focus. And it's only 2 seconds. Now, the thing I do like about it is you get panic debuffs pretty regularly with the Minstrel. So there is a world where you can apply and you can move through their team and strategically start stripping away their turns. So if I go to one of their healers and I break tempo, and I'm assuming I can apply a panic debuff pretty quickly with like 2 or 3 arrows. I can break tempo for 2 seconds. So I'm stealing a turn and a half from them. And it does cost 300 focus. So, you got to be kind of careful about your regen, but you have quite a bit of uptime on that debuff. And you are a ranged class. You can do this at 70 meters. So you don't have to be within melee range to do it. So you really can cause a huge disruption based on this ability. Now, do I think it outshadows something like Violent Crescendo and Face Mortality? Like, no, I don't think you're probably getting as much value as a flat 65% damage increase. So I would say you probably want to take this. But if you're in a world where you already have this debuff and you can't, you're not getting multiple debuffs here and you're already kind of taken care of, I think that there's definitely a world where you could start breaking tempo. I don't know if I like it so much in even a 1v1 situation, because you're going to have to start regenning and you really want to be debuffing people and you're really more about AoE here. So this is definitely a very value based spec. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it overall. If I had to, me, I would probably, I might pick Face Mortality here. There is the other disarm that you could get. So if you want, you could like break tempo, then you could Clashing Resonance, and then you could apply another debuff. And so you could really, you can pretty easily, based on this, have a you could have a what 7.5 second time. So because you'd want to apply panic, you'd do the 7 second, and then you can't really apply that again, so you'd only get the 1.5. But yeah, I don't know. You get at least you could get 7, so that's a little bit more. But this is on a longer cooldown, right? So you could hit 7 and then start working through other people, or save the 7, like disrupt, and then save the second disarm for a higher value target. The thing though is that this also silences and disarms, so you can use it on healers and melee and everybody, and they're just completely locked down unless they use a control effect. So I really like this one. Really, you're really gonna mess with people. Like, why I can't do anything, right? And like you might even be able to bait out certain abilities. So like if you're attacking other performer classes, they might freak out like, oh no, I can't do anything, and then they hit this energize button, and if they don't have like a rapport set up with their team or a strategy, they might just hit this button and kind of bait out with us a little bit. Like you might be able to bait out a bunch of different Mjolnir abilities, a bunch of different Black Knight abilities. Like, what if a Black Knight shielded at the beginning of a fight because you broke tempo, or Black Knight, sorry, it's Arthurian already, but yeah, like a Skald or something. If they use Energize right off the bat because you broke tempo, you might be able to bait a little bit. So maybe a little bit of a noob breaker here, right? Like, or even like an average player might do something like that. So I think there's some potential here. I don't think it's quite as strong as something like Violent Crescendo, because every 3 people you're getting like an extra person, and you have 8 people in a max group, so you have over 2 extra people in effective damage. So yeah, I don't know. I think probably a bigger place, especially when you use face mortality as well, you're gonna get a lot more value out of that. But I could definitely see it. I could definitely see like a high skill player making a lot of use out of this, really knowing people and who he can and can't use it against. And the thing is too, when you have an 8-man group, you have different varying levels of skill. So there's always people that can get more value and those that can't. So I don't know, you might be able to make it work. But yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, guys. I'm sure most of you didn't make it through that, but those of you that did, I hope you learned something. I hope you found it helpful. I had a lot of fun doing it. It took me a really long time to do. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. If you want, feel free to comment below. I'll be looking at it intermittently every couple of days. So would be happy to chat back. If you didn't like it, you can say that too. I don't really care. I'm do all this for fun. So not gonna hurt my feelings. So yeah, thanks guys. I hope everybody enjoys the new progression system. I'm really excited to see the new classes and the new things coming out. There's a bunch of different stuff on the Steam page, so we don't really know what's coming, what's not. MJ kind of blew up the timeline. But as we hear more, I'll be happy to make more content and help some of you guys that maybe don't have access to some of this stuff all the time, or aren't able to play, or when the servers are down, I'd be happy to continue to provide content. So yeah, have a great day. Thanks. Bye.